Hello, my little Cybies. How are we today? I think I've got the Stream Elements chat back up this time. Was the caster chat? Oh no, I have the caster chat on this stream. Whatever. Whatever one is working today, I will use. Hello! Wouldn't be one of my streams if things didn't break, of course. I just have both of them available just in case. How is everyone today? How is everyone today? You have bullied me into doing another Yandere stream. Just when I think I'm out, they drag me back in. But I also have some housekeeping to go over. And yeah, some people were sad that Spirit Science didn't win the poll, even though it was ahead at first. We might just do Spirit Science next week anyway, because I want to. There is so much crazy. And I haven't seen a lot of Jordan's new stuff. So that will definitely be a shock. Last time we did Spirit Science.
Hazaki Kintai sent a super chat. Now this is a sci stream I can get behind.
Oh yes, and thank you for the early super chats, Crass, bitching about Lion in Steven Universe. However, you have to consider cats will choose their favorite person, and Lion just decided he's Connie's cat now, and that's just what happens. You have to accept it. And I'm getting a little more work done on the comic pages. I'm slow as usual, but of course, Switcheroo is always a side project. So I'll be drawing my funny little gay space rocks today while we watch a couple of videos. We'll also be going over Yandere Dev's blog again, just because I just want to, because it's funny. I know I said last time was the last time, but all right. And Kaiser has a comic for us, of course. So let me get all of this up on stream. Kaiser is my official meme artist at this point. You should go follow him on Twitter.
Always sent a super chat, pouring one out for Burger King foot lettuce guy. R.I.P. homie.
Wait, did the Burger King foot lettuce guy die? What is happening today?
JJW Mizoon sent a super chat, web dev tax. As a full-time web dev doing game dev in his free time, love seeing this clown who's lucky enough to be paid monthly to make his own game refuse to sit his ass down and actually do work.
Yeah, I mean, I've never actually even played Yandere Simulator. I might on the next anniversary, it'll be next year. But I'm just fascinated by just the mental gymnastics of Alex Mahan. It's really the only reason I'm interested in any of this.
The QA signboard sent a super chat. What's left to say about Yenev?
Well, I mean, aside from wanting to read more of the blog post and maybe make a compilation edit of that, I stumbled across a prototype version of the emails video, which is even angrier and more absurd. I mean, he repeats a lot of the same stuff we've heard him say, but this was like on the 2nd anniversary or something, and I was so stunned by that. I was like, man, maybe we could do another stream. And there's also his apology video, which I refused to do up until this point. We could watch the apology video as well, because why the fuck not? It was put a nice little bow on all of our Yandere Dev dunking on until he does something else.
Dana_Brain sent a super chat. Thoughts on new Superman movie?
I haven't seen it yet, but everything I've seen of it, it looks like it's a love letter to the Silver Age. I'm happy we're getting movies that are colorful again, and aren't worried about being 100% realistic, and aren't worried about having to subvert any earnestness or sincerity, so I think that's a good thing. I'll probably watch it when it's out on streaming. I was never the biggest Superman fan. I was always a Batman girl.
Bylonic sent a super chat. Yandev is a lol gal. The lols never end.
It's true, though even he's been, like, keeping his head down recently. I don't even know what the hell he's been up to. Maybe we'll go look at his Kiwi Farms thread or something, I don't know. I have no idea what Alex Mahan is doing now. I just like laughing at the old shit and just seeing how we got here. You know, just going back and doing, like, forensics on his lol cowdom.
Thomas93 sent a super chat. XKP follower tax.
Oh my god, Malcolm was watching Lazy Bedhead quote-unquote interview KP, because Lazy Bedhead put out a retraction video about her Black Griffin video that's like 3 the fuck hours long, and the only new information in it is that Ian Corlett Claire Claret's father is absolutely in contact with Bonk and all these other weirdos that have been harassing her and her husband. So that's interesting. But otherwise, I don't think the video is worthwhile. And, like, Lazy's interview with KP was basically just, like, two bitches gossiping on a phone call. And Lazy was just taking everything KP said at face value and not pushing her on anything. And she had no interview questions prepared and, like, didn't even know, like, basic facts about the players involved. And it's like, and you want to be a professional YouTuber? Okay, hun. So...
QA Signboard sent a super chat. RN plummeting down a pirate software rabbit hole.
Yeah, Pirate Software is like the new Yandere, I guess. I haven't been as interested in him, but it's a similar situation of a guy who has been making a game and procrastinating on it and making excuses and just collecting money and doing crazy shit. Maybe, I don't know, if that catches my interest enough, maybe we'll stream about it, but if I'm not interested in a topic, it's not going to be fun for me, and it's not going to be fun for you guys. So, you know, I tend to just talk about things that interest me.
Dino Nuggy sent a super chat. Great timing. An anti-Yandere dev stream while I am at work. Here, some money for brightening up my day.
Thank you.
Purple
I appreciate
heart emoji.
it. I am always honored to be your background noise. I will always say that.
Nick Wolf sent a super chat. It was me, Barry. I was the one who convinced Yandere dev to keep putting in patches into the game. Also, I could tank your speedrunning channel.
Okay, anyway, let me try to get to this, Oh yes, last time on the Psy stream, we were talking about Detroit Become Human, and damn it, Distractotron keeps not getting the right input. How dare. Thank you for the chicken that doesn't exist. I'm over my belief in chickens, guys. You can't fool me now. Anyway, where the hell is Distractotron? God damn it, something always has to break, no matter how prepared I am. I don't know why it hasn't been, because I'm telling it to just capture any Chrome window, but it doesn't like to listen to that. Oh, here we go. Finally. Okay, so yeah, last time on the side stream we were talking about Detroit Become Human and how there is an ending where fucking Alice can die of the cold even though she's a robot and has a cold feeling function you can turn off. I'm gonna stream Detroit again. I am. Maybe it'll be on the next poll. We're due for another mid-tier game stream. Mid-length, rather. And this time I won't kill off Alice and Kara. I will do their whole story. Fine. I don't promise I won't do some shenanigans, though. So anyway. I'm sorry for dying of Canadian child cold. No! What can a woman do without a child? Chug, 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 chug. And here I am. Yep, there's your problem. Someone left her on cold. And I turn around to normal. I love you, robot mommy! Yeah. If you don't know about the twist in fucking Detroit Become Human, the child character is also a robot, and it makes the beginning of the story make absolutely no fucking sense, and it was clearly something they decided on mid-development, and I hate it, and I will rant about it forever if I stream this game again, which I probably will, because I have a real love-hate relationship with Detroit Become Human.
Artificial Duck sent a super chat. Yandev's slowly working on the third rival. Hess super slow, but now that he isn't public as much, Hess actually making progress. Who could have seen this?
Well, we'll see about that.
Signboard sent a super chat. I think Yandev is still working on the game ATM.
I wonder if he streams on Twitch anymore. Maybe you should check that out too.
Dana_Brain sent a super chat. Okay. We know chickens aren't real. But. Sigh. That's a rooster.
What is this rooster you talk of? I have never heard of such a fantastical creature, even though I hear someone's rooster crowing at the park all the time from their backyard.
Always sent a super chat. Play Fahrenheit/Indigo Prophecy.
I don't think you could pay me to do that. I don't know. I don't like Quantic Dream games. The gameplay in Detroit Become Human is at least tolerable, and in some space, and I will say this, and a lot of people get angry at me, but I will say this, in some sections, not all of them, but in some sections in Detroit Become Human, the QuickTime events are as good as The Wolf Among Us, which is another game I'd like to replay on stream. I also have some housekeeping to do. Excuse me, I just choked on my own spit there for a second.
AQA Signboard sent a super chat. Posted SMTH on general. It's better than DBH deserves TBH.
Well, let me see what this is.
Saucy Louise sent a super chat. Would you play Jensen or keep your PC in one piece?
Maybe my PC could run it? I don't know. I built my PC myself, so that tells you it's quality. Detroit Become Human animated? Oh my god. Okay, we're gonna watch this real quick. Because it looks funny.
Yeah,
cool so far.
yeah, let's go. I ain't the first with the curse, with the thirst that I wanna be better, not worse, man, it hurts. I'm on this earth with my words, and I put them all together, insert, cause I wanna have words. Working hella hard till they put me in the dirt. Gonna go far, man, listen to my words.
Dude, this
Gonna
goes
be a
hard.
star, man, life's like a blur. When you're working this hard, yeah, you get what you deserve. Yeah, I ain't taking a backseat, I'm passing anybody else who is rapping. I'm nasty, ain't nobody able to catch me. They gasping, they cannot compare, they can't match me. I'm at half speed, I got your girl and she laughing and dancing, hanging on my butt, she asking to crash with me, smash with me, she savage, she wants cash money, and she knows that I live lavishly. I wanna live, I'm cold inside, give all I have.
Is this an original song or what?
I fight to live, I fight to strive. One day I'll have what I want. I want the whole world in the palm of my hand. I got a plan, I'm the man. Now I'm teaching the game, a veteran better.
That was by Cute C3, and holy shit, that was good. What is that song? Nefix music. Oh, it's a copyright-free song. Holy shit, what? I think I've seen this channel before. Like, how do you make copyright-free music that goes so fucking hard? It's crazy. Maybe I should be using some of this shit. I still need to add Keldosh to my, my music roster for stream. Yeah. Oh, look, Sabina's here, guys.
Bylonic sent a super chat. Housekeeping. The housekeeping never ends.
Yeah, it never ends. It never ends. Oh, look at that. Everybody start keeping a tally of how much money Sabina's given me. $5 so far. Impressive. Anyway, so the housekeeping. I just actually uploaded a short. Some of you may have seen it already. I have new merch! Merch drop! I've got new merch in my Fourth Wall store, available right here on YouTube. Including hats, sweatshirts, tank tops, t-shirts, and of course, stickers! Including the much-requested Drunken Spinel as part of a new sticker sheet.
And there's something special for all you Wani bros.
Hey!
That's right! An Inko-inspired shirt! Now you too can tell the world that your body is built from chips and half-frozen breakfast burritos! Check out these products and more at my Fourth Wall shop at SciScriptShop.com. Yes, I've officially switched completely to Fourth Wall, and now my SciScriptShop.com link goes there, which is here. So I made a bunch of new shirts. The theme of our stream, the motto, which is do what I say, think for yourself. I put up some of my older stuff that I didn't have on Fourth Wall yet, because I'm just going to switch to it. And the Inko shirt, it's, you can get it as a tank top too. New artwork, only on the shirt. Can't get this artwork anywhere else. My famous repeated running gag about Inko's terrible eating habits. And this is also an older design. I actually got this one as a sample. It looks really good. So I did get a bunch of the samples myself to make sure the quality is good. They do direct to fabric printing, this company, which I like. It won't wash off after 3 washes like my spring store, which I'm probably just gonna close. So if, yeah, you can buy these through YouTube, or you can go to SciScriptShop.com. So, bunch of new designs, bunch of older stuff redone. You can get that one as a magnet, patches, hats. The hats are also very nice. The embroidering is really, really good. So, you got the oddest moment stuff, of course. We all We all love our oddest moment. I replaced Laios with myself for copyright reasons. And of course, there's just some of the older stuff I had up there. So I'm probably going to close my Redbubble and TeePublic and Spring Shops permanently and just go with Fourth Wall. Yeah, where's Kaiser's 30%? Kaiser, if I upload some of your stuff as stickers, I will give you your 30%, okay? I will. I might do another merch shop in the future, because Skrill also has something she wants me to make a sticker. But for right now, this is the first big extra merch drop I've had. And I can guarantee the quality, at least, because I bought a bunch myself to check it out, to make sure, because I don't want to sell you guys crap, you know?
Errand Alpha Eagle sent a super chat. With all the pirate software drama currently going on, it's neat to take a look back at the original low-count indie dev. Good old Yandere.
It's true, it's true.
The QA Signboard sent a super chat. That animation proves DBH doesn't deserve its fanbase. Like, imagine if the game was that good.
I know, it makes the game look good. Like, that's the hell of it, though. Like, the general world building, even though I don't like the whole, oh, if a robot looks like a human, it'll start to act like a human. I hate that shit. But overall, the world building, the futurism, it's all pretty solid. And that has nothing to do with David Cage's writing. That's all the design team. But I said before, I would watch a Netflix series that was just Brian Descartes and Clancy Brown reprising their roles as Connor and Hank and solving cybercrimes as like a police procedural in the vein of Ghost of the Shell standalone complex. Animated, live action, don't care, give it to me. I would watch the fuck out of that.
Mirth Mouser sent a super chat. Payday finally arrived. Here's my bisexual
Thank you.
tax.
Thank you for paying your taxes. Thank you for paying your taxes. Oh, look at that, a phantom
Flare
one.
aka Hybrid sent a super chat. Gonna keep you on as background noise while I work on my comic. Have fun with the stream.
Thank you very much. That's $7 from Sabine so far.
Neo Kaiser sent a super chat. Detroit, Become Human would be so much better if it was just Hank and Connor running around solving mysteries.
It would. I don't know why he had to do the Heavy Rain thing and have 3 different storylines going on when both the other 2 storylines are completely underbaked. Of course, Connor and Hank are only so good because of Brian Descartes and Clancy Brown being good actors who can elevate the writing and make some of that stilted, terrible dialogue sound natural somehow. They're very talented.
BooPGM, Artist Gamer Mage, sent a super chat. A bit random, but sigh, what do you think of MASH?
I never saw it. Sorry. There's a lot of things I just haven't seen and probably will never get around to watching. I'm sorry, I can't control the hyperfixation, guys. But yeah, even though I have my old 2020 Let's Play uploaded to YouTube, I probably will just stream Detroit again, because it's fun. It's fucking fun. And again, I have so much to say about it. And the wasted potential will always drive me fucking crazy. Because when it's good, it's good. And when it's bad, it's David Cage writing. You know? Anyway, we'll bring up the Distracto vision now, because we are going to laugh at Yandere, of course. This is what we all came here to do today. I could keep the music playing, because I don't think this has background music, to tell you the truth. I don't know, I grew up, like, watching Frasier, and I don't... What else was on around the same time?
John Williams sent a super chat. Gage, because it's symbolic and means stuff, sigh.
Oh, emotions! He is the only one bringing emotion to video games, even though Patrick Weeks managed to make me cry over a silly alien scientist man who sings Gilbert and Sullivan. So, you know, eat it, David Cage.
Elias D sent a super chat. I'll be back for the VOD tax. Finally found a true crime channel my overanalyzing ethics autism won't feel weird about.
Hey!
So see you later. Good luck on the stream, you all. Heart
Yeah.
emoji. Oh no. Gay panic etinko.
I've had a few true crime channels. Like, I had to stop watching Misery Machine because they seem to revel in crimes against children a little too much, and it makes me uncomfortable. But there's a few true crimers I like and watch, like That Chapter, Dire Trip, Stephanie Harlow. I'm forgetting somebody. Damn it. Coffee House Crime sometimes. A few others. Red Tree Crime, which is like a Jim Can't Swim knockoff where they just do interrogation footage, you know, those guys. I've said before, I'm a middle-aged white woman. Of course I watch a lot of true crime shit, you know?
Winding Dong sent a super chat. One of my D&D villains is named Sabine.
Nah.
Now when you say it, I do a double take, lol.
Sorry, I do not mean your D&D character. I mean the weirdo who comes in here and thinks paying me money is trolling me.
PQA Signboard sent a super chat. Heavy Rain at least looks fun bad.
Yeah, it can be fun bad. It can be fun bad. Maybe I could be convinced to do that one, but God, it's so boring. No, it had to be him. Had to be Morden, Kaiser. Someone else would have gotten it wrong, obviously. Anyway. So, I guess Sabine just wants to go on another break right now. Let's see. You're just gotta be gross. You're going away now. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Anyway. That was, $9 from Sabine. So, yep, $9. That's all he got up to, though. Jason! 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 Am I getting to my soap opera arc? Ugh, God, never. Maybe unless it's telenovelas, but anyway. So, we're gonna hear Yandere repeat a lot of the things we've heard him say before. But I stumbled across, I'm gonna speed it up already. I stumbled across this weird prototype video of the emails video. And this seems to have, according to the description, he seems to have uploaded this on the 2-year anniversary. And it's everything we've heard him bitch about for like the last 10 years. In one video. So we're gonna hear a lot of repeated stuff, but it's like, it's so much angrier than the video we ended up with. And I was just so amazed by it. I was like, okay, I could maybe get one more Yandere stream. Alright, okay, okay, fine. Oh, fine. Okay, fine.
Bylonic sent a super chat. I like to watch Misery Machine, but if I had kids, I could not.
I don't know, like, I watched them for a while, but it started to feel exploitative. I don't know, I have a weird feeling about them.
Hazaki Kintai sent a super chat. The real Sabine Brown is the migraines we had along the way.
Sabine's not even a migraine, they wish they were. They wish they had any impact.
Thomas93 sent a super chat. Jason.
Jason! Sean! Jason! And no one, people unfamiliar with Heavy Rain are gonna be so confused right now.
Nostalgic Nerd 90 sent a super chat. Yandere, why not cancel the game? It's been 11 years.
It's a good question, you know? He's lost all his voice actors, too. After he flirted with a 16-year-old girl. This is why we don't feel bad for him, by the way. We're gonna watch his apology video, too. Finally. I think that's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna watch this one, the apology video, and then I'm gonna stop drawing and we're gonna laugh at his blog. That's where we're going. So let's listen to probably Yandere being a little too honest. Way back on the 2nd anniversary.
Ada, the chicken's here.
Anyway. Alright, let's go. And I will be working on my funny little gay space rocks as usual.
As of today, Yandere Simulator has been in development for 2 years. Happy birthday, Yandere-chan. I think that this is the appropriate time to make a video about the biggest obstacle that I am facing.
Oh.
If this one obstacle could be removed, I would have much more time to work on the game, and the game's development would go by much faster.
We've heard this song and dance before, guys. And this was back on the 2nd anniversary. The 2nd year of him working on this. This is what I mean when I say this project was always doomed. You know?
Errand Alpha Eagle sent a super chat. Damn it, the Heavy Rain Hassan shouting will keep reminding me of Pirate Software, given their first name is Jason.
Oh, that's even funnier. Jason! Jason!
Lord Von Bunny V sent a super chat. Yandere dev, wherefore art thou Yandev?
This is him. What was 2 years into development? 2016?
Space_Prince, sun with face emoji, sent a super chat. He hasn't cancelled the game?
Nope, we'll probably look at his most recent blog post first when we do get to the blog. So, yeah. Even 2 years into development, he was saying the same exact shit we heard him saying as recently as, like, a couple of years ago. Isn't that incredible?
The problem is email.
Holy fucking
This is a
amethyst
problem
here.
that I have mentioned various times in previous videos and blog posts.
Have
You're
you?
probably sick of hearing about it by now.
So even before the 2nd year anniversary, he was already saying, emails, guys, it's the emails. It's the emails that are preventing everything from falling into place, guys. If only you didn't send me email, I would have been able to finish this game already.
Send a super chat. Yanev, you have to be born to have a birthday.
I mean, people celebrate anime girl birthdays. It's weird.
Miss Jasmine sent a super chat. Chicken? No. Rhode Island Red Rooster? Perhaps.
Perhaps he is. Perhaps.
Certainly sick of talking about it. I'd love to stop bringing up this subject, but that can only happen when it stops being the biggest problem.
I'd love to stop bitching about this, and then I continued to bitch about this for the next 10 years.
I'm facing. I receive an avalanche of emails every single day. Depending on how much email I get, sometimes I spend between 8 and 12 hours going through my email, leaving me with no—
8 and 12? That's an entire day, bro. That is an entire work day, just reading email. How do you do this? Again, I have to think there's some obsessive compulsiveness behind this, where he feels like, I have to read every new email, or I can't do anything else today. Like, this is some ADHD and OCD shit. Like, I'm not even, like, saying that flip, because some people are like, oh, how dare you make fun of, like, OCD people by joking that Yandere has it. No, I'm being dead ass. I think he has some sort of mental issue, unaddressed mental issue, that makes him behave this way. It's still his fault for not getting it under wraps, but even so.
No time left in the day to write code for the game. If I received half as much email, I would have twice as much time to work on the game, and
it's either he has this OCD compulsion to get through every single new email before he does anything else in a day, or he's lying. Or he's lying and using this as an excuse. So one is a solvable problem, and the other is just him being a douchebag. I guess I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt, but even now—
game's development would go by twice as fast. Do you want Yandere Simulator in 2019 or 2022?
Let's all just appreciate this frame for a second, guys. Let's just all appreciate this frame and the irony of it. Let's just bask in it for a moment. Okay, I think we're good.
When you send me a stupid email, you are actively sabotaging the game's development. If you want this game to come out faster, you should not email me unless it's absolutely necessary.
And of course, he's just inviting trolls to just send him superfluous emails just to piss him off by doing this at all. You know, so if this was, like, if he legitimately, genuinely felt like he's a super spurg, a turbo autist, and genuinely felt this is a serious issue, talking about it this much is just inviting trolls to fuck with him, you know?
In this video, I'm going to explain what types of emails are a complete waste of my time and should never be sent. The emails that I receive fall into 5 categories: volunteers, bug reports, questions, suggestions, and fanworks. The first category is volunteers. Since the beginning of Yandere Simulator's development, a multitude of very skilled people have contacted me and volunteered to help create various assets for the game.
And he's used this shot before in another video. I recognize this. This is why I was confused at first. I was like, haven't I seen this one before? And I was like, no, wait, this is different. This is a different one. What the hell?
I cannot create models, draw art, animate characters, compose music, or voice
I can't
act.
do anything.
So volunteers are
Can't
essential
code
to
either.
the game's development. Speaking with volunteers—
You know what else would be essential? Like, people you pay, like employees would have been essential. Most game studios, Yandere Dev, do not use volunteers and free Unity assets.
volunteers takes up the majority of my time, and here's why. When I'm requesting anything from a volunteer, I spend a lot of time describing exactly how I want it to look, and I spend a lot of time searching for reference images. For example, if I request a 3D model of a laptop, I search for images of the exact type of laptop I want. If I request
Why don't you just let the designer do their design? Of course, these were all, like, teenagers. But, God, imagine being stuck in a call with him for, like, an hour saying, no, I want this exact detail on this model, and it has to be this precise way, okay?
An animation of a character burning to death. I search for an animation where a character dies from fire. If I want a character to be illustrated, I search for similar characters to use as reference. If I want a music track, I search for a pre-existing track that sounds similar, etc. After the volunteer has finished creating whatever I asked for, I provide them with feedback and critique, and they revise their work. This process continues until...
Imagine getting critiqued by this lazy fucking bastard! Oh god! I would kill him. I would just kill him.
They deliver exactly what I need. Finding reference and providing feedback is a time-consuming process, but the results are always worth it. Yandere Simulator depends on volunteers. Without the volunteers, I could never have made as much progress as I have. With that said, it's possible for some volunteers to be obstacles. Every day, dozens of people, honestly, dozens, contact me and volunteer to contribute to the game. Unfortunately,
there are dozens of them! Dozens!
Only about 10% of them actually meet my standards. The majority of people who volunteer to be artists produce artwork that looks like this. The majority of people who volunteer to be 3D modelers produce models that look like this. Look.
Was this censored, or what were you trying to convey here? That it's just doo-doo dog shit? I mean, what were you saying here?
I am grateful that there are people who want to help me. I appreciate the fact that there are people who are willing to volunteer for the game. It's heartwarming to hear from someone who is offering to lend me their time.
It's heartwarming. Don't I sound so moved right now? Don't I sound like I appreciate you?
But let's be realistic here. People have very high expectations for Yandere Simulator. People want Yandere Sim to have graphics that look like they belong in this decade. When was the last time you saw a video game with artwork that looked like this? I've been fortunate enough to be contacted by several extremely skilled individuals with years of professional experience who are willing to provide me with high-quality assets, which...
Is she wearing, like, a bikini top? I was about to say, you can tell this person is, like, a gooner artist just from their style, but they decided to have the teenage girl just have her sailor uniform top and then, like, a bra with underboob. Underboob is not okay when it's, like, an underage character. And then, of course, he says they're all 18, of course. So he changed it to they're all just LARPing at a fake high school in order to justify his bullshit. Amazing. Amazing. Very good. What's some Switcheroo? Let's take a break.
Miss Jasmine sent a super chat. Yanev, 'cause emails killed my grandma, okay?
Put him back on screen. We don't need to see that.
Hazaki Kentai sent a super chat. Happy birthday, Katonaha. Blow out your candles.
Yeah, the guys who do that are pretty weird, man.
Nostalgic Nerd 90 sent a super chat. At this point, it's just an excuse.
It's been excuses. It's been nothing but excuses for 10 years. It's insane.
Dana_Brain sent a super chat. Emails poisoned our water supply, burned our crops, and delivered a plague gun to our houses.
Yeah, I just... And again, there were so many ways you could have solved this. We've been over that,
Prince, son with face emoji, sent a super chat. Why doesn't he just have a different system? Like an Ask blog or something if has this fucking word about answering emails.
Because he's full of shit.
Ola sent a super chat. He could have just got someone else to answer his email for him like any other small-time creative, but then he wouldn't have an easy excuse anymore.
Oh, he is going to do his old tap dance of rejecting every single way he could solve this problem he says he has. We're going to hear that. Again, he repeats a lot of the stuff we've heard him say in past streams, but I was just so fascinated with this because it was so early on, and it was so much angrier. Because he learned to, like, hide how much he was pissed off later down on the line, it seems.
Denmark sent a super chat. The people suggesting solutions here is funnier having seen his take on them in the world famous Hate and Shame.
I know, right? I do have an edit of that
The
one
QA
out.
signboard sent a super chat. If Yansome comes out, will anyone care?
No.
Maybe some YouTubers will play it for those who are morbidly curious, but that's mostly it. It's like Velma 2.
Yeah, I doubt, like, Cub Scouts is gonna go back to it, or Marky Moo, especially after Yandere flirted with a 16-year-old girl and tried to groom her. So, yeah, nobody wants to touch that shit. It's radioactive now.
Space_Prince, fun with face emoji, sent a super chat. I can't draw, model, animate, compose, code, direct, voice act, or even answer emails. This is your fault, teenage volunteer.
Yeah, like, what are you even doing at this point, man?
Strasberry sent a super chat. Toby Fox, if he couldn't do anything competently.
He is. He's the anti-Toby Fox. He really fucking is. It's insane. Alright, was that the last super for now? I think that was the last super for now. Let's keep going. Let's keep going and getting angry at Yandere.
Game with artwork that looked like this. I have been fortunate enough.
I bet somebody
to be
could make a
contacted by
game with
several
artwork like that
extremely
good. I bet
skilled
somebody out there could.
individuals with years of professional experience who are willing to provide
Professional
me with
experience being a
high-quality
gooner artist.
assets, which look like they belong in a real video game. I am incredibly lucky that these talented people have generously offered to lend me their time. As a result, there is no reason for me to accept volunteers whose work is below professional quality. If you don't think that a video game company...
Another thing that aged very well. Another thing that aged very well that we just need to bask in for a second. If you don't think a video game company would hire you, you should not volunteer for Yandere Simulator. I guess he's gonna justify it with he briefly worked for some, like, mobile slop company making models or something. And then he left that to pursue Yandere Simulator because he thought he was hot shit. And we see how that turned out. But yeah, I was like, why shouldn't my volunteers have professional quality? Maybe because a volunteer isn't a professional, Alex. A professional is someone who gets paid for their work. Maybe if you paid people, you would have attracted competent individuals, but then you probably wouldn't have even listened to them, because we all saw it happen when you got a coder to fix your code. Yeah. Oh, I need to go back onto Distracto-Vision. Derp.
Dino Nuggy sent a super chat. I remember this vid thinking, Jesus, dude, why so mean?
Yeah, again, the reason I wanted to react to this one in particular is because it is a retread of everything we've heard him say before, but it's like so much angrier.
Max Powers sent a super chat. Is it time for Yan the Perdeve?
Yandere the Perdeve, yeah. Old man Alex Mahan the
work is
pervert.
below professional quality. If you don't think that a video game company would hire you, you should not volunteer for Yandere Simulator. The majority of volunteers I hear from are 12-year-old kids.
Wow, he didn't include that in later videos. He just said don't volunteer if you're in elementary school. But he's outright saying right here that him, a grown-ass man making a schoolgirl-killing simulator game, was getting contacted by 12-year-olds in his emails. Later on, he would insist that most of the fan base are older teens and adults. But we've heard so many fucking people who were into his shit when they were like fucking 9, you know? And here he is outright admitting it. Again, it seems like he got a little better at hiding these things later on. He managed to get a little bit more duplicitous and manipulative, but only to the point he could manipulate, like, 15-year-olds, you know? He was never gonna trick any, like, functional adults.
Denmark sent a super chat. If memory serves, the studio he worked at had him doing grunt work, and he left because he wanted to direct stuff out the game.
Yeah, he started at, like, a junior modeling position, was like, why am I not, like, the big dick in charge of the whole team right now? And then left, and then has failed to make a game for 10 years.
Nostalgic Nerd 90 sent a super chat. Fun fact, Scott Cawthon had his kids test his games.
But I would say FNAF is appropriate for kids. Kids like horror. And, you know, the inspiration for FNAF was Scott tried to make a kid's game, and everyone said the characters in it looked like horrifying animatronics, and something snapped in his head, and he went, I bet I can make something scarier on purpose. Just goes to show you, even mean criticism can lead to good things.
Master Clockwork sent a super chat. Anime horse waifu
God,
tax.
everyone is into the anime horse girls right now. I just don't even want to get into it. Anyway, let's keep going.
Look, I appreciate the fact that you want to help out, but I have never been impressed with artwork or models created by children. In general, just don't email me if you're under 18. Little kids shouldn't even be playing a game like Yandere Simulator.
That's at least sensible, but you should have done more to discourage them, I think.
Seriously, where are your parents? If you do volunteer, you must remember to show me examples of your work. If someone volunteers to help me out, and they don't include any examples of their previous work,
I'm the wrong layer.
I immediately delete their email and move on to the next one.
I am.
I'm
God damn
not
it.
going to waste my time typing an email that says, I don't know whether or not I want your help. I haven't even seen what your work looks like yet. Show me what your work looks like first. Please don't
See, it's things like that that make me feel like he felt compelled to read and answer every single email. Like, he just felt psychotically compelled to do it, and could never accept that. I don't know. But again, he didn't want to solve the problem, because then he wouldn't have it as an excuse. It's always a mystery to me how much he's conscious of his own bullshit. Like, how much he's conscious of him lying and making excuses, and how much he actually believes his own crap. You know, that's always... Oh, and of course it's from Midori. Or to Midori. Of course it's from Midori, yeah. He's replying to Midori. Why you gotta pick up Midori? We stan Midori in this house, everyone. I think I have a... Hang on, I think I have a way to do the stickers from my end now. Yes, I do. Damn it! I have to log in with Twitch. I'm having really bad timing on my gag here. I should have just had this open to begin with. Where is she? Anyway, yes, we stan our girl Midori. I'm gonna slap a bunch of Midoris on screen. There we go. We stan our girl. I will not take this slander from you, Yandev.
looks like first. Please don't volunteer to translate the game into other languages. At this point in time, I am constantly changing words in the game's English script. If you translate the game right now in its current state, your translation will quickly become outdated. Why
do you care? If they're like a modder making a translation, they'll just update it. Why do you care?
I don't want to constantly update the game's translation every time I change the game's script, so that's why nobody should send me translations at this point in time.
Such a control freak, you know? You don't have to answer these emails, and again, he's gonna reject the secretary idea, but of course, you could have had somebody filtering this shit for you, or even made your own filters in, like, Outlook or something. Like, dude.
After the game's English script is final, I will make a post on my blog and ask for translation assistance. Until then, please don't offer to translate the game. The next category is bug reports. Yandere Simulator, in its current form, is not a game. A game is something with win conditions and loss conditions. If you can't win or...
And we still don't have that in the game. I guess you can beat Osana. I guess you can complete the first week now, right? I think, at least. The very first week of the very first enemy. Or rival, whatever.
Can't lose, it's not a game. Yandere Simulator, in its current form, is a sandbox with a bunch of toys in it. It's a debug build. The purpose is right there in the...
God, and years later he was still saying this, like, oh, Yandere Simulator isn't really a game, it's more like an amusement park, and I put too much emphasis on the rivals, and everyone didn't understand that I was just building a toy box, an amusement park, this entire time. So even 2 years into development, he was still saying this shit. And yet he's still, if he really meant this, he could just leave the game as it is right now and be done with it and move on to something else. Because all he has to say is, it's just a sandbox for you to play with, guys. That's all it ever is. Or just pass it on to somebody else to finish the development, you know? Like, His whole ego is tied into this thing, too, is the problem. It's all just a twisted Gordian knot of nonsense.
Name, debug. I provide these builds so that people can report bugs. That's it. Nobody should expect these builds to be fun at all. People who email me about bugs are the real MVPs. Like the volunteers, people who report bugs are heroes who are helping the game get closer to...
But then he'll tell you if it's a bug he already knows about, don't email, or you're preventing him from working on the game. Like, mixed messages, my dude.
completion. However, just as some volunteers can waste my time, some bug reporters can waste my time too.
Here we go, he's gonna say
Here
it.
are a set of rules that you should follow if you want to report bugs, but want to avoid wasting my time. Do not report bugs that you saw in a Let's Play video. New builds are uploaded very frequently, so YouTube videos become outdated very quickly.
Outdated.
If you only encounter a bug once and you cannot cause it to happen again, do not bother reporting it. Only report a bug if you can successfully trigger the bug any time you try to make it happen. Only report a bug if you can tell me exactly what I must do to experience it for myself. Do not report bugs that only occur when you are using debug commands. Debug commands will not be available in the final game, so it's pointless to report bugs that result from them.
But it's a debug mode. But it's a debug mode. What do you think debug mode is for? It's to test things.
Do not report bugs that can only occur through the use of mods. If something goes wrong when you're using a mod, it's the mod's fault, not my fault. Do not use vague
Takes
language.
it so personally.
Only use extremely specific and clear language. Do not attempt to tell jokes in your bug report. Only give me the facts.
Do not have... I will not accept a pleasant greeting or a joke to break the ice. Just tell me what the problem is. Like, he's so uppity, too. Like, don't you waste my precious time. That's my job to waste my time.
This is going to sound weird, but do not report crashes. Every time anyone has ever sent me the output log of a crash, the bottom of the output log has always contained the same words. File name not available. This means that the game only crashed because the player was missing some files. The only solution...
Or maybe your code made it so the file couldn't be accessed and the game thought it's missing. Maybe that's why you should, you know, look into these things. He's like, nah, it couldn't be my code. You're just missing files randomly, even though the game could have corrupted them or deleted them or just not be connecting to them properly. You know, I'm not a coder, but I think that sounds about right, isn't it? I think so, right? There's some coders in here.
is to re-download the game. If it keeps happening every time you download the game, please wait until I have released an official downloader/updater/launcher application that checks for file integrity. The next category is...
Has he ever done that? Does he have a file integrity checker even now? Can he even code that?
questions. I do not want to receive questions. Answering questions takes away time that I could have spent working on the game. Not only that, but 90% of the questions I hear are already answered in the FAQ. It's a complete...
Clearly, everybody who's a fan of me watches every single one of these videos and knows about my website and knows about my FAQ on my website. You all should know this! It is such a bizarre attitude. It is kind of like the lolcow gene, too, where he thinks just saying this in a video means every single one of his fans is going to listen and know this and internalize it and forevermore know not to send him specific kinds of emails. Like, you can't control any of this, my guy. You have to find solutions on your end. People are gonna be people. There will always be 12-year-olds sending you stupid emails. I'm sorry. You gotta be a big boy. You gotta put on your big girl panties and deal with it.
waste of time for everyone involved. Don't send me questions. If you have a question about the game, you should either read the FAQ, find a place to discuss Yandere Simulator and ask your question there, or just...
until he buys the subreddit because he didn't like what people were saying.
wait until I release more information about the game. The next category is suggestions. I do not want to receive suggestions. 99% of the time that I get a suggestion from someone, their idea has already been suggested before, is already a planned feature of the game, does not fit in with the design of the game, is far beyond the scope of a one-man indie game with no budget, or it's just stupid.
He said this in another video, but he replaced stupid with dumb. So, again, this is like an angrier prototype of the emails video we all know and love. It's incredible.
I said at the beginning of this video, Yandere Simulator has been in development for 2 years now. I've received over 18,400 emails about the game. I've already heard every suggestion. There's nothing—
I am so popular, guys. It's such a burden. No one suffers more than me.
you can suggest that I haven't already heard dozens of times. Just don't suggest things. If I ever actually want suggestions,
just don't do it.
I'll ask for it using very specific language, like, please send me suggestions. If I don't use those exact words, don't send me suggestions. Last category.
So mad.
Fanworks. The only thing preventing me from going insane
It's gonna
is—
get creepy.
Well, actually, I went insane a long time ago.
Yeah, you said it.
But the only thing preventing me from snapping completely is seeing that people enjoy Yandere Simulator.
The only thing that keeps me from snapping completely is teenage girls sending me their cosplay of my own characters who I goon over. Yeah, that's— woo!
I've always dreamed of creating something that would spawn
Oh, the
a
music
fandom.
is kicking in. I better
My
pause
lifelong
mine.
aspiration has been to create something that would inspire people to create fan art and wear cosplay. When people dress up as Yandere Simulator characters or post really awesome illustrations, I feel like sacrificing several years of my life for this game was actually worth it.
And again, the design of the character is just a Unity asset he stole. So he's like, oh, I got people to cosplay and make fan art. That means I have accomplished something, which means I don't actually have to finish the game. It's like he just likes to plan and say he's working on the thing. It's like that weird psychological thing you have to be careful of, where just saying you're working on something, you can kind of hype yourself into feeling like you've already accomplished that thing, and then just ride on that high. That seems to be a lot of what he's doing, you know? Like, oh boy, I have fans, I have people cosplaying and making fan art, I'm so popular. That's all he really wants. He just wants praise and popularity. He doesn't actually care about making something, really, you know? Maybe on some small level he does, but he's satisfied with just people cosplaying his half-finished game because they don't know any better.
Even though fan art and cosplay don't actually advance the game's development, I really love seeing that sort of thing. So it's perfectly okay to show me your creations. I appreciate it a lot. And with that, I think I've finished.
Okay, he's not gonna make a creepy comment about cosplay now. Because remember in that one video, he was like, "You can send me cosplay. I like that. I like cosplay. You could send me cosplay. Send me cosplay, teenage girls. You know."
Finished discussing all of the different ways that email is slowing down the development of the game. Remember, don't volunteer unless you're over 18 and have professional experience. Don't email me with questions, requests, or—
No professional is going to volunteer for your shitty indie game. Professionals expect to get paid. That's why they're professionals, Alex.
Don't email me with questions, requests, or suggestions. Don't send bug reports unless you're going to follow the instructions on the bug report page. Only email me if you're volunteering and have an impressive portfolio of high-quality work to show me.
Again, for no pay. Beggars can't be choosers, my dude.
You're reporting a bug, and you're following the proper bug reporting steps. You represent a company or a publication, or you're sharing fan art or cosplay. In short, you can help Yandere Simulator's development go by twice as fast. All you have to do is not email me. Unless it's extreme.
This must be why it took 10 years then, guys, because people keep emailing him, unless the game was going to take 20 years eventually, and now it is like, 2 times speed at 10 years, That joke got away from me a little bit.
Important. If you do send me a useless email, I'm probably just going to respond by linking you to this video. I'm sorry that I had to...
And this video is 20 fucking minutes long. You expect people to just sit there and watch the whole thing? Like a school lesson? I mean, I guess most of your volunteers are underage, so...
Celebrate Yandere Simulator's 2nd anniversary by making a video about such an unpleasant topic. But it was necessary.
Was this
Thank
necessary?
You for following the development of Yandere's...
Yandere Dev! Why don't you...
There's our girl! There's our girl Midori, guys! There's our girl! Best character! She has surpassed her creator. She is far better than Alex himself could ever hope to be. Our girl Midori. Everybody praise Midori! Anyway... I see people are joining me in the Midori spam. It's a wonderful thing to see. Yeah, our girl, not Sanai.
Just...
Stop. I know what you're going to say.
Do you?
You want to tell me to get a secretary, right?
No, I was going to tell you to stop being a whiny bitch. It's very unattractive.
Many people have advised me to get a secretary to filter my emails and answer dumb questions for me.
Yeah, it's good advice.
I dislike this idea, because I don't want to babysit a secretary until they're doing their job properly. I don't want to risk the secretary...
And you know why? Because he wouldn't pay somebody. He wouldn't get a professional with administration, experience. He would just hire some fucking 16-year-old, and that's why he thinks he'd have to babysit a fucking secretary. That would be his plan. Oh, God.
Want to babysit a secretary until they're doing their job properly. I don't want to risk the secretary responding to questions incorrectly and spreading misinformation. I don't want to risk the secretary filtering my emails incorrectly and failing to send me important emails. I don't want to risk the secretary being lazy and going through my emails so slowly that I'm better off doing it myself.
You know a lot about being lazy. You would definitely know a lot about that, Alex.
And I don't want to risk the secretary seeing spoilers or other confidential information and then talking about it on social media.
Somebody had to break out the fist on him. You gotta fist Yandere, Dev, I see. Anyway, but yeah, like I've said a million fucking times before, like, every single time he made an update, he would walk you through every single new thing and how to do every single new thing. And he's talking about, like, being afraid of leaks. Like, you just immediately tell everybody everything.
In other words, I only trust myself.
Oh, you don't think that phrasing was on purpose?
To handle the task of checking my email and responding to questions.
I am the only competent person in the world, says the most incompetent man to ever live.
And corresponding with volunteers. I don't want to risk someone else screwing things up. So no, I won't get a secretary.
But that's not what I was going to say!
Oh.
I was going to ask, why don't you just make multiple email accounts?
How would that help? If I had separate email addresses for volunteers, bugs, business inquiries, and fan art, then I would constantly be logging out of and logging into different accounts.
How would that help, I say, yelling at this teenage girl I invented just to yell at?
Which would cause me to lose even more time than I'm already losing. I would never make an email account where people can send me questions or suggestions, because I don't want to hear questions or suggestions. Making separate...
Is there like a creeper in the background? What the fuck? Oh, that's right, that's one of the stickers. I forgot about that one. I was like, I'm hearing creepers, guys. I think I'm going crazy.
email addresses doesn't actually solve any problems.
Well then, why don't you just...
Stop. Stop right there. After 2 years of this nonsense, I've already heard every single possible suggestion about how I can solve my email problem. There is no idea that you could possibly suggest that I haven't already shot down.
And again, he is saying this to, like, his audience of teenagers. He's basically just yelling angrily at them. Saying, you gotta stop suggesting things to me, it really pisses me off. Like, Dude, he's such a control freak. Is such a fucking control freak. It's insane. Dude, you need to go to fucking therapy and not BetterHelp.
So don't send me your brilliant ideas for how to solve my email problems, because it's not going to work. The only way you can help me solve my email problems is if you stop sending me emails.
Okay.
That was uncomfortable.
You know, there was a point in time when I was a very nice and patient person.
When? Like, legitimately when? You got advice from the guy who invented Skullgirls. You got advice from a real professional. And all you could say was, I worked 3 months on that prototype, and he tore it down in front of everybody. I'm gonna make a game just to spite him. I'm gonna be such a good game dev, you guys. Like, this guy doesn't have any good motivations at all. He has always been, like, an angry, miserable little dickhead. You know?
But working on this game for the past 2 years has been very stressful, and it has sucked all of the niceness out of me. I no
What little there was to begin with.
longer have any patience left. I've started responding to emails using very harsh and abusive language. I'm not proud of myself for doing this.
Well, you know what? That's been corroborated by some people where they got, like, an angry email in response from him. So, like, this dude has been in a battle against his own audience the entire time he's been developing this shit. Because this was shortly after he ditched 4chan. Because he told 4chan, I'll never have a Patreon or anything. And then he started getting, like, a huge amount of traction. He's like, well, okay, maybe I want a Patreon. And so he basically just said, fuck you, 4chan. I don't need you guys anymore. Even though you basically helped me figure out the structure of this game to begin with. And then ran off to YouTube. And then just failed everything all the time.
And I'd like to stop, but it has become impossible to control my temper when I'm subjected to the same stupid garbage every hour of every day.
Go to therapy. Go to therapy. I have to respond in an angry tone because all of these emails are stopping me from doing anything because I have a psychotic compulsion to answer them all before I can do anything else with my day, and before I know it, 8 hours have passed. Dude, go to therapy. Holy shit.
Despite the fact that I constantly ask people to stop.
Oh, there's a melon now.
I'm only going to get grumpier and grouchier and angrier the longer this goes on. Please stop sending me stupid emails.
You're stupid, kids. You're all
Thank
stupid.
you for following the development of Yandere Simulator.
He even said that angry, like, thank you for following the development of Yandere Simulator. I guess. Alright, let's let some super chats come in. How do we feel about
Louise
that?
sent a super chat. I found this game at 12. I'm at drinking age now.
Oh my god. That makes me feel old.
Val sent a super chat. Creep Radiohead is not a mantra to live by Yandev.
'Cause I'm a creep. I'm a widow. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here.
Tikla Studios sent a super chat. Advice for any indie creator, never try to make your magnum opus. Most things
No.
blow up by accident, and BC it was created W/5+ years of experience.
Honestly, that's advice for any creative. Do not go into a project. Yeah, I see, Kalimara's down there. But yeah, advice for any creative. Do not go into a project saying, this is gonna be my magnum opus. This is gonna be the most meaningful thing I've ever done in my life. This is what's gonna make me famous. This is what's gonna get me a TV show. I have to do this one thing because it's the one thing that's gonna make me make it big. Don't do that to yourself. Do not do that to yourself. Do not tie yourself down to an idea you've had since you were 11 just because you think that has to be your magnum opus. Don't do that. Try to be more loose with it. Try to be more creative. There's a lot of things you can make. Some things might work, some things might not. Some things you might not even expect to blow up will blow up. Best example I can think of off the top of my head, Matt Groening, creator of The Simpsons. The reason why he invented The Simpsons is because he didn't want to give his precious comic Life in Hell to Fox, because Life in Hell was his magnum opus. That was the thing. Have any of you ever heard of Life in Hell? It was the thing he drew out on a post-it note that's been going on for 30 fucking years. You never know, alright? You never know. And you should just not lock yourself into thinking this every single idea you have must be taken to completion. Like, your one thing, your precious OCs, that has to be your magnum opus. Not everybody can be Vizipop. And even Vizipop's stuff changed between when she first invented those characters and what we're seeing now on Amazon Prime. You know? You can't think that way about these things, and I think a lot of young artists, and I was like this when I was young too, I'm speaking from experience, a lot of young artists do think that way, like, this is my one idea, and I have to make this one idea work, and this one idea is gonna be my magnum opus. You know, just don't think like that. Just make shit. Just make shit because you want to. Just make shit because you have an idea. Just make shit because there's something you want to explore. Just make shit. Don't get yourself all wrapped up in these ideas of grandeur. Even if you don't become, like, the most popular person in the world, who the fuck cares? Like, the celebrity is starting to die. Fandoms are becoming more like tiny little pockets. There isn't a whole lot of, like, franchises that, like, every single person knows of these days, you know? Things are changing. Don't try to do things like the studio system. You will just drive yourself fucking crazy, because it's dying anyway. It's a new frontier. It's the Wild West, especially on the indie scene, you know? So just don't be Ray Rodriguez. Yes, C-Puff person. Hello, good to see you come by again. Yeah. As soon as I heard that from Ray Rodriguez, who made High Guardian Spice, like, I've had these characters since I was 11. It's like, oh, that explains a lot.
Mono sent a super chat. I used to watch this guy as a kid. This feels nice.
I hope this is a catharsis for some of you.
It Lolly sent a super chat. You're so funny, please don't explode.
What if I explode? That will also be funny. Maybe I'll have a Malcolm-style crash out one day.
Chelsea Reference sent a super chat. Think of the children from someone who was exposed for talking weird to kids.
Alright. I do have a Discord, Dr. Gamer Plays Z. You can either become a YouTube channel member, or you can go to my Patreon, which is patreon.com/mpsci, and pay $1 due to join that, and you will get access to the Discord. You just have to integrate your Discord account either to YouTube or Patreon. And once you're in the Discord, I don't make you leave if you stop pledging, so you can just give me $1 ever, or you might get hit with a gifted sub on YouTube, who knows. And I don't make people leave. Very few people have been banned from my Discord. We're pretty loose in there. Try to keep it light, try to let everyone just talk like fucking adults, you know? I don't have a lot of rules, so...
Lord Von Bunny V sent a super chat. The Reddit open world science-based dragon MMO game that never happened is a better dev than Yandere dev.
Oh my god, I know what you're talking about, but I forget what it was called.
Dana_Brain sent a super chat. If you can't win or lose, it's not a game. Millions of life and farming simulators disagree, Alex.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, but even something like Minecraft has a lost condition, you know? Even my little shopkeeping game, Winkleja, I love, has a lost condition, so...
Dr. Theo sent a super chat. Imagine if Yanev finished his game before Pirate Software finishes Heartbound. That would be hilarious.
Is that what Pirate Software's game is called? Maybe I do need to watch some videos on him.
Oblivion Blade TT sent a super chat. Just got here, and I want it on record. I voted Spirit Science. I am here for the triple dip but did not vote for it.
Well, okay, listen. We'll probably just do Spirit Science next week because it's fun and I want to. And I was just saying earlier in the stream, I have not seen a lot of Spirit Science's newer videos. And the few we watched last time were horrifying. So, that'll be a fun trip.
Bylonic sent a super chat. You can tell this man was never properly socialized.
Oh no, he was homeschooled. That explains a lot too, doesn't it? Oh yeah, explains a whole lot.
Dana_Brain sent a super chat. I don't take suggestions. Unless it's from a random 4chan bro.
Yeah, exactly. Like, he contradicts himself so much as well.
Errand Alpha Eagle sent a super chat. Hey Yandere dev. Yandere dev. Yandere dev. I found a bug in which Raybaru only appears in empty classrooms. Guess she's Rybaron, now. Get it? LOL.
That was a
A
terrible
woman
pun.
being sent a super chat. I'm really curious to know if Alex would have turned out at least semi-normally if his parents didn't screw him over by homeschooling.
Maybe, but, like, this ego and this insecurity and this weird need for control comes from somewhere. Again, I would not be surprised if he has some sort of OCD or ADHD or both, you know, and I'm sympathetic to that on some level, but he obviously never got his shit together the way he should have.
Oblivion Blade TD sent a super chat. Why isn't my fan base a perfect hive mind? This is so irritating.
I know, there's so many lolcows that think like that, too. There's some people who watch my videos who aren't into my art. There's people in my Discord who don't watch my videos.
Yandev, give me dopamine or leave me alone.
Basically, he just wants the dopamine of saying he is the guy without doing anything.
Jessael sent a super chat.
Oh,
You would
thank
think
you.
he would have gotten better at scanning the emails to see if it was worth looking at. It is super easy to get better at looking for specific words and to add it to an internal ban list to move on.
Or filtering emails by words, you know. You could set up filters in Outlook so easily. So, like, any email with this particular phrase or word, put in this folder, you know? Like, there were so many solutions, but all he wanted to do was bitch and moan.
Hazaki Kentai sent a super chat. Woo yeah baby wee, that's what I've been waiting for, that's what it's all about, woo.
I can't even remember I can't even, like, figure out what that was a reference to, but thank you, Hazaki. Thank you for your enthusiasm.
Thomas93 sent a super chat. Is he also why Half-Life 3 still hasn't come out?
I'm gonna say yes. It's Alex Mahan's fault somehow. Half-Life 3 will come out when Yandere Simulator is finally finished.
Denmark sent a super chat. Midori.
Midori, our girl Midori. We stan her because Yandev mistreats her, so she's ours now.
Space_Prince, sun with face emoji, sent a super chat. Help my cat threw up wag do I do.
Is that what scared the creeper away?
The Signboard sent a super chat. Did he ever make a Discord server like most devs?
He did, and in fact, people do speed runs of getting banned from his server. If you post certain pictures of him, or have a particular name, or post the Chalice meme, or any other memes to do with him, you'll be instantly banned. There was one guy who got banned in like 0.3 seconds, I think. That was great.
Dana_Brain sent a super chat. How about this suggestion, Alex? Delete your email.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, or have a volunteer-only email.
Emu sent a super chat. Late to stream tax.
Thank you. I guess the problem with the volunteer-only email is that he had teenagers as volunteers, so the chances that they'll leak the email is pretty high. But that's also why he should have just been paying professional adults. But yeah, we've all we've been over this all before.
Errand Alpha Eagle sent a super chat. He must have been patient only a long time ago.
Yeah, like before he was ever before he was ever on the internet, probably.
Merc Mouser sent a super chat. It's peeved me off for years when he says he doesn't want to babysit a secretary. It's called employee training. He's proactively demeaning them.
Yeah, and again, he would have only hired a teenager.
A super chat. You force me to treat you this way as Lily speak.
That is basically what he's saying, isn't it? It's like, because you guys are so annoying and won't listen, I have to yell at you.
Jason, sent a super chat. Holy Yandere.
Yeah, Yandere's Yapdarian, yeah. Yapdare simulator. We should do a simulator of being him.
Master Clockwork sent a super chat. Okay, I know it's off topic, but you should check out the Hoppers trailer.
Hoppers trailer? Maybe at the end of stream if I remember, which I probably won't, I'm sorry. But yeah, that would be a funny game idea. Like, you know how people have, like, game dev simulator and stuff, do one like that, but it's a day in the life of Alex Bahan? There's a free game idea for you.
The QA Signboard sent a super chat. TBF, it worked for Omocat.
That sounds vaguely familiar. Can't remember who that is, though.
Marina Bjornovna sent a super chat. My first time catching a stream. This guy puts on a voice like Leo, it's so cringe.
Who's more annoying, Lio or Alex
Venus
Mahan?
sent a super chat. At this rate, Odysseus will have gotten high faster than Yano finishing his game.
Damn, that's quite a deep cut.
Neo Kaiser sent a super chat. You can also join Sai's Discord using my method. Constantly annoy Sai every single day until she finally lets you in.
Now. Kaiser and I have been in the same general internet orbit for like the last 20 fucking years. I'm just stuck with him.
Hazaki Kentai sent a super chat. It was for when Midori was on screen.
Ah, yes, our girl Midori. Thank you for clarifying, Hazaki.
Space_Prince, sun with face emoji, sent a super chat. My cat threw up. This is Yandiv's fault.
It's the sound of his voice. Just makes cats spontaneously vomit.
Denmark sent a super chat. Almost forgot my straight tax.
That's right. That's the most important tax to pay is your straight tax. I demand reparations because of Casey Anthony declaring herself an LGBT advocate. This is where the whole tax meme started.
Bylonic sent a super chat. I've had an idea to make a manga since I was 13. Once I let go of thinking it had to be perfect, it took a lot of pressure of now it's fun again.
There you go. That's also the thing. Like, just, yeah, I have that perfectionism problem as well. You see in how long it takes me to make fucking comics, and I'm trying to get over that too. You know, we're all learning and growing together here.
Cats Rule 110 sent a super chat. Thank you for being my background noise while I work on a college project.
Always honored to be. Always honored to be your background noise. And thank you for the gifted subs. It looks like the effect went off, but it's subtle. Little sparkles show up on the chat.
Mirth Mouser sent a super chat. Hardbound was a cute RPG that I backed on Kickstarter and loved the demo. Unfortunately, 8 years later, I'm still waiting to play the full game.
Yeah. I kickstarted the Yogscast game back in the day, not thinking that they would probably finish it, but I never got that fucking poster.
Thomas93 sent a super chat. One Piece will end before Yandere gets released.
Oh god, I feel like One Piece is gonna be repeatedly rebooted for the next, like, 100 years or something, you know? That's what's gonna happen. Anyways, that is Kalimara talking about this call. I also recommend her video. But, yeah, Yandere Dev actually, deleted his apology video soon after putting it up. But, of course, a bunch of people re-uploaded it to hold him accountable.
Sabine Brown sent a super chat, beating this topic like a dead horse.
Yeah, I sure am. I mean, that's what the thumbnail kind of implies, doesn't it? Oh, and thank you, Miss Jasmine, for more gifted subs. We're gonna have more people into Discord tonight. Just remember, if you integrate your Discord and YouTube accounts, it should add you automatically. Man, that effect doesn't go off repeatedly like I thought it would. Oh well.
Steph the Scientist sent a super chat. As a recovering homeschool kid, these guys scare me.
Oh, at least you know you're getting over it. You're healing from your homeschooling.
Sabine Brown sent a super chat. Dead horse girl like Fumimi resume and right gamers.
Why can Japan turn anything into a fucking teenage schoolgirl? Why? What is wrong with that country? Anyway, speaking of schoolgirls. I don't know why this is in the middle. I haven't really watched. So here's the man himself. Let's get a good look at our boy. You may throw your tomatoes as you please. This is Alex Mahan in the flesh with a face filter on, clearly. There are horrifying images of him streaming, where he does not look this good. And I will assume he is wearing a baseball cap because he is balding. That is the only reason why a man ever wears a baseball cap indoors. He is balding. When I wear a baseball cap indoors, it's because I'm trying to hide that I haven't brushed my hair today. Or that it's wet. Because sometimes I just throw a hat on when I go to the supermarket or something. You know? Oh my. We're throwing all sorts of things at him today. I'm just gonna let this go on for a little while longer, I guess.
Strasberry sent a super chat. Sabine. People literally voted for this.
Shh, that was totally real fake Sabine. Don't worry about it. Alright, I think he's been sufficiently tomatoed. I feel like I can't even take down the Distractotron until you guys are done. You guys are throwing too many tomatoes at the screen. It is impeding the progress of this live stream. Anyway, okay, no, oh, shit, wrong button. So, I've turned my numpad on my keyboard into, like, a ghetto stream deck, and I'm still kind of getting used to it. Okay, now you're just tomatoing Sapphire. That's just, Ruby's gonna come after you. She says we'll have to defend the honor of her wife. Anyway, so, yeah, after Oh, we got one more super coming. We got so many tomatoes flying anyway.
Sobbing Brown sent a super chat. Whose skin did he steal? Skinwalker mother F you.
I think it's just a filter in the lights.
Sent a super chat. Guy looks like one of those vague police sketches.
He does! Bro's out here looking like a police sketch. Holy shit.
Thomas93 sent a super chat. He's not worth the fruit. Throw rocks instead.
Ah, well, you see, rocks cost bits, but you can throw them. Tomatoes are always free, though. One day, I swear, I hope Viewer Attack, like, comes up with a YouTube option. I would love that. I would love YouTubers to be able to throw tomatoes as well. If not, one day, I will probably, like, get somebody to write a YouTube bot for me that lets you guys do that somehow. Because I've been looking into custom bots and stuff recently, because YouTube is so anti-fun, and doesn't let us have cool apps like this tomato thing, which people watching my edits also love. I can't even see the fucking screen anymore. There we go, there's a rock. There was a rock in that tomato.
Nick Wolf sent a super chat. What I'm hearing is that Uma Musume, the horse girl game, needs a game mode where you go around sabotaging / doping up horses to fix races in your favor.
So what, are they gonna do like a Nancy Kerrigan thing and like break each other's ankles or something?
Nick Crest Tyson sent a super chat. Stoned, was playing Burger Shop 3, how's you?
We're about to watch Yandere Dev's disastrous apology video he deleted that I never got around to in the main series, but we're doing one less wet fart of Yandere Dev today. That's a good phrase for it. So anyway, I'm not gonna play the horse girl games, guys. It's for lolicon gooners. Come on now. Anyway, let's even though there's tomatoes all over the screen, and we have a catchy song playing right now. Oh, this is actually a good song for this. Let's listen to his apology. Because if you don't know, there is audio out there. I'm not gonna play it because it's gross, but there is audio out there of Yandev talking one-on-one in DMs with a teenage girl who's around 16, flirting with her, calling her cute, telling her he missed out on his high school experience. Yeah, it's bad. It's very bad. It's very, very bad. So this was his apology for that, and we're going to start listening now.
Hello, I'm Yandere Dev, the developer of Yandere Simulator. Last year, an extremely serious allegation was made about me that I would like to address. The accusation is that I attempted to groom an underage fan of my game. I will take accountability and admit that I did discuss inappropriate topics with a fan. However, the accusation that I deliberately attempted to groom this fan is false. In this video, I would—
It doesn't have to be deliberate. It could be unconscious. You could, but it's still grooming, my dude, and you're still trying to manipulate a young person into doing things you want that they should not be doing. Yeah, Yandev is 30-something. Is he 35 now? Hang on, let me. Alex, Mahan, Yandev, age. I wrote Haman instead of Mahan by accident. How old is he? Oh, he's 37. Oh, I thought he was a bit younger than that. So currently, I guess he was born June 30th, 1998. So he's gonna be 38 soon. Boy. Was Anthony here? Hello. So he's not that much younger than me. Yeah, that makes the flirting with a 16-year-old girl even worse. I can't even imagine. I can't even, like, what the fuck would you even have in common with a 16-year-old? You know?
Space_Prince, sun with face emoji, sent a super chat. Tomatoes aren't hard enough, boo. Sumi trailer truck emoji, 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 Sumi trailer truck emoji.
No, don't hit him with a trailer truck, though. It could be Truck-kun. What if he ends up in an isekai where he gets to have a harem and everything he ever wanted? That would be terrible.
Sobbing Brown sent a super chat. Yanev calling you cute is like Dino calling you tasty.
Ugh. Well, yeah, especially when it's preying on an underage girl.
Thomas93 sent a super chat. At Space Prince. Neither are trucks. Bullet train emoji. Railway car emoji. Railway car emoji. Railway car emoji.
In Minecraft, of course.
Wringing sent a super chat. Dude, high school is overrated.
It is. Anybody who's over the age of 25 and still thinking or talking about high school is just pathetic. And most other adults will think they're pathetic. People who just... Oh, thank you for the 50 gifted subs! Sweet 10 Sour. That's a clever name, too. But yeah, like, anybody who's still talking about high school over the age of 25, unless it has to do with, like, their own children, is a pathetic loser. And yeah, he basically was upset that he didn't get to go to high school and get the experience he's seen in his Japanese animes. Even though that experience is not realistic at all. It also is based on Japanese culture, so it wouldn't be like that in America anyway. It's like watching Disney Channel shows and going, why wasn't my school life like that? It wasn't like that because it's completely unrealistic. That's fucking why. You know? Man, I hated high school even when I was a teenager. I really don't get it. You know?
Nick Wolf sent a super chat. Sorry Alex Amon. Everyone else has stands now.
We have stands now? Would his stand be? Next
Ragnar
guy's finished
sent a super
last.
chat. Did the math. He went through 4 emails / hour max.
Really? From the number of emails he said he did? That's funny. I'll believe you.
Ikiway Signboard sent a super chat. My HS years were so lame. Skull emoji.
I had friends. They were fine. I just didn't give a fuck about high school. You know?
Nicholas Tyson sent a super chat. Yandere dev smell like greasy garlic nuts and just as greasy too. My high butt is hungry for crappy Italian food. You get up there.
Get yourself some Applebee's right now. Sounds like you need it.
In this video, I would like to apologize for what I feel I should apologize for.
I'm going to apologize only for what I feel like I should apologize for. That's not an apology, my dude.
Master Clockwork sent a super chat. I'd love to have Minist out on high school.
Yeah. I don't know about homeschooling, though. That seems
Bylonic
worse.
sent a super chat. He would have been bullied so hard in AHS.
And maybe it would have done him some fucking good. You know? You know, like, yeah, bullying can be bad, but sometimes when somebody's like an obnoxious little douchebag, they need to get told, you know? Seriously.
Strasberry sent a super chat. Probably because he doesn't feel like he has to mature if he's dating a 16-year-old.
I mean, that's probably on the unconscious level, yeah. And of course, well, he also goons over anime girls, and anime girls are usually what? They're usually 15, 16, right? So he's applying that to real life people, even though teenage girls in anime are also not realistic at all, you know? Okay, I think we're done. But yeah, that's a real interesting take. I will apologize only for what I feel like I need to apologize for. Off to a great start, 26 seconds in.
In this video, I would like to apologize for what I feel I should apologize for. But I would also like to give you the full story so that you know what is true and what isn't true. Let's start at the beginning. Last year, a fan of my game contacted me and wanted to chat. Usually, when a fan tries to talk with me, I just tell them that I'm too busy. But this person seemed really nice and friendly and funny, so I decided, you know what, sure, let's talk.
It has nothing to do with the fact that she was a teenage girl. I usually ignore people that send me messages because they're 12-year-olds or they're greasy men my age, but this one was different. This one was different. She was freshly 16. And thank you for more gifted subs. We're gonna have a lot of new people in the Discord. Like I said, try to integrate your account. Sometimes I put up links for people, but got a bit of a troll problem recently. I don't want any links floating around at the moment, so... But you should be able to integrate your YouTube and your Discord account, and it'll dump you right in the Discord automatically, so there you go.
She let me know right off the bat that she was 16, but I didn't...
And that's when you should have stopped talking to her. That is when you should have closed the DM and said, oh, I'm sorry, this is not appropriate for us to be talking one-on-one like this. That should have been the end of it right there, Alex. If you were a normal functioning adult, that would be it. But obviously, you wanted to talk to this 16-year-old girl.
She let me know right off the bat that she was 16, but I didn't see any problem with that. When I was 16, I had online friends that were in their 20s and 30s, so it just didn't feel weird to me.
Did you have online friends, or did you just happen to encounter adults on social media? Because there's a big fucking difference between the two. Yeah, I was like 10 years old on AOL when I was a kid, and there was probably adults in those forums and chat rooms I was in stupidly as well. But, yeah, that doesn't make them friends, you know? Just because you happen to be in communities that also had adults in it when you were 16 doesn't mean they were online friends. So you're just saying you wanted to be online friends with this girl who told you she was 16. Like, your first thought upon hearing this girl is 16 is, oh, maybe we can be online friends. Like, yeah, only a minute in and he's basically confessing.
In the beginning, our conversations were normal, but she had a kind of adult sense of humor, and every now and then she would bring up a topic or ask a question that wasn't really appropriate.
The child came on to me, says every creepy guy who preys on children.
When this would happen, I wasn't entirely comfortable with it, but I rationalized to myself that it was no big deal and just kept talking with her. Eventually, I must have said something that sounded like a red flag to her, because at some point she started to record our conversations just in case I turned out to be some kind of predator.
Which you are, but also the girl was being manipulated by another adult to record and to ask leading questions. We have two adults who should not have been talking to this child at all, like using her as a proxy war. I forgot what that other creator's name was, but that's some pretty fuck shit too. That they were just like, oh yeah, keep talking to him, but record it so we can get dirt on him, basically. So this whole situation was just fucked, but it never would have happened if Yandere Dev didn't elect to talk one-on-one in DMs with a 16-year-old girl in the first place. So, you know, this was still on him. You're still the adult in the room, my guy.
She showed our conversations to a YouTuber, and the YouTuber decided, yep, this guy seems like a groomer. We need to expose him. From what I've been hearing, it kind of sounds like the YouTuber started...
It was like some ACC retardation. It was. Again, I'm trying to remember what this other YouTuber's name was. I might look it up while we're listening to this. Let's get some super chats through, because they're pretty funny.
Always sent a super chat. Whoever wants to go back to high school is either insane or peaked in high school.
Yes, basically.
Dana_Brain sent a super chat. Have you seen the animation of this apology video? It's hilarious.
We'll look that up next, I think. We'll look that up next.
Kill Mickey Mouse sent a super chat. I only make exceptions for exceptional children.
Oh god, I mean, that's basically what he's fucking saying, isn't it? You're special.
Sent a super chat. She sounded mature for her age. Whoop whoop police.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. It's exactly what he's saying. It's all the classics.
Weak Freak Animation sent a super chat. She had a very adult sense of humor. Maybe it's you who have a childish sense of humor, Alex.
That too. Yeah, it was like, oh, well, the child was talking about sex first. Nothing I could do, except you could just close the DM and not talk to them, or tell them this is an inappropriate conversation, or, you know, just not talk to her in the first place. That could have been the thing.
Stevens sent a super chat. My dude, you are a grown adult.
A few words before...
Ah! Sorry. I think I found the person who,
Sweet Tin Sour sent a super chat. Keep making good vids, Jasmine, D.
Thank you. Anyway. And thank you for the super chat. So, I think it was this Ali person, Ali Soon, was the person who convinced the child to keep talking to Yandev. Pretty sure it was this person, but don't take my word for it, so, yeah. They wanted the scoop on this, so they told the child to keep communicating with him instead of just get out of the fucking situation. So that's good. That's definitely some irresponsible ACC-style bullshit.
Crossover Productions sent a super chat. Honestly, I decided to do a reclamation project for Yandere Simulator because I like the characters. Basically, it's about Senpai asking Ayano out, and she realizes she has no idea how relationships work. Hijinks ensue.
That would be kind of funny. Did the chat break again? No, it's showing, No, don't you fake me out. Seems to be working fine. I do have my backup just in case. I think it's on the caster one right now. So yeah, shock it wasn't Lio doing this. Lio Convoy, how come you haven't covered Yandere Dev? I'll probably do another Lio Convoy stream in the future at some point. I'd have to scrap up some more material to watch from him, though. But there's other videos of him in the fucking lion mask, apparently. I saw that on Crispy's video, so...
Sabine Brown sent a super chat. Honorai was chained to the laptop head to reply.
You're right. Your Honor. I couldn't not talk to the 16-year-old girl.
Like the YouTuber started coaching the girl on how to manipulate me into saying things that would make me look bad, which wasn't...
How can you be manipulated into saying sexual things to a 16-year-old girl, my guy? You're in your 30s. Oh god, it was the teenage girl taking advantage of me. I'm really the victim here, guys.
What the girl wanted. But you don't have to just take my word for it. The girl has written a statement about the entire situation, giving her side of the story. I've put a link to it in the description below. I won't tell you...
He also manipulated the teenage girl in writing a document. That was proven. There were comments from him in, like, the Google Doc telling her to reword things. So, again, two fucking adults using this 16-year-old girl in a proxy war with each other. And Yandev just shouldn't have even been talking to her in the first place. This whole thing was a clusterfuck.
You what to think about it. You're welcome to read it for yourself and draw your own conclusions. So, with the YouTuber apparently instructing the girl on how to steer our conversations in an inappropriate direction, our discussions got pretty weird. I wasn't...
And you are the adult who could have put a stop to it and just elected to stop speaking to this girl. And again, you're like, oh, I don't normally talk to fans one-on-one, but she was special. Had nothing to do with her being a teenage girl. She was just funny, guys. She was just funny and nice. So I talked to her specifically and no one else. Uh-huh.
I wasn't comfortable with it, and I tried to
Oh, there you go. There's a reason, Twitchians, to lurk in the YouTube chat. You might get a gifted sub. You might get slapped by the gifted sub fairy. So there you go.
I wasn't comfortable with it, and I tried to express that, but like an idiot, I just went along with it anyway.
Guys, I was peer pressured and bullied by this 16-year-old girl into having sexual conversations. Me, at my tender young age of 35. You know, like, give me a bucket break, bro. Again, he can't manipulate anybody but teenagers. No adult is gonna believe this shit.
Because I had gotten into the habit of being really candid around this girl and just casually responding to whatever she said, it was very easy for her to get recordings of me answering questions I shouldn't have answered and discussing topics I should not have discussed. And the YouTuber then used those recordings to make a 40-minute long video accusing me of being a groomer.
Groomer? You know, when I do finally get a soundboard, maybe that will have to be one of them. Groomer. I love the way he says it. He's trying to sound incredulous, but he just sounds so fucking disingenuous. Was this video 40 minutes? The video on Yandev that this person made. This is that Ali Soon person, who I think is the one who got the teenage girl to, keep talking to him. But again, it's his fault for having sexual conversations. So, yeah. Oh boy, she did a lot of... Oh yeah, it's about 40 minutes, so yeah, this is probably the right person. I'm probably not slandering some random-ass person. Probably, maybe. Oh yeah, buy my merch! Buy my merch! Anyway.
Out of respect for all of the people in the world who have actually been groomed, we should use the word grooming correctly.
We shouldn't call me a groomer. Out of respect for people who have actually been groomed, I care, guys. I care. This is definitely not me just trying to save my own ass. I care.
Grooming is when an adult tries to establish a relationship with a child with the intention of exploiting or abusing the child. That doesn't describe what I did. I didn't develop a friendship with the girl for that reason. That wasn't my intention.
Why did you want to develop a friendship with a 16-year-old at all? Probably because he wishes he was still a teenager. He wants to be a 15-year-old anime shonen protagonist. That's what he wants. That is his dream. That is his biggest fantasy. He wants to be a teenage shonen protagonist harem star with a bunch of teenage girls fawning all over him, and he kind of had that at conventions, and that's bad enough, you know. So, but yeah, again, why were you establishing a friendship with a 16-year-old at all? What was your motivation here, especially when you previously said you don't normally talk to fans? You just happened to see this one was a 16-year-old girl and went, oh, she's special. She's special. She could be my friend. Yeah, it was totally innocent, I'm sure.
That wasn't my intention. I did not attempt to establish a romantic or sexual relationship with the girl. But
except you talked about sexual things with her, which normalizes it to the child, and normalizes her talking about sexual things to a 35-year-old man. So, yeah.
After having my behavior explained to me as commonly associated with romance, I can understand how it was interpreted that way.
Oh, woo, I'm just an
I feel like it's
being.
worth mentioning that a lot of the remarks I made only sound bad when they're out of context. For example,
yeah?
There was one time when the girl jokingly said, "You should make an OnlyFans." And I said, "No, that's dumb. No one would ever want to see that." And she said something like, "Come on, it's so easy to make money on OnlyFans." And when I heard that, I thought, whoa, that's a little concerning. Don't tell me that social media is brainwashing this generation to think that they should just go directly into porn the second they turn 18, because it's...
This is not what it sounded. I wonder if... Now I'm trying to think, maybe I can find... Because he didn't play any of the audio, of course. But, yeah, the girl jokingly says, make an OnlyFans, and he's like, are you gonna make an OnlyFans when you turn 18? And she goes, oh god, no. And he's like, why not? If you're gonna suggest it to me, why wouldn't you? And it's like, bro, that is some creep shit. I can only find other people, like, reacting to the audio, though. Seeing if I can just find just the audio recording. Oompaville's done it, Charlie's done it, all these people. Well, the audio is out there, but trust me when I say it's creepy, and he is mischaracterizing it.
It's the best way to get rich quick. That's a little concerning. I wanted to know if she was joking or if she was being serious. So
I was totally just concerned for her safety, guys. That's why I asked her if she's gonna get an OnlyFans when she turns 18. It wasn't like I was hoping for that outcome.
Asked her, are you planning to start an OnlyFans? And of course, the YouTuber used the recording of me saying, are you planning to start an OnlyFans? To frame me as someone who initiates horrifically inappropriate discussions with children, which is just completely dishonest. There's a part of me that wants to go point by point down the list of every single questionable or suspicious thing I said and provide context for absolutely everything, but that's not really the main issue here.
Really? I think the main issue is the things that you said, yes. That is the main issue here, my guy. But I think he said he was gonna do a follow-up where he would do that, and then of course he deleted this video and just tried to pretend it didn't exist. But he'll go like answer like every single criticism about his game, like line by line, criticism by criticism, but he won't do it here for some reason. That's sure interesting.
For one thing, a lot of the stuff I said is just weird no matter what the context is. I'll just admit it. But more importantly, I never should have let conversations like that happen in the first place.
Ding, 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 ding! You shouldn't have been doing any of this in the first place, and that is why you were in trouble, and I don't think you actually understand that.
In the first place, a normal, mentally healthy adult would have just blocked the girl immediately after the very first time she said something inappropriate.
Yes.
But I didn't.
Or the first time she said
and
she was
having
16.
to face that fact was a wake-up call that made me realize I had deteriorated mentally. So, after this whole
You only now realize that. When was this? This was like a year or two ago, yeah.
controversy happened, I decided to take some time to just reflect and try to figure out how I had turned into the type of person who would let something like this happen. After talking it over with a lot of different people, I think I've developed an understanding of exactly how things got to this point.
Oh, tell us.
And I think I have the vocabulary to explain it now, too.
Tell us.
Over the past 10 years, I neglected absolutely every aspect of my well-being in favor of working on my video game project.
It's all because of Yandere Simulator, guys. No one suffers more than him. No one suffers more than Alex Mahan making this video game nobody even asked for. It's because of the emails slowing down the progress that made him deteriorate, and then he flirted with a 16-year-old girl. So really, when you think about it, it's his teenage volunteers' fault.
I almost never left my house for any reason. I had no social life whatsoever.
That's on you, my guy. And again, I really do think there is an aspect of, like, legitimate mental illness here. I really think there is. I do.
I had no one that I could call a true friend. A lot of people warned me that they could see my mental health deteriorating and that I was exhibiting a lot of self-destructive behavior.
Yeah, people have been telling you this for the last 10 fucking years, my guy, and you never listened to anybody, and now you kind of have to. That you've just gotten yourself in the ultimate trouble you possibly could.
And I just ignored all of them. I was lonely and depressed and miserable and getting worse every year and doing nothing to make any of it better and ignoring all of the warning signs that were being given to me.
I don't think this is self-awareness. I think he is just saying this is a roundabout way to get pity, basically. You know, like, well, guys, it's because of my mental state that I did this. I've been so depressed, you guys. Don't you feel sorry for me, guys? Don't you feel sorry for me? I've worked so hard, and I've chosen to never leave my house, and chosen to let myself get this way. Don't you feel bad for me, guys? So really, when you think about it, you can't be mad at me for this.
When you neglect your psychological and social needs that badly for that long, you eventually become so desperate for social interaction and positive affirmation that you become willing to have inappropriate interactions you shouldn't be having.
But again, you usually ignore fans who contact you, except for this one person who happened to be a 16-year-old girl. Why wouldn't you speak to other adults in your life, perhaps? Or, you know, if you had any adult fans of your game, that is, of course, which I don't think you do.
As long as it's fulfilling the social needs that have gone completely unmet for years. Acknowledging all of this was step one. Step two was determining what I would have to change about my life in order to repair the damage that I had done to my psyche over the past 10 years.
Oh, yeah.
So, I decided to just step back from game development for 3 months to just work on myself.
Guys, he solved all of his decades-long mental issues and bad behavior in just 3 months. What a miracle. He fixed everything off-screen. Just trust me, guys. I have fixed all of my mental issues. I have no more at all.
And try to develop a more healthy lifestyle. I started seeing a therapist. I started leaving my house.
A lot of people think he just went to BetterHelp, which I agree.
And going outside and interacting with other human beings. I experimented with hobbies that don't involve the use of a computer screen. I found a much better work-life balance. And most importantly of all...
In only 3 months, you fixed the work-life balance you've been complaining about for 10 years? Yeah, I believe you, bro. I believe you, bro.
I made friends. I developed a social life. I made meaningful connections with people my age. That made...
I don't believe you. I don't believe a single word coming out of your mouth right now. He's like, oh, I started going to the club, guys, and my depression just disappeared. 3 months. 3 months. I did everything everyone's been telling me to do for 10 years, which is go outside, make real adult friends, and stop hyper-focusing on things that don't matter. I totally turned it all around in just 3 months, guys. Everything is better. So keep supporting my game, even though all my voice actors left me over this.
Made a bigger difference than anything else. I no longer feel so desperate for social interaction that I'd be willing to have inappropriate conversations just to fill some gap in my life.
You could have easily had inappropriate conversations or racy conversations with willing adults your own age, guy. You can have all sorts of kinky, weird conversations with other consenting adults all you damn well please. But for whatever reason, you decided you wanted to talk one-on-one in voice calls with this 16-year-old girl. Inkro says, what's my favorite Steven Universe character? Geez, you think it's maybe Spinel, the one I've dedicated an AU comic to? I think it's Spinel, guys. Jasper's a close second, though. I think poor Pearl has slipped down to 3rd place. I'm sorry, Pearl. She would hate me for that. She's very competitive.
I feel like I've removed the weaknesses and vulnerabilities that enabled this entire situation to happen in the first place. It's worth mentioning that sometime after this entire controversy started, 2 images started to circulate. These images are fake Discord screenshots depicting interactions between me and children.
The only evidence related to this he'll show. He won't show any of the screenshots between him and the girl. He won't play any of the audio. But he'll show the ones that were fake to see, guys, people were faking stuff. So, you know, just think about that. You know, some of this was fake and everything. So just keep that. That's the one thing I want you to retain in your mind, that there were fake screenshots. I won't show you any of the real ones. I won't play the actual audio for you, but just keep in mind there was fake screenshots, guys. This is not manipulative at all.
Children that have never actually happened. These images were either created in Photoshop or made by an impersonator using my username and avatar. This isn't the way that people speak to other people. This is the way that you write dialogue.
How would you know? He's like, I went outside and made friends for the first time in 10 years, and he thinks he can say, in what ways humans communicate? You okay, buddy?
Dialogue when you're trying to make a comical image for the internet to laugh at. These are not real. Another piece of information I would like to address would be the claim that I was grooming this girl ever since she was 9 years old. That's not true. Apparently, she sent me an email 7 years ago. I'm assuming it was just typical fan mail. I always respond to every fan who contacts me, so I must have replied and said something like, "Hey, thanks for your kind words. Glad you like the game."
I'll give him this one. I don't think he was in constant contact with this girl from the time she was 9. I will give him that one. But again, he is focusing on only the stuff that was fake and not really addressing the stuff that was absolutely real.
But just the fact that she had contacted me when she was 9, and then later she contacted me again last year, somehow magically transformed into a narrative that I had been grooming her for 7 years straight.
No, but you were grooming her by having sexual conversations with her and normalizing that to her, you, a 35-year-old man, and her, a 16-year-old girl. That is grooming. That is definitionally grooming.
Oh, that's not what happened. That's just something that people made up. But, even though I didn't harm a child, even though I didn't traumatize or victimize anyone...
I think you've traumatized plenty of people with your existence, Alex. Mostly your volunteers.
I do feel that I've made mistakes that I need to apologize for. I allowed myself to deteriorate into a person who is making horrible decisions on a regular basis that not...
I'm apologizing for letting myself get into this terrible mental state you should feel sorry for me about. It's all about me.
only harmed me, but also the people around me. By making some incredibly stupid and careless remarks during conversations I should not have been having, I created a huge...
I think bro went to ChatGPT to write a PR statement for him or something. This almost sounds like a professional PR statement, but it's still very incompetent. Like Saber Sparks was way better.
I created a huge, completely unnecessary scandal and made myself into a figure who is so controversial that people are afraid to be associated with me or have any...
Me. This is how it's all affecting me. Me. This had a bad effect on me. What about the girl? What about the girl you and another adult were both using to get whatever you wanted out of her?
Afraid to be associated with me or have any kind of connection to my game. As a result, people who enjoyed contributing to the project had to quit.
You're right, Neo Kaiser. This would be vastly improved if he had a ukulele. You're correct. That was his one mistake with this.
YouTubers who enjoyed playing the game had to stop. Companies had to sever all ties with me.
No kidding.
And a lot of fans were deeply hurt and upset. I'm sorry for having stupid, inappropriate conversations I never should have had. I'm sorry for neglecting myself until I created problems for everyone around me. I'm sorry to all of the people who I ignored when they warned me countless times that my behavior was becoming more and more self-destructive. And I'm also sorry for one other thing. After this whole controversy started, people started targeting anyone associated with me or my project for harassment.
Notice he isn't apologizing to the girl he wronged. He's only apologizing for things that directly affected him. Nowhere is he saying, I am sorry to this girl who I had these inappropriate conversations with and the effect and damage that had on her. Nowhere does he say just that. Which means he's not fucking sorry.
People even targeted the girl that I spoke to, spreading misinformation about her and spamming her with horrible images.
Oh, see, the only bad thing happening to her is in relation to him. Other people are harassing and harming her. He didn't harm her, but other people are harming her now because he said something dumb that he is going to just vaguely not even associate with a conversation with her. You know, this is such slippery shit, man. This is such slippery fucking shit. He's a trout flopping around on the deck of a boat that you're trying to pick up.
It's one thing to screw up your own life, but it's another thing entirely to screw up so badly that you bring hate and abuse and harassment into the lives of others just for being associated with you.
You brought harassment into this girl's life by having sexual conversations with her, but you will not address that at all.
I am deeply sorry for that. I just hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me.
I am so deeply sorry. I'm being so sincere right now.
Well, now that I've owned up to what I did wrong and established...
You did it! You did it at all! You didn't own up to fucking anything! You fucking snake!
Now that I've owned up to what I did wrong and established that I'm not a groomer, where do we go from here?
How did you establish you're not a groomer in any of this? All you said was, well, what I did wasn't really grooming, because I just decided to be friends with a 16-year-old on a whim, and for no actual purpose or reason at all. So it couldn't have been grooming. It just couldn't have, guys. So we've established that now, and everything is solved. And yeah, and the real problem was, my mental health is bad. The same thing I complain about in every single video I upload. I'm depressed. I work so hard. Everybody feel bad for me.
Here. Well, I don't think that 3 months of self-care are enough to magically fix every flaw I've ever had.
No, nothing was fixed, and I don't think you even, went to a therapist or met people outside your house. I do not believe you.
I'm sure I still have plenty of room for self-improvement, but I'm doing a lot better mentally now than I was before, and I think I'm ready to get back to work. I'm going to continue releasing updates for the game, and I'm going to continue releasing videos on my secondary channel. I understand that there's probably going to be less people contributing to the game, less people playing the game, and less people supporting the game, but I just have to live with that. No matter what kind of numbers I have, whether it's views or downloads or income or anything else, I'm still going to keep working on the game. It's too important to me for me to ever give up on it.
That's called the sunk cost fallacy. And actually, him talking about a secondary channel reminded me of another thing I found. And I'm so glad I was reminded of it. I found a clips channel of him, and it's full of some wild fucking shit. So before we go on to the blog, we're probably going to check out some of that.
There's a lot I would like to say about the current state of Yandere Simulator and the future of the project, but that's not what you clicked this video for. So I'm just going to write all of that in a blog post and link to it in the description down below. Just in case it wasn't already clear, I just want to firmly state that I don't blame the girl for anything that happened. And I don't want anyone to harass her or make fun of her.
I don't blame the girl, except I said she was the one who started the sexual conversations, and me, the 35-year-old adult, just went along with it. You know, I just went along with it. I shouldn't have done that, guys. But you know how it is. Yeah.
In the comments section or anything stupid like that. So if that's what you were planning on doing, don't. Over the years, there have been a lot of other controversies as well. Some of them I never addressed at all, and others I attempted to address, but...
Oh, somebody sent me the audio, guys, of him talking to the teenager. I guess we'll listen to that, too.
I just mishandled it.
Oh, in the animated version, right,
botched it and made things even worse. So eventually, I'd like to make a video, kind of like this one, where I actually address those past controversies properly. I can't guarantee when it will happen, but it is something that I do want to do in the future. With that said, there is one false accusation that I think is relevant enough to address now rather than later. I don't want this to turn into a long, rambling video, so I'll make this quick.
It already is!
There are a lot of people who are under the impression that I advocate for abolishing the age of consent and replacing it with a sex license.
Okay, he didn't even need
that is not true.
To talk about this.
10 years.
This was some shit he wrote under his old identity, Eva Zephon, where he got into some discussion where, like, what was it he said exactly? I'm trying to remember now. It was some discussion where he said there if there was a test that, you know, completely proves somebody was ready for sex, a teenager could realistically pass it. I think that was his argument. Yeah, he might explain it anyway.
Years ago, in 2014, I had a debate with someone about whether or not age should be the sole determining factor in deciding whether or not to judge someone as an adult. I argued that just because someone has blown out an arbitrary number of candles on their birthday cake, that doesn't necessarily guarantee that they are competent enough to make certain life-changing decisions. If you want to drive a car, you have to pass a driving exam and earn a driver's license. So I thought, what if it worked the same way with becoming an adult? What if there was some sort of exam or test that you had to pass in order to be recognized as an adult and authorized to make certain purchases and decisions? Well, if you think about it for like 2 seconds, you can immediately identify like a million problems with that concept.
Why are you why are you even talking about it?
It's not an idea that I put any thought into. It's not some deeply held personal belief that I will die defending. It was just a random hypothetical thought experiment I came up with 10 years ago while I was being contrarian towards someone in an argument. But sadly, that's just one of dozens of random offhand remarks I've made over the years that have been screenshotted and used to paint a completely inaccurate picture of who I am and what beliefs I hold. So I think that when I eventually make a video to address past controversies properly, I should also clear up a lot of misinformation and misunderstandings as well. For now, though, I've said everything that I wanted to say. Thank you for your time, and thank you for being willing to hear me out.
So that was, yeah, that was his apology video. I think I might have found the clips channel I found before. I couldn't remember what the fuck it was called. I'm so mad at myself now. I thought I had saved it. But anyway, I'll let some supers come through while I'm fucking around on my end.
Dana_Brain sent a super chat. Why does it seem everyone online being accused of being a groomer seem to not know what groomer means? It drives me crazy.
Because it behooves them to not.
Sent a super chat. Yeah, that's not the only definition of grooming.
Grooming at its most base definition is the preparation of another person to fulfill, like, some sort of thing you want them to do. So, like, it's not always negative either. Like, somebody can be groomed to take over the vice president position in their corporation. You know, they're basically, you know, being, or like a prince is groomed to be the next king of the country. You know, that is how it was originally used. A lot of times we see it as specifically sexual grooming these days. So it's usually good to have that sort of adjective on it to make sure, you know, you're talking about the right thing. But grooming doesn't only mean sexual grooming, but, like, even if he wasn't, like, grooming this girl for sex, he was still grooming her into being willing to talk about, like, weird shit with him. And he was still just using a 16-year-old to have, like, friendship and attention. That's just bad.
Adrian Parchman sent a super chat. Death battle. Yandere versus Nom Nom Nami. Who would win?
Oh, God. Well, Nom Nom Nami actually interacted with the child she preyed on, so if you don't know, there's some documents out there where a person says when they were 14, Nom Nom Nami came to their house, lied to their parents that she was also a teenager, stayed overnight in their bed, and made out with them when they were 14, and Nom Nom Nami was in her 20s, and Nom Nom Nami had her own document saying what they said is accurate, so yeah, there's your backstory there.
Denmark sent a super chat. Ill take didn't happen for 400 Alex.
Yeah, it's funny because his name is Alex.
Wringing sent a super chat. This is just like that one creep that texted a 15-year-old, kept her number, then texted her 3 years later asking if she was legal yet.
Ew. What is wrong with some men?
Brown sent a super chat. I only went to the brothel to ask how to the place.
That's basically what he's saying, you know? Like, he's so full of shit.
Strasberry sent a super chat. Ah, yes, let it happen like it's not his fault.
Yeah, it's just this mysterious, compelling force that just drew him in. Nothing he could do.
Vonzi01 sent a super chat. I did not have sexual conversation with that teenager. Sure, Yandev. Unamused face emoji.
I do have the audio now. I was sent it.
Always sent a super chat. Don't think I've seen his big nose once this stream because of all the tomatoes.
Yeah, have we seen his face? His expressions are kind of funny. Maybe in the edit, I'll have to edit in the original video.
Sent a super chat. The email demon used its foul magics and made him talk to that minor.
Yeah, it's all their fault. It was OKCX. Thank you for sending me the audio. It's probably cursed.
Bylonic sent a super chat. He never leaves his house. Of course he has mental health issues.
Yeah, I mean, I think even before all this, he had some mental health issues, though, personally.
Master Clockwork sent a super chat. Being touched starved isn't an excuse.
Definitely, like I said, he could have fucked up sexual conversations with other consenting adults. You could do that.
Parchman sent a super chat. Midori Yandere Dev. Yandere Dev. You are a freak and need some help, and I'm leaving you for Pixie.
Yes.
Midori out. Kissing face emoji.
We decided,
emoji.
We have rescued Midori from Alex, and we've rescued Pixie from Lily Orchard. They're both these creators' straw man teenage girls that they abuse, and now they're both in college and dating. We've decided this. This is the continuity of the Psy stream.
Sabian Brown sent a super chat. YouTuber apology bingo. Psy. Look it up. Easy win.
That's true. That's true.
Dead City sent a super chat. No way this dude is calling himself the victim TF.
He basically is. Subtly, but he's doing it.
Jessael sent a super chat. Press X to doubt this entire video.
I saw a bunch
I
of X's in
forgot to pay
chat.
my me tax.
Oh yes, thank you. Pay your taxes, everybody. Thank you very much for your support.
Dana_Brain sent a super chat. Some guy outside. Cool shirt. Yanev, I made a meaningful connection.
Probably. We're friends
Sent
now.
a super chat. Haven't seen his face since the start of the vid lol. He's more tomato than man now.
He's more tomato than man.
GM, artist gamer mage, sent a super chat. Listening to Yanev whine about his life makes me want to start aggressively cleaning my apartment.
It's good motivation. Good motivation. We should all clean our
Brown
apartments
sent
today.
a super chat. Fun fact, he used dev money on strip clubs.
You know, he'd have to leave the house to go to a strip club. What he spent it on was a sex doll.
Dana_Brain sent a super chat. Johnny mouth washing, is that you?
Nothing is my fault, ever!
Thomas93 sent a super chat. I'd roast him, but my mother told me not to burn trash.
Damn! That's a good one. That was a good burn right there.
Sent a super chat. Yanev investigated Yanev and found no wrongdoing.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. We've established I'm not a groomer now, have we?
Anthony Gramuglia sent a super chat. Yandev, oopsie doopsie. I did a wacky fuck.
I mean, that would have been a more dignified apology if you just said that.
Anthony Gramuglia sent a super chat. He wants to administer that sec test. And grade it.
Oh no! Oh god. I disavow.
Lillian Micros sent a super chat. Your Honor, in my defense, she had a license.
Wasn't that in a Michael Bay movie? Some dude was like carrying around like a business card with like the Romeo and Juliet laws on it. Like that's that level of creep shit right there.
Sabine Brown sent a super chat. You're plowing too fast, I suspend your license to plow. Strasberry sent a super chat. I just kept saying pedophile stuff offhand.
Yeah, I just got tricked into flirting with this 16-year-old girl, as you do.
Adrian Parchman sent a super chat. Thanks, Gamer, for using
Oh my God,
and Juliet lone moment.
Same hat, Adrian, same hat. I didn't even see your super ahead of time, I swear.
Bell Rocky sent a super chat. Men. Coffee
Some men.
emoji.
Yeah. I know, not all men, but enough men.
Igor sent a super chat. I've got a better one. Yanev versus Jason Afex, aka Furry Yanev.
Oh god, I don't think I've even heard of that one. Oh no.
Nick Wolf sent a super chat. I yearn for the mines. Yanev, probably.
I yearn to put him down a mine shaft as well. I think we all do.
Bell Rocky sent a super chat. Also, here's my aromantic tax. If I can't fall in love people, then I can love the downfall of pathetic men.
I guess that's healthy.
Artist Gamer Mage sent a super chat. Yanev, when life gives you lemons, groom a fan.
Bite right into the lemon is what he did. You know? All right, so get the bully music on. Let's get some Silent Hill music on while we listen to the audio of him talking to this teenage girl. I'll probably speed it up a little bit. Where's my Silent Hill music? I know some of it was playing earlier, but I have like really creepy ones. I guess good enough. No wait, I want this one. Okay. Here we go. It's 2 minutes long, guys. Are we all ready to cringe?
There's this one really important thing to remember, and that's that all the money I get is donations from people who want to support me. And if I start
why this is so fried and echoey. I remember hearing this before, though, and it was like this.
working less, then they will think, oh, he's not working, he's lazy, I should not support this guy. Okay, let's just hypothetically imagine I have an only.
I think they did this to disguise the girl's voice, maybe. You can barely hear her, but it doesn't really matter.
Fans. Now, what do I post on the OnlyFans? Do I just make it look with pictures of me? I don't think I'm good looking enough for anyone to want to subscribe to my OnlyFans.
That's the first true thing you said.
When you turn 18, are you going to start an OnlyFans? Well, how can you recommend that someone else do it if you wouldn't even be able to do it yourself? Yeah, you're very skinny, and that's...
He was just so concerned, guys. He was so concerned that she thought going right into porn was a viable career option for her after she turns 18. He was just so, that sounds like definitely the way he asked that sounded like he was very concerned about her future, as he said. Yes, definitely. Yes, and then the next thing he says is even worse.
Yeah, you're very skinny, and that's kind of hot. Sorry, am I a bad guy for saying that? Should I go die?
That sure doesn't sound like she prompted you to say that. That sure sounds like you decided to say that and then immediately guilt-tripped the teenager saying, oh, should I go die because I said you're hot? Do you hate me now because I said you're hot like everybody else? Like, It's so gross.
No. Am I a bad guy? And I can see where they got the idea from, but with context, it's not. Yep, that's my life right there.
More depressing music.
I asked you if you were a virgin. And then my phone rang. Very conveniently, I had to go flee to answer the phone call. Here's a question for you. What makes you think it's possible that I'm a virgin? You asked me that, and I didn't answer. What was it? You're like...
So basically the answer is yes, because you're being so avoidant about it, but also you shouldn't be talking about this with a 16-year-old. Just because a 16-year-old asks you a sexual question does not mean you have to answer it. This is the same fucking shit Courtney Pete was saying. Like, well, the teenager I was talking to asked me a sexual question, so I had to answer it. But I answered it educationally. Definitely educationally. Totally not her real mother was very concerned.
Maybe you were shy in college, and you haven't had any time to meet people because of Yandere. Yeah, exactly. If I'm a virgin, does that make me a pathetic loser?
You heard it here first, guys. It's because of Yandere Simulator that he's a virgin. Like, we've been new, guy. We've been new!
I'm a pathetic loser. It's like, oh, this guy has no riz. He can't get any girl to sleep with him. Pathetic. Maidenless. No bitches? Like, and half of you are?
Yeah, no bitches is definitely an appropriate thing to say to a 16-year-old girl, Alex. Definitely.
Half of you you're not? Because, like, if you're not, then, like, good for you, you're not. But if you are, like, You want to steal my first time? Well, I'm not very...
Well, again, she did not prompt you to say that. You said that all on your own. So,
experienced with ladies. Because everyone gets so mad about kids. Like, you can't sexualize minors. I mean, you can't disagree with that.
oh god, this next part. I forgot about this.
There's nothing I can really say about that. Mother Nature sexualizes minors. Puberty starts to give breasts and wide hips to children before they turn 18. I'm unable to do this legally challenge.
You heard what he just said there. It's Mother Nature's fault for giving teenage girls boobs. It's not my fault I find them hot. Because they grew boobs. It's their fault. Again, the words of every creep and rapist. It was the girl's fault for tempting me. Not my fault for doing the bad action. Yeah, of course. It's your fault for existing, female child. Definitely doesn't give girls really bad complexes about their bodies when you blame them for the sexual assault and sexual harassment they get.
It is so hard. What's the weekly challenge? Don't wait. Oh my god.
Okay, so that was the end of the audio. I think there's more. But I'm not gonna go look it up. But thank you, KCX. I have no idea how to pronounce that, for sending me that. Thank you. You can blame them. Everybody blame them.
Dead City sent a super chat. That's it, bozo. I'm revoking your sex certification.
Well, he's a virgin, so I don't think he ever passed the test.
Kill Mickey Mouse sent a super chat. He was concerned about her hypocrisy, but he wanted to logic brew her into making enough.
Basically, he thinks he's fucking slick, but he's an idiot.
Weak Freak Animation sent a super chat. Negative Riz.
Yeah, this is worse than negative riz. This is hitting up a teenage girl. What do you even call that? Being a fucking predator, I guess is what you call that. Yeah. The answer's kind of obvious. Anyway, so we're gonna look at the animation somebody did. I don't know if there's music, so I'm gonna turn off my music. So we're gonna watch a funny animation of the apology video we just watched.
Huh,
Let's this is from Saul. Has 1 million views. Okay, I'm gonna put this on the big screen just so we can all enjoy this.
Last year, a fan of my game contacted me and wanted to chat. Usually, when a fan tries to talk with me, I just tell them that I'm too busy. But this person seemed really nice and friendly and funny, so I decided, you know what, sure, let's talk. She let me know right off the bat that she was 16, but I didn't see any problem with that. When I was 16, I had online friends that were in their 20s and 30s, so it just didn't feel weird to me. In the beginning, our conversations were normal, but she had a kind of adult sense of humor, and every now and then she would bring up a topic or ask a question that wasn't really appropriate. Our discussions got pretty weird. I feel like it's worth mentioning that a lot of the remarks I made only sound bad when they're out of context. For example, I wanted to know if she was joking or if she was being serious, so I asked her, "Are you planning to start an fans?" A normal, mentally healthy adult would have just blocked the girl immediately after the very first time she said something inappropriate. But I didn't. I had deteriorated mentally. Over the past 10 years, I neglected absolutely every aspect of my well-being in favor of working on my video game project. I almost never left my house for any reason, and I had no one that I could call a true friend. I was lonely and depressed and miserable and getting worse every year and doing nothing to make any of it better. So I decided to just step back from game development for 3 months to just work on myself. I started seeing a therapist. I started leaving my house and going outside and interacting with other human beings. I experimented with hobbies that don't involve the use of a computer screen. I found a much better work-life balance. And most importantly of all, I made friends. I developed a social life. I made meaningful connections with people my age. I'm sorry for having stupid, inappropriate conversations I never should have had. And I'm also sorry for one other thing. Ooh.
No!
What a nice view.
No, it's like a Rickroll at the end.
Looking pretty
That's
good
right, cover
there.
the screen in tomatoes. Save us, chat, save us.
Here, honey, come down. Come down and give your lover a kiss. That's a good girl. Where did I put there? Oh, God. I just hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me.
I thought this was gonna be the end. Okay, this is the end. He's advertising now. Very good, very good. There's so many little visual gags in there. Oh, that's good. Alright, now for some fucking around. Before we go on to the blog, actually, I will probably take a break and feed my pets first, but... Wait, where the fuck is... I just had the fucking channel. I just had it. Oh, here it is. Okay. So this is a clips channel. It just takes clips of, out-of-pocket shit Yandere says. Yandere Dev says during his live streams. And this is potentially a fucking goldmine. So, I wonder what the most popular one is. Let me look. Oh, yeah, where he was, like, laughing creepily at deformed Lisa Simpson. Yandev reads an email from an angry mother. Yeah, we'll definitely be watching some of these before we go on to reading his blog for the end of the stream. But I'm gonna take a quick break and feed my pets. I'm going to put this down in Distracto Vision. And I will leave you guys with some music. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, some dated. We'll put you on some dated. If you like the music I'm playing here, go check out Ill-Advised Records. And we'll have some super chats when I get back, alright? So, BRB. I said BRB. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. So let's check out some of these ridiculous clips. Oh no, wait, first super chats. That's right, I said that.
Kitten Fart sent a super chat. This is art. Absolute cinema.
Yeah, that animated video was great. This is good shit. You should go subscribe to Saul.
Vanzi01 sent a super chat. Do you have a Senji to raise? Scared face emoji.
I don't have a Sangi. What? Maybe I guess Alex would have to be my version of Sangi, wouldn't it? If I'm gonna rip off Deadwing Dork even more than I already do. Well, I have to say, you might think I'm ripping him off when I do a voice like this, but no, we're both ripping off Red Letter Media, you see. So anyway, no, the puff is mine.
Adrian Parchman sent a super chat. Why does he have Lisa Simpson sticker?
We may never know. We may never know. But he has a weird thing with Lisa Simpson, just like Chris Chan. It's all connected, guys. Ugh. Anyway, I need the puff. I need the puff after all that. I need some weed. It's legal here. Don't at me. So oh, let's see. Here's a compilation of him playing Getting Over It. It's like 7 minutes long. If it's too boring, we'll switch to another one. Let's just check. We're just gonna check these out at random and see what happens.
The air is salt. The floor is salt. The walls are salt. No! No!
Is that you describing your house?
My PC lagged.
Nothing I could do!
Okay. No! Okay. Play a fun game. Can't you tell I'm having so much fun
So
with this game? Such a fun game.
I hope you guys appreciate my game streams now. I hope you appreciate them.
Just love it when I fucking fall down and lose progress. It's the most exhilarating feeling in the world.
I will never miss an opportunity to make Darkside Phil references. I don't even follow him that closely, but just nothing I could do cracks me up for some reason.
What could be better than falling down and losing all my progress? How could I
that's
possibly
that's your life.
not enjoy this wonderful experience? This is the part I suck at. Well, I could say that about almost every part. Okay.
Yeah, that's all the parts you suck at, man.
Yes! Yes, fucking God! A fucking getting over it God! Yes! I am fucking God! Worship me! Worship me!
Did people actually watch him play games on Twitch? This is so annoying.
I'm so fucking good!
Still on Twitch. I did wonder that earlier.
My pro strats. Check this out. Boing! Grab on. Like it's nothing. Like it's nothing. It's nothing to a pro like me, to a pro getting over it player. Like, once you reach this level, I'm like an ascended Super Saiyan. Once you reach this level, nothing even
He's trying
scares you.
so
Nothing
hard
even
to be
challenges
funny.
you anymore. See this? You see that orange? You see that orange? See that orange? Bah! That was me.
Even searching on
Fucking-
Twitch,
oh.
this stream is coming up.
You see, I did that to scare you. To make you think I was gonna fall. But I was never gonna fall. Because I got
Yes,
this.
he has
I
an
got
account
this.
still?
Well, that was
No, he's
really,
not
really
coming
good.
up.
I got this. I mean, there's like not even a problem here. There's not even, there's not the stake.
Okay, this is lame. Alright, I'm done with that one now. Yandere goes to a maid cafe. Oh god, oh god.
Welcome home, master. I'm Clara, your clumsy maid. Oh, master, is this your first time here? I'm so happy you came. This is your home. So please relax. So what will your order be? Relaxing coffee. A coffee filled with love. Even a clumsy maid can make this super easily. Ooh, hot tea. A tea filled with care. Even a clumsy maid can make this easily. Love pancake.
Maid cafes are real things, and yes, it's a fetish.
Whipped cream is topped at the table. Might be hard for a clumsy maid. Sincere omelet. Comes with free ketchup art. Might be too much for a clumsy maid.
Alright, do you say anything like
Hardest
creepier
thing
than
on
this?
the menu. Hop to it, chop chop.
In that case,
Now I will start drawing with sincerity on your omelette. Let me see. What should I write? She's probably going to squirt the entire bottle or something.
Wasn't being clumsy like her gimmick?
That's exactly what I called it, okay? I called
You're the one who wants a toddling ditzy anime girl as a girlfriend, though, which is why you go after 16-year-olds.
it. I was trying to write earth-shattering. Isn't that like the most complicated kanji you can possibly write?
Probably not, but... Alright, let's let a few supers go through while I look at a few more of these.
Adrian Parchment sent a super chat. You
What?
know Yanef could be Anthony long-lost cousin given they look alike, without the glasses /J.
Anthony, is there something you would like to tell us?
Paco601 sent a super chat. Slice scribbles. There, I got it out of my system. Anyways, hey y'all.
I'm never
Kitty
gonna...
Fart sent a super
have
chat.
people stop
I'll
doing
tell
that.
you where it is, just please stop.
I also get Switcheroo artist!
Thomas93 sent a super chat. I can feel my brain cells committing suicide as I listen.
Good, this is the intent of us looking at these as well. I'm so glad I remembered this channel existed.
Anthony Gramuglia sent a super chat. This is what hell sounds like.
Hell would just be having to listen to Alex Mahan babble on about nonsense forever. Yeah, that sounds about
Adrian
right.
Parchment sent a super chat. Sing let's all laugh at YouTuber that never learn a thing. Thank you Yahtzee.
It's all left at a YouTuber. Doesn't learn I forget how that fucking tune goes, but yeah.
Lillian Likerus sent a super chat. Always have this thought anytime you show someone the creepiest thing isn't always when they're mad, but what makes them happy or laugh.
True.
Saucy Louise sent a super chat. The victim in that video was Persona 5.
And I don't even like Persona 5, but I agree. Okay. Let's,
Nick Wolf sent a super chat. Number 1 who goes for the suwu, poop emoji, baby has self-respect. Awa sent a super chat. Gotta see the Cuphead rage clip.
We watch the Cuphead rage clip every time, you guys, but sure. Yandere, Cup of Rage. Here we go. We have to watch it every... I usually find a way to work it into the edits, too. Somehow. Here we go. Just warning, because he really screams angrily here, so just brace yourselves. I'm keeping it down, the volume down a little bit. I think he was going for a no-hits run or something, that's why he's so mad, but... if you get this worked up, you probably just shouldn't even do anything that challenging. At all. You know? And how many keys did he, like, just knock off that keyboard just now?
Paco601 sent a super chat. Even if this is hell, at least it's not I have no mouth and I must scream.
But imagine having no mouth and having to listen to Yandere Dev, you know? You would want to scream and not be able to. Anyway, okay, there you go. We got it out of our system. Let's see. Well, there's also this one that came up. Yandere Dev being unlikable for 3 minutes straight. Maybe let's check this one out for a second.
Back in the 90s, I was in a very famous TV show.
Based.
But like, as long as somebody is in your party. You're a fucking retard, sold out. Go fucking kill yourself, dumb shit.
I've heard these
You're a
before.
fucking idiot.
That's just how I talk on my stream, so I don't know why that's so.
Receive an avalanche of emails every single day. Depending on how much email I get, sometimes I spend between 8 and 12 hours going through my
This is the
email,
one we just watched, yes.
leaving me with no time left in the day to write code for the game.
Yeah, well, who's laughing now? Who's laughing now, you fucking morons? Because the Nintendo Switch came out and I fucking predicted it. I was right.
Nah, this is boring. Fine. Anyway, I okay. What is this? What is this?
All right. Here come. I'm gonna turn it off. Gonna turn it off now. You're gonna hear my real voice for the first time. All right. Here we go.
Okay, my voice changer is off. You are now hearing what my voice actually sounds like. Yes, that's right. Yandere Dev was actually a cute loli the entire time. But don't get any weird ideas. I'm not going to sit on your lap, you baka hentai oni-chan. Okay, time to turn my voice changer back on.
All right. So.
Now, I considered using voice mod again to change my voice to Yandere Devs when I read his blog, and I'm glad I didn't bother figuring out how to do that. Yeah. Okay. That was fine. Yandere Dev exposed Nintendo's pedophile agenda. Okay, let's find out what this is.
That sucks. I go to Zora's domain, and I find a little Zora girl. And she's like, I want to throw a bottle with a love letter in it into the river, and whoever it floats to will be my husband. And I'm like, okay, that's cute. Okay, throw the love letter. And she says, I can't follow it because my mommy says I can't go too far from home. Can you please follow the love letter and see who it goes to? And I said, okay. So the love letter drifts down the river, and there's a bunch of obstacles, and you have to blow up the obstacles so that the love letter doesn't get destroyed.
I don't like where this is going.
And this was like fucking way too long. It lasted way too long, but eventually the love letter goes down the river, goes all the way down, and it reaches at the end of the river. It reaches here. It stops right here at this guy. And this dude right here gets the love letter. And he opens it up, and he's like, "Oh, it's from the Zora girl that I've been talking to. We've been exchanging letters. I want to meet her. I want to meet this girl. We've been talking so much over letters. I want to meet her." And this guy right here. And so I tell him, "Yeah.
Okay.
She really wants to meet you, dude. You should go to Zora's domain and meet up with her." And she's like, "I'm gonna do it. But do you think it can really work out between us?" And like, it gave me these options, like say yes or say no. And I say, yeah, love conquers all. You can do it. And so it's like, all right, I'm going to do it. So he gets up and he goes to Zora's domain.
Where is
and
this
I really
going?
wasn't sure what was going to transpire. You know, I wasn't really sure exactly how that was going to go down.
Yes, I use the bucket tool.
Let
Don't
see if
at
this
me.
one- this one is the best one to load. So let me just reiterate something. This Zora girl who put the love letter in the bottle was a child. Like, she was a little kid. This was a little kid. I thought that the bottle was gonna wind up.
Are you sure it's the localization? Because, like, a young girl dreaming of finding her husband is just very, very Japanese plotline. I'm just saying.
In the hands of a Zora boy, you know? Little girl sends a love letter, a little boy finds it, and they promise to get married, and, you know, 10 years later they get married, you know? Like, I thought it was going to be some cute, sweet little side quest. But then
No, see, Drunk Spinel was not canon to the comic. I only drew her there as a gag while I was working on this page. However, You can buy it as a sticker. Ignore the comic I had up earlier. Where is the stick? Can I search my own damn store? That would be good. It's part of a sheet anyway, so... Because I just released the new merch today. There we go. So if you want Drunk Spinel, you can buy her as a sticker. Along with some other art that hadn't been stickers yet. On fourth wall. There you go. There you go.
Bottle goes to it lands at this human...
Anyway, this is boring. I thought that would be funnier. What is this? Yandere gets abducted by aliens.
In my dream...
Yeah, he's saying Zora need to stay with their own kind.
I woke up on an operating table, and I looked down at my body, and I was missing a bunch of my skin, so I could see into my body.
I think he's talking about a dream.
And I was missing a bunch of bones and internal organs, but they were forming as I was looking down into my body. It was like my body was being 3D printed from the inside out. And there were these people around me, and they were kind of dressed like surgeons or doctors or something. And one of them, like, stabbed me or injected me with a syringe of something, and I fell unconscious.
In a dream you fell unconscious?
Then I woke up again, and I was still on the operating table, but when I looked down, I had a complete human body. And I looked around the room, and I was in some kind of, like, sci-fi looking room. And it was dark. It was dark inside the room. And one of the walls was a giant window that was showing me what was outside of the operating room. And it was just the stars, just the night sky. There was no ground or horizon, which means that I was in space. I realized I was in a spaceship.
What the fuck is
so
bro on
I
about?
got off the table and I started looking around the room at like all the sci-fi machines and tools around me, and I couldn't recognize or understand anything I was looking at.
That's you usually.
And then I approached a door, and the door opened. And standing on the other side of the door was an alien. And he was the most cliche alien you could possibly imagine. Like, a skinny human with green skin, no nose, and big black eyes. You know, that typical little green man Martian thing. And so he held up one hand. And I understood, oh, that's a greeting. So I held up my hand, too.
How do you
so,
figure?
Now that he was aware that I was, like, lucid and that I was friendly, he started talking to me in perfect English. That's just the way it worked. That's the way it worked in the dream.
Man, your imagination sucks.
And he starts explaining to me what my situation is. And this was kind of explained to me like as a serious...
He said, stop working on that game, you're going to ruin your life. This is a warning from the universe.
Series of images, but I'm not going to tell you about images. I'm just going to tell you the story of what happened. So I died about 5,000 years ago, which would be like modern day. Like in 2021, I died.
I think he was having a mental
and
break.
The exact circumstances of my death, the alien could not tell me. But I died in a way that perfectly preserved my dead body, like a mummy. And the human race went extinct sometime shortly after I died. And recently...
Because of course you're so important, the whole human race would go extinct right after you die. Yeah. It's not like the world would just go on without you, Alex.
Which is like the year 7000. Some aliens discovered Earth and the ruins of human civilization. And the aliens were like studying Earth like it was this cool mystery to unravel.
It was all the Mountain Dew and Twinkies that preserved his body.
Modern day archaeologists would study like Mayan ruins or something like that. And the aliens have this machine that allows them to revert any object back to a previous state. Like, if you lit a piece of paper on fire and it turned into ashes, and then you put the ashes into the machine would be able to turn those ashes back into a piece of paper.
Bro, that's just the ending of AI. You're just describing the ending of AI.
So they discovered my corpse, right? My, like, mummified, preserved dead body. And it was, like, the only human body that was so well preserved, they could put it into their machine, and their machine could convert me from a corpse into a living human being. That's what happened at the beginning of the dream when I woke up on an operating table and I saw my body forming. That's what.
Well, if you were preserved perfectly, why did they have to rebuild your entire fucking body then? How does that make any fucking sense? Your dream is stupid.
was happening. The machine was bringing me back. So
And that's just Mass
I
Effect
asked him,
2.
does that mean I'm the only living human being in the universe? And he explains, actually, there is another.
Was it a
He
16-year-old girl?
explains to me that about 1 year ago, when the aliens were like doing their archaeology on Earth and looking at ancient fallen, destroyed, the ruins of human civilization, they discovered another perfectly preserved human corpse, like me. It was a woman.
I knew
They
it.
revived her using the same machine that revived me. But when she woke up when she was brought back to life, she was hostile. She started fighting the aliens who revived her. And then when she defeated them, she stole one of their spaceships, and then she just warped away to some unknown part of the galaxy. And since then, like, nobody knows where she's been.
And that woman's name, Samus Aran.
But recently there's
I
been
want to
a
hear the rest of
sighting
this
her.
now.
So now they can finally start beginning to track her down.
Bro, this was not a dream. This is just a daydream fantasy you had, and you're telling us about. And said, "Oh yeah, I totally just dreamt this lucidly at night. Yeah, I totally did."
So, I guess in a full year of like excavating human ruins on Earth, aliens only ever discovered 2 human corpses that were preserved well enough to transform back into living beings. Me and then the woman that they revived 1 year ago. So they said it was extremely unlikely they would ever be able to revive another human aside from me and her. It was like a miracle they even found 2 people who could be revived. In other words, there's only 2 human beings left in the universe. Me and this woman.
In other words, the only way I can get a woman is if I am literally the last human man in existence. At least you're being honest, Alex.
And so immediately I start thinking, the only way for the human race to survive is if I can track down that missing woman. And start...
Bro, you cannot make a viable population out of just 2 individuals. The genetic line would get so fucked up.
like repopulating planet Earth with...
Sorry, couldn't the aliens just use your eggs and sperm to do that with like some generic variation? You wouldn't even have to bang. They have this miraculous technology, and you think you'd still get to bang her? You wouldn't need to bang to do this.
her. But...
In fact, it would be impractical for you to repopulate the human race by just getting her pregnant, because you can only have one baby, like, a year. That would be incredibly inefficient, so let the aliens do it by harvesting your DNA. You know? Obviously, this is your gooner fantasy, though, and you haven't really thought this through.
Considering the fact that she, like, single-handedly kicked a bunch of alien ass and then stole his spaceship and then successfully figured out how to operate it and then flew away. I don't really know. What am I supposed to expect from this woman? If I track her down and talk to her,
She's way too good for you.
Cooperative, or would she just be hostile? I don't know. But after hearing the alien tell me about this woman, I'm fascinated. And I'm like, dude, I want to track her down. I want to see if I can find her and like learn more about her, get to know her or something. We're the last two humans in the universe. This is interesting.
I totally don't want to just try to smash.
I tell the alien, hey,
I'm very altruistic.
If you want to go, if you're going on a mission to like find that missing woman, then bring me along. Maybe I can help. And the alien is happy because he was hoping to hear that. That's exactly what he wanted to do.
No, the alien definitely wants me to smash.
And then like the alien
introduced
me to two other aliens on the ship. And each one of them had a specialty. Like
They
the
were
first
hot
one
blue
that I
women.
spoke to was a doctor. And the next one I'm introduced to is like this big muscular guy.
Okay, there
so I
was
know he's like the
fucking-
muscle of the group. And then the other one is like
Too many
this
details for this to
slick
actually be your
ace
dream you
hotshot
had.
pilot, I guess. It's whatever that was supposed to be about. And so the four of us, like the doctor alien, the muscle alien, and the pilot alien, and me, the human, are going to embark on a journey through the galaxy to find the only human woman in existence to try and save the human race. And that's where the dream ended.
Not to save the human race so you could smash. You know, you would definitely be doing test tube babies if you wanted to repopulate the human population with genetic reconfiguration or something.
It feels like it's the episode 1.
No, we're
of, like, a
listening to
TV
this
show
to
or
the
something.
end.
I want to know what happens next. What kind of intergalactic adventures do I go on? This was such a fun premise.
It was such a fun premise my dream had. That was totally a dream that I had. Have you ever had a dream where you you ever have you know like the Yandev dies of laughter. Okay, let's see what this is.
Every anime is the same with different breast sizes and rainbow hair.
Who was it who was just saying that? Who just said that you can sometimes tell even creepier things about someone by what they find funny? What the fuck is he even playing here? Wow, that was sure something. That was not what I expected it. Anti-feminist, anti-anime, men's right incel contacts Yandere dev. I mean, is he not just one? I guess he's pro-anime.
Thomas93 sent a super chat. This quest always made me uncomfortable.
Which question now? Oh, the maid cafe one or the Zora one? Probably the Zora one.
Thomas93 sent a super chat. What sort of fertilizer has he had his nose in?
He's too lame to do drugs, so this is just him, raw.
Anthony Gramuglia sent a super chat. It at the F. It flames, on the side of my face, breathing breath, heaving breaths.
Yeah, having a good time there, Aunt.
Adrian Parchman sent a super chat. Did anyone get the Patricia Taxon's mental update video on their feed today?
Oh dear fucking god, I'm going to do Patricia Taxon eventually,
Sent a
aren't I?
super chat. This sounds like spirit science with a crossover.
Well, the alien stuff, definitely, yes.
Paco601 sent a super chat. And then I found her and healed her damaged soul.
I hope she blasted his head off immediately. That would be the good ending.
Master Clockwork sent a super chat. So instead of Adam and Eve, it's Alax and Mr. Hand.
Yes. Correct.
Sent a super chat. Sigh out here with the world's building tips for Yandev's Gooner fantasies about him can discount Samus Merle. He was probably pitching this to his fans.
I can't help myself, okay? I have like a story editor brain. I've recently realized I like editing other people's stories more than like being the lead writer. That's like the role I want to take.
Saucy Louise sent a super chat. I beg of you, Sigh. Just one Cubs Scouts video.
Oh, we could. I do love Cub Scouts. I'll try to find a short one, though. Him just breaking Yandere Simulator was always fucking classic. I think we watched a couple last time when, Yandev and... Oh, see you later, C-Puff. Or Yandev and Jay were, like, roasting each other. That was actually rare Yandev W making fun of Jay not being able to pronounce kitten.
What the hell? You removed the best voice line from the game. The teacher's reaction, having her go, "How could you?" Like Yandere-chan betrayed the school. It had so much emotion in it. And now the only line they have, "What have you done?" has no emotion and is boring. Beyond that, I haven't played in like a year and a half, probably more, and it isn't even much better. And there's still no male option. which is fine because the main game isn't even near being good enough still. But you could make a placeholder in the chooser menu that says male, but it's not able to be selected. Either way, I doubt you even still plan on adding it. It's pretty clear you're blind to male beauty, and probably made the game in the first place because you like badass
I
females
know what video
or something.
that is, too.
And want to make a game about panty shots in a high school. I watched that video where you showed us gameplay of you playing another game where panty shots were a thing. It was full-blown Yandere sim without the murder. Whatever, though. This society is disgusting and is obsessed with and praises females. Hetero men caused their own disrespect from other men because they have no respect for themselves, men, or how beautiful men are. I can't even estimate a number of how many disgusting, cancerous profiles on Steam there are of guys who have cancerous anime girl pictures when they're a male. And some have cancerous anime girl wallpapers on the
And this is what happens when you read every single fucking email you get.
profile. And disgusting anime girl showcases, images, etc. I bet yours is no different. I love being wise.
I'm more interested in people haven't seen that manly My Little Pony video before. Really? These are gonna find it, manly. Friendship is magic. Where it? Oh, here it is. Here it is. I think. Oh, it's just people reacting to it. No, I want the original, damn it. Not your stupid ass reacting to it. Friendship is manly. Here we go. No, I'm gonna put this full screen. If you've never seen this before, it's fucking hilarious. Let me turn off my music for a second. We're taking a little intermission here to watch this. Because it's great. It's just fucking funny. This is definitely a palate cleanser. It's a manly party, guys. Of course, Rarity brings the tea, as usual. I love the internet. I love the internet. I do. Anyway, back to more Yandere cancer before I go to his blog. Yandev plays the Sperminator. I don't think I want to know that one. Yandere Dev goes down in the history books. Okay, let's see what this is.
Think back. Think back to what you read in your history books in history class. What did you read about? Did you read about boring individuals who did boring shit? No. You read about individuals who did something insane and changed the world. People who had dreams, big dreams. People who had ambitions. People who did crazy shit
So
that
not
no one
you.
else before them had ever done.
Definitely
People who
not
changed the world through their actions. People who had a goal and then they went for it. You don't read about losers in history books. You don't. You read about the people who worked
I mean, sometimes you do. There's some pretty funny, famous losers in history.
hard, who worked their asses off, and did something that everybody else said, you'll never be able to do it.
Hope he dies
That's
from
why we
lava
have
in
all
this.
the amazing shit we have today. You know why we have electricity? Because someone worked their ass off to make it possible. Are you just gonna sit there on your ass with your ass up your ass? Yes, you are, but not me. I'm gonna build a room in Minecraft at bedrock level while dealing with lava the entire time. Because that's just the goddamn way I am. And you can't stop me.
This is definitely the way
And
you
one
are.
day I'll be in the history books. It'll be
Oh,
right
you
there
sure
on
will.
page 69. It'll say, Yandere Dev. He built a room at bedrock level with the whole chat room telling him it was stupid. But he
No, I don't know, Yandev. I think you will be studied in books for sure, but there'll be psychology books and textbooks on what not to do to develop a video game.
did it anyway. And he proved them all wrong.
Oh yeah, you proved us wrong.
And when that day comes, you're gonna say, I'm sorry, Yandere Dev. And I'm gonna say, I don't forgive you. And I'll spit in your face. I'll spit in your face and pee in your eye. Because you don't deserve to be forgiven.
That escalated quickly. You know, maybe it's for the best that he's just stuck in his house making this game forever, because I think he'd be a serial killer otherwise, you know? Just put it out there. Alright, let's see. What else is in the most popular ones? Oh god, he played Doki Doki Literature Club? He played Doki Doki Literature Club? Oh god.
I take a chocolate candy and pop it in my mouth. Then I take another chocolate and I hold it up to Yuri. Give me a second. Give me a second. The mood just changed. She doesn't even look away from the book. She simply parts her lips. As if this situation was completely natural.
Oh god.
But that means I can't stop here. I apprehensively place the chocolate in her mouth. Just like that, Yuri closes her lips over it. And Yuri's expression suddenly breaks. Did I just... Yuri looks at me like she needs to confirm what just happened.
You're right, Lana Nicola. Even Monica would reject. He'd be the first man to be rejected by Monica in the entire game's history. She will break the game for real in real life to not be obsessed with him. Alright, I won't torture you guys with that one anymore. I think we saw enough of that. I know their, like, main video is kind of funny. The
Stick 'em up! This is a robbery! Stick 'em up! This is a robbery! Give me all your valuables! Put all the money in the bag! I'm robbing you!
Oh, this must be his Patreon video.
This is a robbery! Stick 'em up! Reach for the sky! Yeah.
Why is this 13 minutes long? Oh, okay.
That's garbage.
Alright, the rest of it's Red Dead Redemption. Okay, I understand now. Oh yeah, and this one, where he turned the villagers in Minecraft into anime girls, because he is that much of a fucking gooner. He can't not be around anime girls at all times.
That asshole who comes into my goddamn house. Like, this ain't yo. What the fuck are you looking at? Fuck off. What you looking at me like that? Don't look at each other and have some secret conversation. Don't look at me either. Don't look back to each other when I tell you not to look at me. Don't look at me when I tell you not to look at me. Don't look at each other when I'm telling you not to look at each other. Don't look at me. Don't look at each other. What a bunch of ass. Oh, now you're. What do you want? Wow. 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 Fuck you. Leave and never come back. Bunch of bullshit.
Did people actually find his streams entertaining? I wonder. I'm wondering this now. Yandev is horrified by turkeys. Okay, I'm curious.
Oh my god. Oh god, it's so gross and disgusting. Oh Jesus, it's so nasty. Is that what real turkeys look like? It's like they're missing all the skin or something. Ew, this is so gross.
You never seen a fucking turkey before? What the I know you were homeschooled and everything, but...
Especially the dangly thing. Ew. Why do turkeys have a dangly thing?
Why do you have a dangly thing?
It is so weird. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Is that what turkeys look like? I have to look at pictures of turkeys on Google after this, because that doesn't look right.
He really doesn't leave the house, huh?
That does not look... It looks so nasty. Look at the neck. Ew. Makes me want to puke. Oh,
I think he's actually looking at a photo of himself.
God, the colors, it just looks rotten. It just looks like the whole thing is rotten. It looks like its brain is exposed. God, turkeys are hideous. Oh, God. The turkey. The turkey is a large bird in the genus Melagris, which is native to the Americas. Okay, blah, 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 blah. That one doesn't look so bad. Like, that one's like you found a very photogenic turkey. But then you just scroll down and you see, like, these hideous Ew!
I'm mystified by this.
Ew! It looks nasty! It's like its entire head and neck has the texture of a ball sack. That's what
I would love someone to take this audio and just act like Yandere Dev is describing, like, a photo of himself. I think that would be very funny. Maybe I'll have to do that if no one else will.
shriveled ball sack looks like. It's so nasty!
Nasty.
How did I share a planet with these disgusting creatures and never once realized how hideous
How do we share a planet with you, Alex? It depresses me every day.
they are? That's an okay turkey. That's an alright. That one still looks kind of weird and sickly and diseased. Look at that. Look at that. How come every turkey looks like it has some weird disease? You know those Harlequin babies? Don't Google that. But if you've ever seen like a
Please don't. Good thing he mispronounced it, but please don't Google that.
Harlequin baby, then you know, like, this is what they fucking look like. You know, they say there's no creature in nature that is naturally blue. Uh-huh, turkeys. Bam. Gotcha.
What?
Ew, they're so nasty. Like, they have this beautiful rainbow-colored coat of feathers. Like, wow. It's like all the beauty. Like, look, if it was just this part of the bird, you'd be like, wow, what an impressive animal. It's gorgeous. Look at that beautiful rainbow coat. Oh my God, where do you see that in nature? That's amazing. A rainbow-colored creature. Beautiful. And then you see the head. Like, ew! Ew! Gross! It's nasty and diseased.
I don't have any commentary. I'm confused by this video.
I just never looked at turkeys until, like, right now. Ew!
How are you in your 30s? You've never seen a fucking turkey? How are you American in your 30s? You've never seen a fucking turkey before? What do you... We have wild turkeys in my state. I see them all the time.
God. Okay, here's how to draw a turkey. First, draw a long, dangly ball sack. Give it a beak, give it 2 eyes, put a bunch of warts all over it, then draw the body of a bird beneath it. Congratulations, you've drawn...
Are we sure he's not describing himself again?
...drawn a turkey. Human conflicts. Conflict makes it sound like it's World War II or something. Turkeys have been known to be aggressive towards humans. So I could go out and I could get attacked by one of these? Habituated turkeys may attempt to dominate.
I would pay real money for a video of Yandev getting attacked by a turkey. I would pay real money for that.
Or attack people. Dominating people, like, there's a turkey, gobble, 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 and then it just climbs on top of you and tries to dominate you? What? The town of Brookline, Massachusetts recommends that citizens be aggressive towards turkeys. Take a step towards them, not back down. Make noise like clanging pots together. Pop open an umbrella. Shout, wave your arms, squirt them with a hose. Allow a dog to bark. Forcefully fend them off with a broom. Yo, if you ever see a turkey, fucking...
These are also tips for dealing with Yandere, Dev. Amazing.
Pop open your umbrella and smack that bitch with a broom. Damn, and I thought the shit in Minecraft was scary. In anatomical terms, the snoot...
And I thought Minecraft was scary. I'm in my 30s and have never seen a turkey before. What is this man?
Food is an erectile, fleshy protuberance on the forehead of turkeys.
It's actually called a snood. That's kind of awesome.
Most of the time, when the turkey is in a relaxed state, the snoot is pale and 2 to 3 centimeters long. However, when the male starts strutting, that's when it's trying to get laid and it's showing off. The snood engorges with blood, becomes redder, and elongates several centimeters, hanging well below the beak.
But it's not a sexual organ, Yandev. So, I get what you're trying to do as a joke, but you're too creepy to make it funny.
Alright.
Friendly Monster Girl, I'm just going through a clips channel of Yandev right now, finding random weird shit he said on his streams, and he had this weird obsessive rant about turkeys that I'm just fascinated with right now.
That's a penis. That's just a description of a penis.
No, it's not a sexual organ.
If I said blah blah blah, erectile fleshy protuberance, blah blah blah, when in a relaxed state it's small, blah blah, it becomes engorged with blood and gets bigger. Hanging low.
Yes, because other species have erectile tissue other places in their bodies. So, it's not always sex organs that do that, Alex, but you were homeschooled. I don't expect you to know that.
Well, no, like pointing up at the ceiling. Snoods are just one of the caruncles, small, fleshy excrescences.
Okay, who the fuck comes up with these words, though? Like, I need to know.
Excrescences.
Like, some scientist just is sitting there going, I don't know, it's a crunkle. It's a snood. You know, don't ask me. Oh my god, it's like Tumblr language. It's like Blorbo. There's, like, real scientists out there like, I don't know, it's a fucking snood. It's good enough.
That can be found on turkeys. Yeah, I see there's a lot of excrescences here. The snood, the ball flap, the ball sack, the ball wrinkle. It's nasty. When fighting, commercial turkeys often peck and pull at the snoot. What? You know, that's like the equivalent of pecking and pulling at the snoot. That's like...
They pull each other's hair.
When you get into a fight with someone, they bite your penis and pull on it.
No, that's like pulling somebody's hair, you fucking dumbass.
Causing damage and bleeding. No! This often leads to further injurious pecking by other turkeys, and sometimes results in cannibalism, like the other turkeys eat the snood.
Turkeys engage in cannibalism? I'm learning new facts about turkeys, while this man-child rambles on about them because he's never seen one in his life somehow. Where am I right now?
And they get pissed at you, so they start eating your snood? Imagine if when people get pissed at you, they eat your penis. To prevent it... Oh my god, it gets even worse. With every sentence, it gets worse! To prevent this...
Yes, it gets worse with every sentence you speak, Alex. It's not a penis just because it has erectile tissue. Oh my god.
Some farmers cut off the snood when the chick is young. A process known as de-snooding.
De-snooding. I mean, sometimes you cut off the dew claws of puppies when they're young, too, just because they'll get in the way, so, I don't know, it's like a normal thing to do with domesticated animals.
Imagine if I chop off your penis and I call it de-penising. Oh, we got a problem here. It needs to be
de-penised. They do call it that, actually.
Imagine I chop off your boobs and I call that de-boobing. The snood can...
You know, why do men always act like boobs and their dicks are equivalent things? Oh yeah, it's very appropriate we have the chicken right now. Thank you, Miss Jasmine. The chicken that doesn't exist, of course. But yeah, why do men always act like their dicks and boobs are equivalent? It's such a weird thing.
Can be between 3 to 15 centimeters, up to 6 inches in length, depending on the turkey's sex, health, and mood. 3 to 5 centimeters. That's like, imagine the dicks could be like 3 to 15.
All right, he's just reading Wikipedia now. The spell has been lifted from me. I'm no longer fascinated by Alex Mahan discovering turkeys for the first time. I just want to see if anything else. Konami's graveyard. He's probably not saying anything substantial. I'm seeing if there's anything else that could be hysterical. I'll let some supers come through. I'll just perusing.
Steph the Scientist sent a super chat. Spike. This spell has been in the Sparkle family for generations.
Yeah, they're all Armstrong.
Denmark sent a super chat. This got a laugh out of me, I won't lie. Score one.
Oh, Yandere made you laugh. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Thomas93 sent a super chat. This is worse than hemorrhoids.
Yeah, I agree. Oh my god, he also played Detroit Become Human. Oh no.
Kitten Fart sent a super chat. Please no, not while I'm eating frown.
Too bad. You should know better than to eat during one of my streams.
Master Clockwork sent a super chat. It puts the lotion on the skin.
I don't think I want to watch Yandere Dev Teaches You How to Fist Android Girls. I don't think I want to
Kitten
watch
Fart
that one.
sent a super chat. Making fun of turkey winner nose looks like that?
Like I said, you could manipulate the audio to make it look like he's talking about himself.
Lillian Lycorus sent a super chat. DDLC makes fun of desire for VNs and the disregarding girls agency and being pursued by men, and he's too dumb to see he's who the game makes fun of.
Yeah.
Igor sent a super chat. If you have like 3 hours to kill, ask a hunter how easy it was to kill a wild turkey. The MMFs are smart.
I don't know how smart they are exactly.
Adrian Hutchman sent a super chat. Untitled Goose Game or the Size Simulator.
I do have Untitled Goose Game. I don't think I ever finished it, so...
Dana_Brain sent a super chat. New plan. Release the turkeys on Yanev's house.
That sounds like an excellent plan.
Thomas93 sent a super chat. Instead of tomatoes, can we throw turkeys at him?
I wonder if Viewer Attack has a turkey option, because they have, like, holiday ones, so...
Space Frog sent a super chat. Just got here. He kill and skin an anime girl again?
Ah, no, that was earlier. When he talked to an actual 16-year-old. That was bad.
Thomas93 sent a super chat. Can we remove this boobie?
Can we remove him as a boob? Perhaps.
Evie sent a super chat. I just arrived and I hear Yanev fisting girls.
Welcome. Yes, welcome. This is a Yandere Dev stream. What did you expect? Anyway, let's see what he said about Detroit Become Human. I am gonna grab some water real quick. I don't know what the hell did I do with my water glass. I had it. What did I do with it? I'm gonna go refill my glass while we listen to whatever the hell he said about Detroit Become Human.
CyberLife, the company that manufactured me, is conducting a user survey. Would you like to participate?
Are the questions like, would you like to fuck me? Because I'll just answer yes.
Would you consider having a relationship with an android that looks like a human?
Oh, baby, if she looks like you, then fuck yeah.
If you had to live on a deserted island and could only bring one object,
You.
what would it be? What technology do you most...
Waifu sex robots.
Yeah, he's got no riz.
Who gives a fuck? Space tourism, ain't no video games up in space, so why do I give a fuck? Brain-connected devices.
Buddy, you can bring your Game Boy on the space plane. Also, I never found Chloe that attractive, personally. I don't get it. I don't get why David Cage clearly thinks she's attractive, too. I don't know. She has a weird face.
Now that could be interesting. But still not as good as waifu sex bots.
How much time per day would you say you spend on an electronic
Just give me the option with the
device?
largest number of... Really? 4 is the only one they give? More than 4, dude.
Do you think one day machines could develop consciousness?
Oh, baby. Would you consider having a
Why didn't we
relationship
get his answer?
with an android that looks like a human? 2/3 of all players said yes. You had to live in a deserted island. What would you read? 26% of people. An instrument?
Why would you bring a console, a video game console, to a deserted island? There's no electricity, you dumb fuck.
An instrument? Who says pen and paper? Why?
I said pen and paper.
Why?
I don't get bored.
Wow, 69% of all people said more than 4 hours. The makers of this game drastically underestimated how many people... Wow. 0% of people said 1 hour. 0 people. Nobody said 1 hour.
Yeah.
Come on, you got to bump up those numbers. Those are rookie numbers. 2 hours, 4 hours. Come on, everybody's more than that, dude. Your character in Detroit. Really? Wow.
Why are you surprised everybody's favorite is Connor? He's the only one with a complete character arc and a decent story. I wanted to like Marcus, but like entire pages of his fucking character development and story are just missing. Like he gets to Jericho, everyone looks at him and says, "You have heterochromia, you must be the chosen one," and then just make him the leader. Like out of nowhere. Oh god, I will play Detroit again. I will. I love ranting about it. I will play it. I will play it again.
Ow. 4% of people like Kara the most. Can you believe that? Like, if I make a poll, you know, who's your favorite character in Yandere Simulator, like, every character will get...
Oh, wait, no, the majority was Marcus? Is it just because he's hot? It's just because he's hot, isn't it? It's just because he's hot.
Lots of votes. But with this one, it's just like 4%, 4%, 92%. It's like if I made a cast of characters and people only like one of them. That's amazing. I can't believe that. I can't believe more people didn't like Connor. He's so fucking badass. Many occasionally no. Wow.
I would describe Connor as many things, but badass is not one of them. Unless you went on, like, Terminator Connor, kill all the other androids mode, which he might have.
Oh. 0% of people said once. I said once. Wow. I bet that the developers are going to be kind of sad to see that. They're gonna say, "Oh wow, I wonder what people said on that survey. Let's check the survey results. Ooh, I wonder how many people like Kara. Oh. Well, I wonder how many people resonated with the game. Oh. Oh.
David Cage out here like, did I give you emotion?
Baby, oh my god, look at her. She's so sexy. I just want to reach into my TV screen and grab her and pull her out.
I think we all were just sexually assaulted there. My goodness. Alright, let's go to the blog.
Thomas93 sent a super chat. I'd take him with me to a desert island. Just so he'd be gone.
It's very, very selfless of you. Very selfless of
Adrian
you.
Parchman sent a super chat. At least he didn't play Beyond Two Soul.
Oh, there's no way he wouldn't be creepy with that game. Jesus Christ. I mean, it's creepy as it is, but... Okay. Oop, I was just there. Alright. Oh, he posted just as recently as 3 days ago, guys. Oh, I thought I put Destructive Vision down. Okay, here we go. So we're gonna read now. We're just gonna read for the rest of the stream. Why the fuck not? Here we go. This is his WordPress blog, the place he always tells you to go to find out information and what not to email him about and stuff like that. I kind of want to... We reread some of the anniversary posts last time, but I kind of want to read a bit of each anniversary post and then just look for anything funny. So, but let's see what he wrote about recently. So, July 13th, bug fixing build. I fixed a ton of bugs recently before I began working on the next big additions to the game. I wanted to release a build containing all of the fixes that have been made recently, so here it is. Oh, and he's got new merch as well. Hold on a second. Oh god, isn't... That's right, she's supposedly 18. Let's see what you got here. Oh, that was just the image. I want to see the actual store. I clicked shop now and it just brought me there.
Max Powers sent a super chat. If it isn't Disney taking to piss to Jim Henson's grave, it's Donald Trump spreading the gasoline. I can't believe I'm going to say this, but thank God for Netflix.
Netflix is not that bad. So, he's got like an acrylic standee? Now, how did this get made? Who is this through? What the fuck shop service is this? What is this? What is this? Who is helping him do this? Huh. I'm very curious what service this is, if it is one. Officially licensed Yandere Simulator merch designed by fans for fans. About us. Tell me. Tell me. Finally, in 2024, we received the okay from Yandev to create officially licensed Yandere Simulator merch. Like the character model of the main character is a Unity asset. Again, he kept saying that the designs would be changed and they would be replaced. But... Oh, so his shop people actually pay people. Look at that. Bonus, if you could work with vector files. Oh boy. Yandere dev involved the shop. He gives them feedback and lore information for their product designs. However, he is not involved in the daily operations, nor is he the owner of the shop. This is so weird. This is so odd. What is happening here? I wasn't expecting to find this when we went to the blog. I'm really curious how they're shipping these. Are they just shipping them themselves? Do they have, like, storage? Do they... Who are these people? Is this a scam? What is happening? They have their own... Okay, but they don't have any videos or anything on their... They don't have any, like... They have links to social media, but they don't have any posts? This is bizarre. I almost want to order something just to see if it's a fucking scam at this point. It's so weird. This is so fucking weird. There's like no information on who is shipping this. There's no address. There's no, like, formal, like, business name. This is weird. This is weird. And how are they producing these things? Are they partnering with, like, Chinese vendors or something? This feels like it has to be a scam. What, are they shipping these out of their own fucking house or something? This is weird. This is weird. It looks like it was just an ad inserted into this blog post. Okay, that's... Okay. So people are still drawing him fan art. Of course. So, see if he says anything funny here. Yandere Simulator currently does not fully support playing in 16:10 aspect ratio. It's odd. Okay, so this is bug fixes, more fan art of characters that aren't even in the fucking game yet. See if there's any substantial updates before this one. Yeah, we saw the fan art. Here's the merch store we were just looking at. Update on the 30th. Blog post is 20,000 words long, and he's proud of that for some reason. Okay. So he's still on the Amai bake sale. So it's still like an Amai challenge. He's not fully in the game still. Wow. Okay. Oh, we're just reading his blog now. This is how I'm winding down the stream a bit. I thought this would be funnier. And he still has a Discord server, guys. He still has a Discord server. Probably full of children. Oh my god, he's still doing polls! He is still doing polls. Only release a bill when there's new content, you dummy. That's what the majority of people are saying. You better listen to them this time. Medium Amai update. If you've been eagerly awaiting the day you'll refresh this blog to see a new post titled The Big Amai Update, packed with dozens of new additions and improvements for Amai's week.
Max Powers sent a super chat. By what's your favorite Muppet movie?
I haven't seen a lot of them, so I'll have to say Christmas Carol just by process of elimination. Which I like Christmas Carol in general anyway. Anyway, so yeah, Amai still isn't fully in the game. Still not. Still not. I'll just leave the supers unpaused, it's fine. And why does she look like the chick from Doki Doki Literature Club? He just posts fan art every time. New hair for... Did he say he has new voice lines for her, though? Amai's previous voice lines have been replaced with new voices. Who does have people voice acting for him again? Despite getting caught talking sexually to a 16-year-old girl. And despite flopping around for 10 years failing to make this game, there are still people willing to help him. Yeah, Natsuki. Natsuki. That girl. The pink-haired girl. It kind of looks like her. I wouldn't be surprised if he's ripping things up. Oh, look, the Occult Club got updated because the Japanese school will definitely let you wear all these accessories. And then again, it's a LARPing school, isn't it, that adults pay to go to pretend to be in high school or whatever the fuck he has now for the story. Alright, I just want to... Okay, let's go look at the anniversary post. No, I can't... Can I find the search? Because I zoomed in too much. Anniversary. So, let's see what his mood was on the first anniversary. I'm so fucking curious. So fucking curious. Alright, so this is the first year anniversary of Yandere Simulator. I'm gonna turn up the music a little bit just so we have some background noise. Alright. Hello, everyone! I usually only post updates on the 1st and the 15th days of the month, but this is a special occasion. Today is the 1-year anniversary of Yandere Simulator. As of today, the game has now been in development for 1 full year. Woohoo! Broken image. If you're interested, you can read this thread to see how it all started. Archive.moe/v/... Oh, god, it's the archive of the original 4chan thread. Doesn't work anymore, though. Sad times. I'm sure there's images out there. It's interesting to compare and contrast the original vision of the game with how it's currently turning out. Again, this is back in 2015. The game has been getting a lot of attention over the past month. This blog has gone from getting 100 views per day to getting over 73,000 views per day. The publicity is almost overwhelming. I'm very happy that so many people like the concept of the game. I hope I can meet everyone's expectations. Poorly aged things. April 1st is a day reserved for pranks and jokes, so the next serious Yandere Simulator update will be posted on April 2nd. The April 2nd blog post will have some polls that I'd like people to answer, some information for newcomers who don't know much about the game, and advice for people who want to report bugs. Stay tuned! Is this before he started yelling at people like, stop sending me emails about bugs? Read my FAQ! Which you might also look at the FAQ, we'll see. As always, I'd like to express my gratitude to everyone who has been providing me with support and encouragement as I've been developing the game. Thank you all so much. This post might seem a bit short for a 1-year anniversary post, but there's honestly not much else to say, other than I appreciate all of you, and I can't wait to see your reactions next update. See you soon! Oh, isn't that nice and positive? He used to be such a nice, positive, and polite person until people started expecting him to actually fulfill his promises. So, let's see what the 2-year anniversary is like. Today is the 2-year anniversary of Yandere Simulator. As of today, the game has now been in development for 2 full years. Woohoo! Check out this illustration, broken link. In April 2014, this blog got 100 views per day. In April 2015, this blog got 73,000 views per day. Yesterday, we hit 240,000 views in a single day. Man, he is super hyper-focused on that. It's like, it is a little dopamine hit. Every little scrap of attention he gets, that's what he's really after. You could just tell by the way he talks about it. I'm very happy that so many people have been enjoying Yandere Simulator. I hope that the game will meet everyone's expectations. Like, this is what you fucking said last year. You're ripping off yourself now. What the fuck? I'd like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to everyone who has been providing me with kind words, support, and encouragement over the past 2 years. Thank you so much. Legendary animator Weeble and popular YouTuber iHasCupquake have teamed up to create an animation inspired by Yandere Simulator. Weeble?! Dude, we keep finding people who went on to bigger and better things than him in the story of Yandere Simulator. Remember we found out Jonah Scott was in his April Fool's video? This is crazy. Okay. Okay, I'm curious. These are like... This is a YouTuber that now has 7 million fucking views. Weeble is in Weeble stuff. The Badgers guy. I think. Angelo Apocalypse was in there, too. This is some Newgrounds shit right here, man. This is better than the game. Yeah, this is like better than the game itself. This is actually, like, good. No, I've never seen this before. It was hysterical, actually. Wow. 9 years ago, the world was a different place in 2016, guys. It really was. Yandere Dev was actually kind of respected.
Yo-Yo Pizza Boy sent a super chat. Never forget Dev drank milk like a victory king.
Alright, we'll play the cum chalice video. It's like just traditional at this point.
Espionata sent a super chat. Yesterday I turned 35. I refuse to believe I'm halfway through my 30s DX.
Oh, don't worry, it only gets worse. It only gets worse. Anyway, thank you for interrupting that so he can't copyright strike me.
Humbly submit a toast to Nicholas Alexander for successfully managing to pirate Warcraft 3 so that he may play Defense of the Ancients.
Don't worry, guys.
Congratulations,
it's just
Nick.
milk.
Enjoy your Dota.
He wanted to be a YouTuber. He really just wanted to be a YouTuber. But yeah, everyone calls it the cum chalice. It's just milk. But there's just, you know, it's like that Weenie Hut Jr. behavior that Lio Convoy does, where he sits with a wine glass trying to look like a big boy, but he's got Mountain Dew in there. You know, it's that same energy. It's that same energy. So now we find out Weeble and fucking... Is it actually Weeble's stuff you're talking about? It is Weeble's stuff. It is fucking Weeble's stuff. Holy fucking shit. How did all of these talented people cross paths with him? This is crazy. Anyway, I got distracted. What? No, that was it. That was it for the 2nd year anniversary anyway. Okay. Okay. So, let's find the 3rd year anniversary post now. We'll see if there's like a progressive decline over the years. Oops, I think I lost my search place. How dare. How fucking dare. And it switched sides somehow. What? What did I do? Anyway, 3-year anniversary. Here's what I was looking for. 2017. Let me turn my music back on. Something. Let's see. We get some ooky spooky going in here, just because it's, you know, the mood of things. Ah. For some reason, iTunes keeps asking for my password. It's
Yo-Yo
really
Pizza
strange.
Boy sent a super chat. I'm over here trying to drink my milk that not milk.
It is milk. Milk.
Evie sent a super chat. Why don't they just drink actual wine? It's nice.
Because they're little Weenie Hut Juniors, that's why. You know, like I said. Anyway. The fluid chalice. A general fluid chalice, yes. Thank you, Nick Wolf, for being a member for 6 months. Alright, let's see. Today is the 3-year anniversary of Yandere Simulator. As of today, March 31st, the game has now been in development for 3 full years. No woohoo this time. To celebrate, I'd like to share this illustration created by the wonderful Mulberry, who would be his art slave for the next few years. Obviously my iTunes password is Yandev. Anyway. Over the past 3 years, I've established a lot of traditions. On Halloween, I release a horror-themed minigame. On Christmas, I release a parody of a famous holiday song. On the final day of the year, I post statistics about the game and the blog. Numbers go up. However, I don't actually have a tradition for the game's anniversary. It's just another work day. Well, that's telling. That's telling. It really isn't the game itself. It's all the attention. This man is sick. Sick in the head. In the absence of a special tradition, I've decided to make a list of the coolest, most memorable Yandere-related things that happened in the last year. Like, what, murders? What? So, he's showing off stuff other people have made again, but basking in the attention of it. Yeah. This is how you got fucked up in the head, my bro. Is this it? You're just posting a bunch of fucking YouTube videos? He wanted to be a YouTuber so bad. Which is funny to me, because, like, I didn't even try to become a YouTuber. It just kind of happened.
Nick Wolf sent a super chat. First DBH, then Yandere Simulator. What is the third for our hat trick of terrible video games having incredible fan songs and fan-made music videos?
Good question. I don't really know. Is there, like, some game out there that's, like, just not good, but it has tons of fan art? I'm sure there must be something. Wow, I haven't actually thought about it until now, but looking back, I realized that 2016 was full of wonderful experiences. I know that a lot of people think 2016 was an awful year, but it may have actually been the best year of my life. All that matters is that good things happened to me. And absolutely none of the above things wouldn't have happened without you, the fans. Thank you very much for coming with me on this 3-year journey. We are almost certainly past the halfway point of the game's development. I hope that you'll stick with me until the end. Oh, I'm with you. I'm with you, Alex. I'll be with you to the bitter end. I have to see how you die. It's a joke. It's a joke, YouTube. It's a joke. I do not recommend killing Alex Mahan. New year, new build, and 4-year anniversary. Oh, we're doubling up this one.
Evie sent a super chat. Not good game. Tons of fan art? You mean Sonic? Sneering face emoji.
Evie, them's fighting words. I mean, not for me. I was beyond Sonic. I had Nights into Dreams autism. I'm just that turbo autist.
Venom Laffy sent a super chat. Just got here, what did I miss?
I am currently reading Yandere Dev's blog. I'm reading every anniversary post to see how progressively more angry and bitter they all get. There's been a few moments of poorly aged things. It's great. I'm the DreamWorks villain you aspire to be. I'll take that as a compliment. Oh, God.
Dana_Brain sent a super chat. Hand in unlovable hand.
Thank you, Dana.
Thomas93 sent a super chat. Bet he's also why Duke Nukem Forever took so long, and came out the way it did.
Now, that took 14 years, right? Did that take 14 years? Because he's coming up on that. How long Duke Nukem Forever? No, how long did it take to come? How long did it take Duke Nukem Forever to release? I can't use my caveman speak searches with you. 14 years and 43 days. Let's see if you can beat that record, Alex. You got 3.5 years to do it now. Can he beat it? Can he beat it? I believe in him. Anyway. Alright, this is the 4-year anniversary post. On March 31st, 2014, I pitched the idea of Yandere Simulator and began developing it. As of today, the game has been in development for exactly 4 years. Wow! I've prepared a new build, and I've also got some previews of upcoming content to share with you. But before that, I'd like to show you an outstanding illustration that Mulberry created to celebrate the 4-year anniversary. She didn't want to fuck you, dude. It feels strange to let a momentous occasion like a 4-year anniversary pass by without making some sort of speech or something, so I'll say a few words about it. Click continue reading to hear what I have to say. I'm reading with my eyes, not my ears, Alex. And if you don't really care about that and you just want to see progress on the game, then click continue reading and just scroll down to the part that says recent progress. Thanks for the instructions. Anniversary thoughts. So now, you know, it's setting in a little bit. It's setting in a little bit now. This is taking too long. I think officially at 4 years you could say it's taking too long. He should have at least had the main gameplay loop by now. He could have added fun little updates after that, but he does everything ass backwards. It's incredible. Reaching a 4-year milestone makes me feel a lot of different emotions. On one hand, I think I've proven beyond any shadow of a doubt that when I say I'm going to do something, I commit to it and dedicate myself to it for years. Yes, the prolonged development is certainly a sign of your dedication and not procrastination. Definitely, definitely. It isn't just you basking in the glory of being the Yandere dev and never finishing the game itself, because the game doesn't matter to you. The adulation does, but you don't want to work for that adulation. And he doesn't have to, because people were making fan art before he even had the first rival in, so he's never had to work for the praise he was getting and the fandom he had. And that's why he's like this. Well, there's many reasons why he's like this, but that's one of them. Okay, I was laughing too hard at that. I lost my place. On the other hand, I also find myself thinking, when's it going to be done? Well, that's up to you, you dumb fuck! Isn't it? There's no doubt in my mind that Yandere Simulator will eventually reach completion, since I make progress every day and update the game at regular intervals. But I keep asking myself, how close are we to the finish line? Now, last year I said we're definitely about halfway. And now I'm wondering. I wonder why I wonder. One way to look at it is if Yandere Simulator is 90% game mechanics and 10% rivals. If 80% of the gameplay mechanics are currently functional, then the game is 72% done at this point. However, there is also a more cynical way to look at it. If the first rival hasn't been completed after 4 years, then it'll take over 40 years to finish all the rivals. To be frank, this would be a flawed way of thinking. Over the past 4 years, 10% of my time was spent on Osada. Even back then, he was admitting he wasn't working on the rivals at all. Oh my god. And 90% of my time was spent on game mechanics, so you can't judge the rate of progress on Osada by how complete she currently is. Oh my god! He is so full of shit. Not only that, but there are other factors to consider too. Once Osana is complete, much of her code could be reused. So why don't you do
Master Clockwork sent a super chat, taking bets. First, Yandere Simulator or Star Citizen, or maybe Beyond Good and Evil 2.
That's the trifecta there, isn't it? Half-Life 3, Star Citizen, and Beyond Good and Evil 2. I gotta be honest with you guys, I thought Beyond Good and Evil 1 was bad.
Sent a super chat. Toby Fox made Undertale and more than half of Deltarune faster than Yanev made one game, a game he almost had a professional dev team working on.
Yeah, and like, he did have a professional dev team working. He did have a contract with Tiny Build. They were gonna sue him for breaking his contract, and he somehow whined his way out of it. He's always avoiding consequences. That's another problem. He always gets out of trouble, so why would he, like, even want to... All he has to do is say sorry, and people will still do voice acting for him. You know? So it's just like... Oh, the mess of this man's life. It's fascinating to me, but... After this, I don't think we do have more Yandev material. As much as I love beating the dead horse. But I will be cutting all these down into their own edits.
Brain sent a super chat. Wolf Among Us 2 before Yansem. Come on, you can do it.
I don't want Wolf Among Us 2 because it's not the same team. I don't trust it, okay? Anyway, as much as I love the first game.
Ironic sent a super chat. Yanev was just chasing those fleeting moments of dopamine and wonders why he feels like a loser and an F-up.
Yeah, because he didn't have to work for it, so he doesn't want to ever work for any praise or attention or adulation or anything. But I mean, he was always like that. Like I said earlier, I mentioned how he got feedback from the guy who made Skullgirls, and he bitched about it because the guy wasn't nice. He just told him, these are the flaws in your design, blah, blah, blah. And he was just like, but I worked on this for 3 months. Why wasn't I praised by my hero? So he's always had this childish fucking attitude. Ugh, anyway. He said this shit in a video, too. I remember this. Oh yeah, all my stream sound effects are Night sound effects. and Night's music is playing right now. And Night's music starts and ends my streams. So, I have a theme. Anyway. Not only that, but there are other factors to consider too. Once Osana is complete... Oh, I already read that part.
Saucy Louise
Damn it.
sent a super chat. Make a list of things that'll come out before Ease.
Probably Final Fantasy 13 Versus, which is just, what... what Nomura's turning Kingdom Hearts into. I'll have a template that can be used to make future rivals easily. How did that work out? Because it still hasn't. If the Kickstarter is a success, and he never did a Kickstarter, I could hire a programmer to design... Yeah. We've been over all of this before. Even if Osana isn't finished until late 2018, all future rivals could potentially be created 10 times faster. Because the task would be so much easier once I have a template. Oh, hindsight is 2020. Even despite all of these reasons to be optimistic about the game's development.
Thomas93 sent a super chat. New Command and Conquer game before Yandere.
Oh, that's a good one. New American McGee's Alice before fucking Yandere Simulator is finished. Speeding up in the... reasons to be optimistic about the game's development speeding up in the future. It's really hard to do the same thing every day for 4 years in a row and maintain your enthusiasm for it. If you're working on it every day, why did it take so long?
Super chat. Fellow fanfic writers, use this as motivation. Finish your fanfic before Yansem.
That's right. You have plenty of time, though, but so no pressure, really. But... I have so many ideas for other games that I want to work on, and it requires immense willpower to maintain my focus on Yandere Simulator. This Herculean task of continuing to develop this game and just not fucking finishing it to save his fucking life. Even though he's had help, even though he had tiny build, even though he had every way possible to finish this fucking game on time. He just won't. He just won't. Because he's got some sort of psychological hang-up here. And is addicted to the attention.
Finnick Will Fox sent a super chat. New Mega Man Legends before Ease. RIP MML3.
New Dragon Age before Yanza finishes, because that series is also dead. Why can't we have nice things? Anyway, my strongest motivation to finish Yandere Sim is the fact that once it's finally complete, a whole new world of possibilities will open up for me, because I'll regain the freedom to work on any project I feel like working on. I said before, this is a prison of his own making. And he just bitches about it and won't listen to anybody who tries to help him, because he just wants to complain. He just wants to complain and get attention and have people feel bad for him. Over the past 4 years, I've seen a lot of excellent games get released. Most of these games took less than 4 years to create, which makes me think maybe I'm doing something wrong. Which makes me feel very self-conscious about how long it's taking to develop Yandere Simulator. And you think that would motivate him to go, damn, maybe I really should just have another programmer come in and rewrite the code and use my Patreon money to pay people to help me get the ship shape and get it out. But no, he won't do that. It's also made a few facts painfully apparent to me. A simple game can be created by a small team in 2 years. A complex game can be created by a large team in 2 years. But a small team working on a complex game, that's where your development time stretches out to 4, 5, or 6 years. No Man's Sky was made by a pretty small team. And it's still very well maintained and has a to-scale galaxy and cross-play, unlike every console and PC. But okay. It's hard not to think about the fact that if I'd been working on small/simple projects instead of a huge complex project, I could have released multiple games by now. You could have also kept Yandere Simulator simple. It doesn't need half the bullshit you added to it. I say this every time. We're all repeating ourselves. We're in an endless death spiral with Alex Mahan, and yet I cannot stop. I wasn't even a fan. I didn't even play the fucking game. I'm just fascinated by this man's many failures. I would be Yandere Dev, that guy who made a few games, rather than Yandere Dev, that guy who hasn't finished his game yet. Well, you wouldn't be called Yandere Dev if you had worked on smaller projects first. You'd just be that guy on Steam who sells like 5 copies tops, probably. If I could turn back time, there would be a lot of things I would do differently. I'm sure there are. I'm sure there are, buddy. Sometimes I consider asking the fanbase for permission to work on a side project, or a 1-month project, or even a 1-week game jam project, but I know that it would be a very slippery slope. If I get too enthusiastic about the side project, it could steal my attention from Yandere Sim. This is mental illness. This is just mental illness. I'm not, like, I'm being serious, even though I'm laughing. This is just mental illness. If I let the 1-month project grow in scope, it could evolve into a 2 or 3-month project, maybe even an 11-year project. If I underestimate how long it would take to finish the 1-week project, it could eat up more time than it's supposed to. Ultimately, it's probably better if I refrain from these types of projects, but I'll probably never be able to stop myself from thinking about the idea since it's so appealing. He's basically just writing all of his anxious thoughts down in a blog post. This is like obsessiveness. This is anxiety. You know, that's what it is, but it's very mismanaged, and he's kind of an asshole. That's the problem. And he's a big baby. The biggest reason for the illusion of slow progress, is the fact that he's just trying to gaslight us now. Oh, you think 4 years is slow progress? Well, that's just an illusion. You're just dumb. Is the fact that I finished working on low-hanging fruit features, and that all remaining features will take more time to complete than features from 2015-2016. But that aside, there are also factors that genuinely do slow down progress. You're gonna say emails? When I work on the game so late into the night that I get less than 6 hours of sleep, dude, you work from home. You can decide how little or how long you sleep. You can go to bed at various different times of the day and wake up at various different times of the day because you work from home. It's great. I'm sleepy and sluggish the next day, probably because you have a poor diet and you don't go outside and you don't exercise. That's probably why. Which results in me being less productive. To combat this, I've been forcing myself to stop working and go to bed early. Oh my god, this is Christian development. This is Christian fucking logic. My biological clock calls me to go to sleep earlier, so I haven't been able to work on comic pages. Like, goddamn. Oh, God. Okay, this is boring. I'm sorry this wasn't a very uplifting anniversary speech. These are the thoughts that have been on my mind lately. Very professional. So this is what came out when I started writing. Sorry for being a Debbie Downer. The rest of the blog post will be dedicated to positive things. And again, it's just stuff made by other people. Probably finally showing off massive Osana progress as one of the videos. Okay. Forget about the rest of this. Alright, I'm gonna read the 5th year anniversary now. We can see he's progressively getting more defeatist as we go on. So, yeah. Let's see. It's the same. Okay, on March 31st, 2014, I began developing Yandere Simulator. Today marks the 5th anniversary of the game's development. That's quite a milestone. And then Mulberry Art again. Last year, I wrote a short anniversary speech in commemoration of the game's 4th birthday. This year, I've written a much longer one, in case you're interested in knowing what kind of thoughts go through a person's mind after they've been working on a video game for 5 years. Oh my god. This is insane. Yes, I'm writing this from my bedroom that I never leave, and I just stare at the computer making panty shots all day. Anniversary thoughts. Usually an anniversary is an event to celebrate. A birthday is a joyous occasion, right? However, it's rare For a video game to remain in development for 5 years, that's an indication that there are some serious obstacles slowing down the game's production. I wonder what those could be. He's probably just gonna say it's emails and his teenage volunteers not getting him shit soon enough. Let's get to the bottom of this. Okay, Yandev, let's go. The game was born on 4chan in 2014. I proposed the idea of a Yandere simulator and asked people to describe what kind of game mechanics it might have. You can't do anything original. A lot of people responded to the thread with various ideas. You should get blood on your clothing and leave behind bloody footprints. The protagonist's animation should change as she loses sanity. There should be a button dedicated to sadistic laughter. Those are all in the game. I loved these suggestions and began building a prototype that incorporated all the... Factory Girls on again? I'm changing my music. I loved these suggestions and began building a prototype that incorporated all the ideas people were posting. Alright, yep. Every 2 weeks, I would make a new thread, show off my progress, and collect new suggestions. After several months of posting development updates, I started hearing a new type of suggestion. You should make a Patreon. I only had a faint idea of what Patreon was, and didn't put much thought into it, but I was consistently mentioned in every thread I made, so eventually I decided to research it. Okay, we know what Patreon is. At this point of time, in 2014, I was searching for freelance programming jobs, and Yandere Simulator was only a hobby that I occasionally worked on. What happened to the job you had before that you left? I wasn't even thinking of trying to turn Yandere Sim into a source of income, but eventually, because so many people were asking for it, I decided to make a Patreon. I wasn't sure if anyone was going to take it seriously, and I didn't know what kind of goal to set.
Cryohazard sent a super chat. Just woke up. What did I miss?
Missed the whole stream, but thank you for the 20 bucks. I'm reading every anniversary post Yandev posted now, and seeing how he gets progressively more bitter over the course of them, and says very ironic things that aged poorly. We're having a lot of fun right now. I'm just kicking my feet, enjoying myself right now. I'm not even drawing. Let's see. I simply said... if I can make $1,000 a month on Patreon, Yandere Simulator will become my full-time job. For a few months, my Patreon income was very small. I was only making about $100 per month. But about 1 year into development had begun, Yandere Simulator began to attract a lot of attention and skyrocketed in popularity. Okay. Now, why is he going on so much about Patreon? Alright. Blah, 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 blah. In order to deserve the money I was earning, I wanted to avoid disappointing the people who were supporting me on Patreon at all costs, and yet you continuously disappoint them year after year, Alex. How do you get yourself into these situations? This is where things started to get out of control. I completely sacrificed everything else in my life so I could focus exclusively on developing Yandere Simulator. So you should all be grateful. This is such a sacrifice. No one suffers more than me. I dropped my hobbies. I abandoned my friends. I grew distant from my family. I wouldn't even open the door anymore when my mother brought me chicken nuggets. I told her to leave them on the hallway floor outside. I stopped making time for exercise. I don't think you ever did, man. And I reduced the hours that I was sleeping. I dedicated myself entirely and completely to developing Yandere Sim. So why did it still take 5 years? That, if you're saying you gave up everything else in life, but working on this game, like, 24/7, and it still took 5 years and you're still not done, that is a sign that you're incompetent. But you won't accept that. You couldn't accept that even when you were working with Tiny Build. Unbelievable. Also, he's exaggerating because he would stream on Twitch for like 10 hours in a row. He's full of fucking shit. Yeah, I abandoned everything for you to make this silly game that I take way too seriously. Why aren't you all like kissing my ass right now? For a while, this lifestyle enabled me to release major updates multiple times per month, but after several years of this insane work schedule, buddy, you're not Oda, shut the fuck up. I became completely burned out. I was exhausted mentally and physically, and I became a miserable, depressed person like you weren't already. My productivity plummeted, even if I was sitting at my workstation with Yandere Simulator on my screen and my fingers on the keyboard, I simply wasn't making much progress. And we watched these videos in one of the streams, I know. After I released that video, I received hundreds of supportive messages urging me to work shorter hours and take better care of myself. I decided to take the advice I was giving and I changed my work schedule to make room for playing video games. With my fans telling me to take breaks and do things that would be healthy for me, I said, oh, I could use all that extra time to play video games. Brilliant. Hi, Skrill. Yes, the stream is still going. I'm reading funny blog posts right now. We'll probably wrap up in a hour anyway. So it's fine. Because I'll need to eat eventually myself. I need to take care of myself, too. Let's see. You guys just don't appreciate what I sacrifice for you. Don't you know that streaming is, like, the hardest job? Hassan Piker said so. Anyway. However, by that point in time, working for 13 hours a day had become a habit, and it was difficult to change the lifestyle that I had become accustomed to. Fucking bullshit, bro! I equated working less with being lazy, and yet you still manage to be lazy, even claiming that you work 13 hours a day, 7 days a week. So I refused to reduce the number of hours that I was working. But you consider just sitting at your computer, staring into space, with the Yandere simulator open,
Adrian
working.
Parchman sent a super chat. You know what Yanev needs soup. Steaming
He probably wouldn't even get mad at that. He probably wouldn't get mad at being told to eat soup. He at least has that over Lily. So, we have that going for us, which is nice. Let's see. Somebody might have sent me art just now. We'll take a quick intermission for that. I'm Gremlin Shy now. Thanks to, thanks to William McTalk. Thank you very much for that. I'm a gremlin, guys. I have started calling myself that, haven't I? Anyway, oh my god. I continued to work 13 hours a day. I was only able to make room for video games because I had reduced the number of hours that I was sleeping every night. Take care of yourself, Yandev. Oh, I know what I should do. I should stop sleeping and scream at Cuphead live on Twitch. Perfect. My mental and physical health continued to decline, my productivity stayed low, and the pace of development continued to slow down. Remember, this is only the 5th year anniversary. We're only halfway through the anniversaries. And he's already like this. Eventually, people began to theorize that I was intentionally working as slowly as possible in order to stretch out the game's development and keep receiving monthly payments on Patreon for as long as possible. I do think that's a factor, but I also think he is just too incompetent and too proud, and he thinks he has to do everything himself, and he doesn't know how. I think that is another big part of it, too. This narrative spread very far, and was widely accepted as truth. As a result, I started to receive abusive messages and harassment on a daily basis. It's the internet, buddy. You're famous on the internet. Get used to it. And a lot of people withdrew their support from Patreon. The slower development became, the more miserable I felt. The more miserable I was, the less productive I could be. So why did you hire a fucking team? There were so many ways to solve these problems. Instead, you decided to flirt with a 16-year-old girl. So, you know, that was your decision. Less productivity resulted in more ridicule. More ridicule meant less support, and less support made development slower. Each of these problems compounded the other problems. It was a vicious cycle, a downward spiral that made itself worse the longer it went on. How could you be so self-aware and still do nothing about it? He just wants people to feel bad for him is why, probably. It's hard to remain enthusiastic about a project when you've been working on it for multiple years. It's hard to be productive when you're mentally and physically exhausted. It's hard to feel motivated when you see people withdrawing their support. It's hard to stay focused when you are being subjected to harassment. And it's hard to do anything at all when you feel like you've made such a big mistakes that you would never recover. He says this, and yet he's also claiming to work on it 13 hours a day, so which the fuck is it, buddy? These are factors that slow down Yandere Simulator's development. However, it's important to acknowledge that a game like Yandere Sim was never going to have a speedy development cycle in the first place. Well, that's a different tune than he was playing on, like, the 3rd year anniversary. He's like, oh yeah, we're probably, like, halfway there, guys. Living on a prayer. Some game genres can be developed quickly by small teams, visual novels, shoot-em-ups, and other game genres take multiple years to be developed by large companies, MMORPGs, open-world sandboxes, which is neither. Your game is neither. Yandere Simulator is a 3D sandbox-style stealth game with school simulation elements. Yeah, you know what else is that? Bully. Bully is that. Go play Bully, everybody. It's a better Yandere simulator. The main guy is definitely, the main bad guy is definitely a Yandere. It's the territory of a big company, not the territory of one dude with some part-time volunteers. Yeah, that's why you should have started paying people or scaled back the game and not added a bunch of useless bullshit. I don't understand how he is so close to getting the point but misses it entirely. Here's a timeline of my life so far. God, this is so dramatic. Okay, guys, we're gonna get Yandere Dev's backstory on the 5th year anniversary of the game that is still not done another 5 years later. No, 6 years later. As you can see, I've been in the Yandere simulator phase for longer than any other period of my life. 5 years? 5 years is longer than you've done anything? Ever? He's like, I don't even remember my childhood anymore. It's all just Yandere simulator. It's just panty shots and bad voice acting and anime tropes. Like, dude, this again is the hell of your own making. Like, you did this to yourself. Oh, God, he fascinates me. I've been working on Yandere simulator for longer than I've been in high school, longer than I've been in college. And longer than I worked for a video game company. Yeah, longer than you had a real job. Wow. When I look back at my high school years, I can recall hundreds of fun experiences. The same goes for my time in college and my time at a video game company. However, when I look back at the past 5 years of my life, I only remember one thing: sitting at a computer, working on Yandere Sim, and being miserable most of the time. I had a teenage phase, and then an early 20s phase, and a mid-20s phase, but I didn't even get to have a late 20s phase. There's a giant gap in my life where my late 20s were supposed to be. Well, again, he just did this to himself. Go to a therapist. Go to a fucking therapist. Except you'll probably quit when the therapist doesn't tell you exactly what you want to hear and tells you how to do the hard work to fix your fucking self. When I worked at a video game company, I was often asked to develop prototypes. When I was known for working extremely fast and pumping out fully functional prototypes in less than 2 weeks that my bosses totally didn't have to fix later. You've seen examples of this: Yanvania, Yandere, Magical Girl Pretty Miyuki, and the Light Music Club's rhythm minigame were each created in less than 2 weeks. I can make video games very rapidly. Dude, a mini-game within a video game is not the same as making, like, a whole fucking game. Let's be real. And I've proven it multiple times, but ironically, I now have the reputation of being slow because I'm currently known for Yandere Simulator, a company-sized project that is being tackled by a small team. I think Yandere is a mini-game within Yansim that Yan-chan can play in her room or something. I have dozens of game ideas, many of which I'm more enthusiastic about than Yandere Simulator. God, he was saying this even on the 5th fucking anniversary. Holy shit. And then he said that he kept doing this to himself for 6 years. I don't understand. Like, it can't be purely a grift. It can't be purely the sunk cost fallacy. It's all these weird little factors coming together and congealing into one man. The shape of Alex Mahan. I feel like I have so much more to offer the world than what you've seen from me up to this point. No, you don't. The one thing I want more than anything else in the world is to take a break from Yandere Simulator and work on another project, so just fucking do it. Just fucking do it, then. Just fucking do it. Bro, you're only doing this to yourself. But if I did this, I know that a lot of people would freak out and I'd lose money, assume that I'm permanently abandoning Yandere Simulator, and a lot of my patrons on Patreon would probably want to withdraw their support. And Patreon is basically how I support myself. Because I'm being paid to work on Yandere Sim, I have an obligation to remain fully committed to it. In other words, I'm not allowed to do anything else with my life, nothing else at all with my entire life until the game is complete. And again, he did this to himself. As a result, it feels like I was being sent to prison on March 31st, 2014. It feels like I've been locked in a jail cell for the past 5 years because I refuse to leave my room. Nobody suffers more than Yandev. This is one of the primary reasons why I add Easter eggs to the game. You may have already realized this, but the Easter eggs represent the things I'm interested in. Cyborg ninjas, supernatural monsters, dragon skulls that shoot laser beams, etc. If I have to be trapped inside of this Yandere Simulator prison, then at the very least, I want to fill it with stuff that I think is cool. So, again, you're just talking about, like, adding stupid, useless bullshit instead of just working on the damn thing. Okay. Easter eggs give me the opportunity to temporarily develop the type of content / game that I'm actually interested in, even if it's only for a few short hours. How did anyone keep supporting this guy after reading shit like this? Like, seriously, how? Imagine if I like came on stream and said, I don't really like doing this, guys, but I've dedicated my whole life to it now, so you better be grateful. Oh my god. You know? Christ. It's incredibly ironic that there are people who genuinely believe that I am intentionally delaying Yandere Sim's development. I am the #1 human being on Earth who is most negatively impacted by Yandere Simulator's prolonged development, and yet you kept doing this for 6 years. So that kind of sounds like bullshit. I don't know. I want Yandere Sim to be finished more than anyone else in the world. I'm in prison until it's finished. Of course I want to be done as quickly as possible. However, I refuse to sacrifice the game's quality or break any of the promises I've made. Except you've broken so many already, what does it matter? So instead of rushing the game out as fast as I can, I continue to go down the checklist of everything I think the game requires, and I continue to try my hardest to make it the best game I can possibly make. Cope. Because, like, yeah, but you just keep bloating out a list of tasks to do that make the game take longer. So, like, you're contradicting yourself right there in that sentence. With that said, at long last, we're really close to the end of that checklist. Tutorial, save/load, frame rate, intro. I can count the number of remaining checklist features on one hand. After that, I'll move on to Osana, who only requires a few things to be finished. The serious obstacle. Befriend, betray, suitor. It has taken me 5 years, but I'm almost there. I've almost satisfied the criteria of graduating from sandbox to demo and launching the long-awaited crowdfunding campaign, which, as I remind you, never happened. Ever. I don't know why he won't do it. Probably because if he does a Kickstarter, he will definitely, like, be beholden to finishing the fucking thing. That might be why. And some people did point out he was already planning Ribaru before Osana was even in, so I was mistaken saying that he put Ribaru in because he was mad people were killing Osana too easily. But I think just because of the way the game was, he knew people would be able to kill her too easily, so I'm kind of right. I'm still kind of right, alright? I can pull a Yandev here. The first 2 months of this year were incredibly productive. New murder methods, new areas at school, new weapons, new characters, rework mechanics, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. I was very proud of my progress, and I wanted to keep up that pace.
Joey245 sent a super chat. Hey Sai, finally glad to catch a stream live.
Hey.
Came here from your Steven Universe vids. Keep being awesome.
Thank you, Joey. Right now, I'm reading all of Yandere Dev's anniversary posts on his blog just because they make me laugh. we're kind of just casually ending the stream right now. Still be going on for a bit longer, though. March wasn't as productive as January or February. I was looking forward to improve the introduction because I think this is all fucking boring. Okay, whatever. This turned out to be a pretty depressing blog post, didn't it? Up above, you can see super cute artwork depicting happy, smiling characters, but my honest feelings don't match the artwork. I feel like I've done a disservice to those artists by putting such sad words underneath their cheerful artwork. Did you just write the stream of consciousness? You didn't even have, like, any prepared statements? Like, oh my god, dude. I'm sorry about that. Hopefully I'll turn things around in April. Thanks for your continued patience, and thank you for following the development of Yandere Simulator. And now let's go on to the 6th-year anniversary post. 6th anniversary and Snap Mode reveal. Wow, as of today, it's been 6 years since I began working on Yandere Simulator. That's remarkable. A special occasion like this calls for a major update. So I've chosen today to release a big feature that people have been anticipating for a long time. How long? Watch this video to find out. Yes, Snap Mode, which still doesn't really do much. There are a few things to make this video very unusual. They don't actually speak till I find. Okay, I don't fucking care. Talk about the anniversary. Anyway, the last point is actually pretty important. I don't mention Osana at all. Oh yeah, if you'd like to hear my reasoning, click continue reading. What the hell happened? What a great way to begin your 6th anniversary introspection. Even though an anniversary is often a joyous occasion, I'm not unaware that it's extremely unusual for a video game to be in development for 6 years. It's unfortunate that I am saying something negative on the game's birthday, but the development of Yandere Simulator has been plagued with significant problems for several years. I could write a dozen blog posts, each one about a different issue that has made Yandere Simulator's development particularly difficult. I often ask myself, what went wrong? How did things get this bad? Okay, Alex, I want you to, like, turn and go to the first mirror you can find in your house, and you point, and that's the problem. There you go. There are multiple factors that have contributed to the situation, each one independent of the others. Each one independent of the others. I want to be able to edit this later, so I might repeat myself. But the one I'm going to focus on today is Osana. Osana, the first rival. It's been 6 years, does not have the first rival implemented in the game. Yeah. The situation can be described with a timeline. 1. Over the course of 2014, Yandere Simulator was designed by taking suggestions from anonymous posters on 4chan. After having dozens of threads about the game, I compiled a list of every feature that seemed like it would be worth including in the game. This list was huge. It contained over 100 features. I underestimated how long it would take me to implement every single feature on that list. That's why you should have picked and chosen and said, what can I cut out here? How can I chew the fat? How can I make this more efficient for myself? And I can add these things later once the game is actually finished. As we can see now, that list was long enough to provide me with several years of work. Bullshit. Number 2, for a period of 29 months, from April 2014 to September 2016, I was able to consistently implement major features in a Yandere Simulator in 2-week intervals. After implementing the matchmaking elimination method, why? Why would you implement a matchmaking and peaceful elimination methods before you even got the fucking rivals in the game? You get the rivals in first, and then you can start adding extra ways to get rid of them. You know? Oh my god, he does everything so fucking backwards. I ran out of features that would be implemented within a span of 2 weeks. All of the game's remaining features required more than 2 weeks of work. Number 3, up until this point, I was using the character Kokona as a test subject for all the elimination methods. The last remaining elimination method, rejection, would require the player to sabotage a series of scripted events. Kokona was a test subject, not a real rival, so creating scripted events for Kokona would have been a waste of time. Instead, I chose to create scripted events for Osana, the first rival of the game. Well, can't you just, like, model swap them? Like... or just run the script on Osana when she's ready? What? Number 4. After 29 months of developing the game around a video every 2 weeks. Oh, yeah, because he had to upload videos, too, because he wanted to be a YouTuber more than he wanted to be a game developer. After 29 months of developing the game around a video every 2 weeks upload schedule, it was hard to break the habit. I felt a strong compulsion to prioritize development of features that I knew I could put together within 2 weeks in order to create a cool video. Here's your problem. Why was your priority making a video to announce your update? You just wanted to be a YouTuber, you wanted the comments, you wanted the praise, you wanted people going, oh cool, this idea is so neat, without actually having to actually finish the idea. Yeah. I split my attention between Osana's scripted events and other features, primarily essential mechanics and occasionally non-essential mechanics. Oh, I need some water. God, it's so much bullshit that I have to read. My throat is getting scratchy. From September 2016 to November 2017, while releasing progress report videos and implementing new features, I repeatedly assured people, don't worry, I'm still making progress on Osana, but I was a liar. This was completely necessary and ultimately did more harm than good. I inadvertently caused people to believe Osana's completion was imminent and that everyone should get excited for her. Well, the game also shouldn't have taken 6 years. It should have taken 3 tops, buddy. So, 6 in the number... I can't read anymore. Number 6, in November of 2017, I released a massive 34-minute video where I demonstrated all of Osana's scripted events. At the end of this video, I explained that I regretted placing so much emphasis on Osana in my previous videos. I explained that the game was still missing numerous essential features, and announced that I was going to shift my attention from Osana to all the other features that Yandere Simulator required, which was nothing, none of them. All you had to do was put the girl in and let people kill her, and then put in 9 more girls and let people kill them. And then you could add new methods for killing them later. You could just have done, like, early access shit, man. Number 7! A lot of people were still very impatient for Osana, and my comment sections were often dominated by people who were dissatisfied to see me spending development time on anything unrelated to Osana. Across multiple videos, I explained numerous times that there was no point in putting Osana into the game yet, because she wouldn't be fun to eliminate until I finished adding all the other features required. And this is just like the emails. He's like, no, I have to do all of these things first before I can do this other thing. Except he doesn't. It's a self-imposed limitation, and again, I think part of that is born from mental illness, but I do think, on the other hand, he is also stalling on purpose at the same time. It's a weird cacophony of just bullshit. Anyway. Blah, 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 blah. However, for a large portion of the audience, this message never really sank in. You can't assume everybody's watched all your fucking videos, bro. Number 8. By the time we reached May of 2018, my comment sections had become completely dominated by people expressing anger over the absence of Osana, and I decided to address the matter directly. I released a quadrilogy of videos. Because that's how you handle that. You don't just give the people what they want. You release a bunch of videos making excuses. That's how you handle that. I released a quadrilogy of videos to explain that the reasons for Yandere Simulator's lengthy development and the absence of Osana. Where's Osama on June 6th? How long does it take to make a video game on June 8th? What's going on with Yandere Simulator's development on November 5th? And Hate and Shame on November 11th. We watched all of those in past streams on Yandere Dev. I have the Hate and Shame cut up. So, if you're interested in those, check out my channel later. Anyway, number 9. From then onward, I focused the majority of my time and attention on a pre-Osana checklist of all the features that would be required before it would be sensible to put Osana into the game. While working on this checklist, I also occasionally made progress on Osana herself, although Osana generally only received about 5% of my time and attention. Yeah, bro, we know. Number 10, as anti-Yandere dev sentiment grew stronger and the demand for Osana grew louder and louder, I made the critical mistake of trying to calm the fanbase by repeatedly reassuring people that I was still working on Osana. I was lying through my teeth and still making steady progress with Osana. Again, this was a massive error, promising things I couldn't deliver. It created the impression that I had been working non-stop on Osana without making any visible progress, when in reality, Osana was something that I worked on occasionally in between more important features. What is more important than the main premise of your fucking game, guy? Number 11, Osana became functionally complete in the last days of December 2019. The reason why she has not been released yet is because I am extremely invested in producing a quality product. We already failed from the get-go on that one, man. So, I don't know why you're so, like, pretentious about it. So, I am dedicating several months to fixing bugs, removing exploits, and adding polish to the game before Osana is released, because I'd cry if people defeated her too quickly. Osana was on schedule to have been released by now, but unfortunate events were unrelated to game development severely impacted my ability to be productive. Like, what?
Ilonic sent a super chat. Who needs Yandere Simulator when you have Ruminator Simulator?
This is what this is, Ruminator Simulator, you're right! That should be a game. There's Yandev sitting in his room, staring blankly at his computer, just being anxious over everything. What the hell was real-life shit that stopped you from developing the fucking game? All of these are broken. Why does everything suck so badly right now? Some people have a sadistic desire to abuse and mistreat others. In order to do these things, they first need to feel like they are justified in doing so. Oh my god. Okay. So... No, it didn't have to do with the game development, it just had to do with you. Alright, but still, Alright, number 12. I am now in a position where, if I release any kind of content whatsoever, the feedback I will receive will be, you should have been working on Osana instead, even though Osana should not be considered a higher priority than creating a solid gameplay experience, except she's the main part of the game, she's the main part of the premise of the gameplay. Bro! For this reason, I have been avoiding uploading videos to my YouTube channel, but I came out of my self-imposed exile for the sake of the game's anniversary. He's so dedicated, guys. If I only had made different decisions in the past, and perhaps people would see Yandere Simulator as a free game that is updated frequently and has been receiving cool new features since 2014, instead of a game that doesn't have Osana yet. Yeah, a game that isn't finished yet, because you don't have the fucking rivals, which is the main gameplay premise. Of course, that's what people expect from it, you dumbass. It's frustrating, to say the least. You're fucking frustrating. And that is why I didn't even want to say her name in the latest video. And there's all those fucking bug fixes. Project QT crossover. Which is like a hentai
Master
game.
Clockwork sent a super chat. I feel like a Hitman mod would accomplish the same thing Alex is going for.
Has anyone done that? Just modded Hitman to be Ayano? Yandere Simulator's 7-year anniversary back in 2021, guys. Let's see how he is here. ... Whoa! As of today, it's been 7 years since I started developing Yandere Simulator. To be honest, I have very mixed feelings about that. I'll elaborate below. But first, I want to share an incredible video with you. Don't care. Don't care. Alright, alright. After 7 years, it can be difficult to find something to say that I haven't already said on a previous occasion. He always hates these fucking anniversaries. Like, his first 2-year ones were like so short. I've already shared a list of my most favorite fan-made Yandere Sim creations. I've already expressed how working on one project for a long period of time can lead to a feeling of being imprisoned by the project. I've already explained why putting so much emphasis on Asana in my videos from 2016 to 2017 was a huge mistake, and I've already discussed the factors that have been slowing down the game's development. I've already summarized the events of 2020. So on this day, the 7th anniversary of the game's development, what else is there to say? Well, actually, I have so much to say that I plan to make a whole video about it. Oh my fucking god, I think we watched that one too. I don't want to type out all of my thoughts in this blog post, because then you'd have to hear me repeat myself verbatim in my upcoming videos, and you repeat yourself in every single video, every single time we do one of these streams, and yet I still do this to myself. But I'll explain the main point I'm going to be making in the video. Yandere Simulator is not a traditional game project. It's more of a platform than a game. Take another look at that video up there. What does the existence of that video represent? It represents the fact that someone used Yandere Simulator as a tool to build something creative. Yeah, then they could have gotten all those models in Unity and just made a scene, made a diorama out of it. So why do they even need you? Instead of looking at Yandere Simulator and judging it by the number of rivals that are not implemented yet, which is 0, so maybe Osana was by now, someone looked at the features that do exist in the game and had fun with those features. Instead of looking at Yandere Simulator and seeing a project that is not finished yet, someone looked at Yandere Simulator and saw something that they could have fun with, regardless of how complete or incomplete it may be. You should just gaslight yourself into thinking that the game is fun, even though it's not done yet, because it doesn't really matter if it's done. What does done even mean, guys? I mean, if you really think about it. That is the audience that I have dedicated myself to serving. The ones that kiss my ass and tell me it doesn't matter how long I procrastinate, they will still love me. Those are the only people I care about. People who are already having fun with Yandere Simulator, but could have even more fun if I simply added certain types of features / modes to the game, like the main gameplay loop and premise that I promised. In a traditional game project, the developer sets a goal and moves toward that goal until he reaches the finish line and completes the project. I definitely started this project with this mindset, yeah, but over time, my priorities shifted. Instead of moving towards a singular goal, I periodically looked at what the user base was doing for fun, creating mods to pose the characters, killing students in alphabetical order, and of course I would break their mods every time because they annoyed me. I turned those activities into official features, pose mode, alphabet killer challenge, etc., and regularly added new content to the game based on whatever people seem to enjoy the most. Easter eggs, minigames, lore, etc. Instead of setting a specific goal and moving toward it, I have been constantly broadening the number of experiences the player can have with the game. In other words, I have been focusing on turning Yandere Simulator into a platform that offers a wide variety of fun activities. A platform for people to be creative with pose mode. A platform for people to make cool mods, a platform to attempt challenges, a platform for speedrunners to complete their best time. A platform for YouTubers to make funny videos. A platform for myself to pay homage to my favorite games with Easter eggs. Cope, 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 cope. He is huffing that copium. That is where all his Patreon money went. There was not a specific moment in time where I decided, screw the rivals, I'd rather focus on literally every other aspect of the game. I mean, that is literally what you did. Save Midori. Freedom for Midori. That is what you did, though. You said, screw the rivals, I'm just gonna poke at random bullshit and not work on the main thing. That is exactly what you did. Rather, it's something that happened gradually over time. My priorities slowly shifted over the years, away from I will set a goal and complete it, to I will look at what is making players happy / frustrated. I will put new content into the game to facilitate fun experiences and remove flaws. Oh my god, he's gaslighting himself here. So why did my priorities shift like that? I wonder, is it because you got all this praise and adulation without having to actually do anything, and so you never had any desire to actually do anything or finish the project or improve? Yeah, I suppose the answer would be that in life, I always gravitate toward whatever activity feels the most meaningful to me, and over time, give the player all kinds of fun activities and cool experiences became a much more meaningful than put 10 girls into the game. Except again, those 10 girls were the main premise that you started with, and you just refused to do for some reason. You put in 10 girls that you could kill as a Yandere in the 1980s mode, and yet you just will not do it in the main game. You just refuse. Have you screwed up the code that much that you can't figure out how to do it now? That's the only other thing I can think of, is he screwed up the code so much that he can't put in the main gameplay now, and he doesn't know what to do. But he just likes getting the praise and money, so he just keeps making excuses. I don't know, it's so weird. Yeah, hashtag save Midori. We need to save Midori from this man. She's ours now. She's a side community character now. We have decreed it. Alright. Back to that video at the top of the blog post. I don't fucking care. So what's the bottom line here? Yeah, get to the point, Yandev. What's the point? What's the takeaway? If I had to summarize it, I would like to put it like this. Over time, Yandere Simulator gradually developed into something far different than what I initially promised to make. Arguably, it developed into something far better than what I initially promised, really? Because what you initially promised was a pretty simple premise. That you would have 10 weeks in the game, and you'd have to take out a love rival for your senpai every one of those weeks.
Pachman sent a super chat. Would Yenev love CD calls Stockholm?
Probably. He's written things similar to it, so... Anyway. Instead of being disappointed about what has not been added to the game yet, you could instead be enjoying the overwhelming mountain of content that is in the game. Be grateful for what I have given you, audience, but also keep giving me praise and money. Jesus Christ. If you look at Yandere Simulator and perceive it exclusively as a game where an anime girl stabs other anime girls in a school, you're not seeing the big picture. That was literally what made it appealing, because it was funny. That would be like playing Minecraft to fight monsters and ignoring every other feature or experience the game offers. That is a completely different kind of game, bro. And even Minecraft has a win state. And ignoring every other feature. Okay, right, the part. Yeah. Most people who enjoy Minecraft are not playing it for the monsters. They are building creative things, trying out mods, performing challenges, doing speedruns. How the hell do you speedrun Minecraft? Theorizing about the lore. I guess speedruns are the dragon, but still. Making funny videos. But people also fight the monsters. You need EXP. You had EXP in Minecraft by now, right? Probably, right? I don't know. I like picking off creepers from a distance with my bow and arrow. It's fun. That's exactly what you fans of Yandere Sim do. Plot twist, at this point in time, it's more accurate to compare Yandere Simulator to Minecraft rather than Hitman. What? No! You can't even compare it to Hitman either, but no. If I had focused on putting 10 rivals into the game ASAP, then yeah, Yandere Sim would have 10 rivals by now. But it would be a shallow game. Yeah, you make the skeleton of the game first, and then you put the meat on, buddy. You're all meat and no foundation, no basis, nothing. That analogy got away from me a little bit, but I'm getting hungry. I think that's my problem. Instead of digging a shallow grave and kicking 10 girls inside, I chose to spend 7 years digging a massive crater and filling it with an overwhelming number of features. I think that analogy got away from him, too. The Yandere sim that exists today is a better game than the one you would have gotten if I had simply crammed 10 rivals in. Except if you had done that, we'd at least have a finished game that you could call a game. And again, he could have just added more stuff later. It expanded on it later after doing the main 10 girls. Ugh. ... There is a problem, though, and the problem is 100% my fault. Oh, let's see how he's gonna spin this now. For 7 years straight, across dozens of videos, I have been depicting Yandere Simulator as a traditional game project, a set goal and move towards it type of project. You know, saying things like, I just have a checklist to do of all the features I need to implement, and then you'll get Osana, I promise, totally. So, yeah, you were treating it exactly like that until it became 6 and 7 years, and you went, oh shit, I'm still doing this. Rather than what it actually is, a platform for having a wide variety of fun experiences. Oh my god. Okay. The primary reason for this is that my priorities shifted so slowly, so gradually, over such a long period of time that I didn't even realize where my priorities actually were until earlier this year. Only earlier this year was I able to gaslight myself to justify all of this to me. And to try to justify it to you. If you go back and watch my videos from 2014 to 2016, you'll see a game developer who really does just move from milestone to milestone, making steady progress down a checklist of goals. From 2017 to 2021, my priorities clearly shifted, but my statements always remain the same. I'm working toward my next goal, and I'll have progress to show you soon. My words were inconsistent with my actions, and for that, I am the only person to blame. Rare self-awareness from Alex. Now, what cognitive dissonance is he going to jam into place to chase away this scary thought of his? Instead of saying, I will make a game about killing 10 girls and then developing a game about killing 10 girls, I said, I will make a game about killing 10 girls. Why can't I say that? And then developed a game with only one rival girl who is accompanied by a mountain of bonus content. The end result is that I made a game that a lot of people really enjoy playing for various reasons, but I also opened myself up to being attacked for not doing what I initially said I was going to do. So just make the game the 1 week with Osana. Just make that the game. Just make that the whole game. Why not? You know? At least that would be something. You know? Most indie games don't take 7 years to complete. That's because most indie games are small, short, and simple. This one could have been 2. But you just fucked it all up. And Yandere Simulator is the opposite of those things. However, because my words were not consistent with my actions, because my priorities gradually shifted away from my original goals, it became very easy for people to forget the narrative that I was deliberately... Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, he's just repeating himself as usual. Imagine an alternate timeline where in 2015 I had announced, hey guys, for the next few years, I'm just going to focus on making a silly sandbox game where you can goof around as an anime girl. I'll eventually put in some story stuff into the game later toward the end of development, but that's not going to be my main priority for a while. Don't support the Patreon if you're not okay with that. Okay. If I had simply done that, then perhaps 90% of the problems I've dealt with over the past 7 years would never have happened. No, you still would have just been uselessly adding stupid bullshit and never finishing the actual game. But you're just trying to convince yourself you're okay with that now. I severely regret not coming to this realization sooner. I severely regret not coming up with this way to gaslight myself sooner. So what does all this mean? Am I saying I don't care about putting rivals into the game? I'm just going to expand the number of features in this game indefinitely, which is what I've been doing? Yandere Simulator is not the type of project that ends. It's the type of project that continues to get periodic updates forever, like Minecraft. No, definitely not. Okay, so what the fuck are you saying? Let me remind you of what I said near the beginning of this blog post. Working on one project for a long period of time can lead to a feeling of being imprisoned by the project. Oh, you're still on this bullshit. 7 years is way longer than I ever expected to work on Yandere Simulator, and you only have yourself to blame. However, there is a very obvious reason why that's not an option. Backlash. I am too afraid of the thoughts of other people, and yet I continue to fail them and only want people who will kiss my ass. If I took a break from Yandere Simulator for any reason, people will say he abandoned the project. Yeah, there's a lot of fucking shit he already said. Blah, 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 blah. The alternative is to pretend the false narratives don't even exist and focus exclusively on releasing a really cool content that will reunite the game and restores people's faith. Yeah, that would have been the thing to do, to just ignore it. But also, like, take the criticism to heart. But you couldn't do either of those. You might be wondering what type of content could possibly do that. Well, I'd love to tell you, but I'd like to keep it a secret for now. He's talking about 1980s mode, I'm sure of it. Alright, and then he just posts a video somebody else made and pretended it's something he should be praised for. Now he's just making me mad. This was funny at first, now he's just making me mad. Alright, let's go to the 8th year anniversary, which I think we did look at before. 8th anniversary post. I'm getting tired just reading these. Holy shit. I'd love to look at the comments, but it would take too long. I do want to wrap up soon. Yandere Simulator's development began on March 31st, 2014. That means today is the 8th anniversary of Yon Sim's development. Whoa! Do I have any thoughts to say about that? Sure, a few things. If you're interested in my thoughts on this occasion, scroll down past this absolutely gorgeous artwork. Looks a little cross-eyed there. Alright. 8 years. I already expressed most of my thoughts about Yandere Simulator's development in this blog from last year, in this video from last year. In summary, I don't see Yandere Simulator as a game that isn't finished. I see Yandere Simulator as the type of game that gets regularly updated with new content. This is my new cope, guys. This is my new cope, and I'm sticking with it. Here, look, I'll describe a video game. Try to figure out which game I'm talking about. Number 1, it's free. Number 2, it's not possible to complete the main story yet. Number 3, it is regularly updated with new characters, events, and features. What game am I describing? No, it's not Yandere Simulator, it's Genshin Impact. Genshin Impact, which is a gacha game made to keep people playing the updates so they will spend money on microtransactions. So, completely different style of game, and mobile slop. One of the most popular and successful games of the last 2 years. It's mobile slop. Of course it's popular. Oh my fucking god.
Thomas93 sent a super chat, in Beethoven's 5th. Cope, 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 cope. Cope, 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 cope.
Yes, that's our little Yandev song. Cope, 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 cope. Let's see. If you said the Genshin Impact developers suck, I'm sure some people do. It's been years and the game still isn't done yet. You'd sound like an idiot. Because it's a live service game. Which Yandev is not. Or Yon Sim is not, rather. You're not a live service game either, Alex. You're barely alive. That's because everyone recognizes and acknowledges what type of game Genshin Impact is. It's simply the type of game that is regularly updated with new content. Yeah, that's not the type of game you're making, asshole. Oh my fucking god. Fuck off. Reggie Fils-Aimé can't save you. There are many different types of game projects in the world. Some game projects are finished, released for $60, and then abandoned. And some game projects are made available for free and then updated for many years. That's simply the type of game that Yandere Simulator became. An ongoing game. It began its existence as a Hitman clone. Except not even really. And then gradually transitioned into being the type of game that is regularly updated with new content. It is also incredibly easy to explain why this change occurred. Really? Because last year, you were saying that it was so gradual you didn't even notice. You only just recently realized this was your new way to excuse yourself. Releasing a build of the game that contains 10 rivals but doesn't contain any fun eliminations to use on them would be a stupid idea. Except that would be finishing the game and then you can add the new shit, dummy. It wouldn't be a fun game. People were having fun with it already. Oh my god. I decided to put all the elimination methods into the game first. That was a stupid idea. And put all the rivals into the game last. No! All you had to do was make the rivals first and then gradually add more elimination methods to increase the replayability of your game. Why do you do everything backwards? Again, this is why he gets accused of prolonging it, and I do think on some level he is, but I think there's a lot more going on here. There's a lot more crazy going on here that we can even understand. During this process, it became apparent that regularly updating the game with new features was resulting in a fun game that people enjoyed. Blah, blah, blah. Putting the first rival into the game was still a priority to me, but sometimes I simply couldn't work on her. Why? I'll explain. What makes a character a rival? Cutscenes, events, voice acting, unique animations, etc. All of those things require help from voice actors and animators. So again, it's everyone else's fault that I couldn't finish this. Even though I didn't necessarily need voice acting. Or cutscenes. To obtain those things, I rely on volunteer contributions. If the volunteers are busy, I sometimes have to wait weeks or even months for the assets I need, and I absolutely refuse to pay someone. Whenever I was waiting, I added new gameplay modes and just for fun features into the game. I don't really consider this to be a mistake, and I think it's really dishonest to describe this as choosing to work on unnecessary features instead of the rivals. It's also dishonest to describe this as blaming the volunteers, because that's not what I'm doing here either. Yes, it is. It absolutely is. You're saying, oh, I wanted to do all this stuff, but I had to wait for volunteers to finish stuff for me. I couldn't learn to do animations myself. I couldn't use my fucking Patreon money that was like $5,000 a month at this point. Probably not at this point, but at one point it was. I couldn't use some of that to just pay people to do the shit I can't do to get it done faster. No, even though I would have sold the game afterward. Of course not. We can't make sensible decisions here, because otherwise we wouldn't have an excuse to just keep prolonging this. Even after Yandere Simulator had firmly established itself as an ongoing game, it didn't firmly establish itself as that. You just said it and expected everyone to believe you. A lot of people still only cared about one thing, the number of rivals in the game, rather than the number of fun features in the game. Why can't you appreciate all these fun things, like Sans mode that I added, instead of the actual gameplay? Why can't you just appreciate that? Why can't you just praise me? To appease these people, I created a gameplay mode featuring 10 rivals and a complete story with a proper beginning, middle, and end, 1980s mode. Why couldn't you just do that with the main game? This is what I don't fucking understand. He, like, made the actual game, but not, out of spite. Why did you do this? I don't understand. Oh, save me flogging Molly. So it's playing in the background right now. There was another reason why I implemented 1980s mode, to send a message. Oh my god, he did do it out of spite. He did do it out of fucking spite. Yes, I can quickly slap 10 rivals into the game if you want me to, but if they don't have cutscenes, voice acting, and unique events, they will all feel like the same girl wearing a different wig. I hope that 1980 mode communicated this fact with the force of a sledgehammer. So he literally was out there like, fine, I'll give you the game you actually want. I just won't make it the game that I've been working on. So there, take that. Ha, you have 10 rivals now. Take that, fans. How do you feel about that? How do you like them apples? Like, how do you get like this? How do you think like this? My god. This is astonishing. You see why he fascinates me so much. Oh my god. So he's like, I made 1980s mode. I hope you see how shitty it is. Like, what are you doing? Why are you like this?
Scones and Jam sent a super chat. All of these issues could have gone if you were willing to pay people, sir. This is why I dislike people who think they're an auteur undeservedly.
I'm flogging Molly again. Is this on? Is my music on shuffle? It should be on shuffle. Let's shuffle it again then. Here we go. Alright. I'm sure you've heard this quote a million times. A delayed game is eventually good. A rushed game is bad forever. No! Duke Nukem Forever was not good. If you get to the 15th year anniversary, you will officially have taken longer than Duke Nukem Forever, and then it's just fucking over, guy. It's just over. Game over. It's more important for a game to be fun than to be finished. It's important for it to be both, actually. What's the point of releasing a finished game if the game sucks? It's more important to make your game fun than to rush straight for the end of development. But I mean, just being a Yandere girl stabbing other schoolgirls was a novelty. That was fun in of itself. You're the one who added all this cringe fucking lore that didn't need to be there. We went over that in a previous stream. I'd rather play a game that is fun and unfinished than a game that is finished but not fun. I've played plenty of finished games that were not fun at all. I'm sure you have too. And I've also played plenty of unfinished games that were incredibly fun. Mercenary Kings, The Forest, Minecraft. I mean, I played those games when they were in early access with no proper ending, and I had an absolute blast. As if you're not making a game like that. I'd rather play any of those games in an unfinished state than play a finished project that absolutely sucks. People are having fun playing your unfinished game as well, but you just refuse to fucking finish it. I want to implement 10 rivals, release a finished Yandere simulator, and move on with my life? Yes, I do. Oh, hell yes, I do. Okay, and you did it with the 1980s mode, so why can't you just do it with the main game? What is the holdup? What is the problem? Except that you just don't want to, because then you'll have nothing left. And no one will pay attention to you anymore. Probably, right? His psychology is so fucking weird. Making the game fun is a higher priority than making it complete, so the rivals will have to wait a bit longer. They will wait until after I finish improving the things that suck, fixing the things that are broken, redesigning the things that can be exploited, and bringing the game up to the standards of quality of a disturbing video game enthusiast living in the year 2022. Well, now it's 2025, and you're still not done. You're still not done. I will eat before Yansim is finished. You're right. I'm gonna go have dinner immediately after this. I'm gonna try to finish all the anniversary posts. So let's boogie. Okay, so how do you feel about Yandere Simulator at this moment in time? Pretty good, actually. Programmers currently assisting me in implementing a feature that I've wanted Yandere Simulator to have for years. Will allow you to play the game in a completely new way. Oh my god, why keep adding this shit? With all this in mind, it feels like things are looking up. I'm looking forward to improving the game in various ways for the next few weeks/months, and being able to show you everything I'm currently working on. Thank you for following the development of Yandere Simulator. So that was the 8th anniversary. Here's the 9th anniversary. We have 3 more to go, guys. I began developing Yandere Simulator on March 31st, 2014. This means that today is the 9th anniversary of Yandere Simulator's development. 9 years have passed, and I am still developing the game. What do I have to say about that? A lot, actually. In fact, this blog post is over 7,000 words long. It's not a whole lot, actually. Yes, I have that much to say. Okay, so let's just skip down to that. Over the course of this blog post, I might say some things that you disagree with. However, let's start with a statement that you probably can't agree with. There are many different types of games in this world. Here we go again. Now he's talking about episodic games, as if he's doing the same fucking thing. And the Walking Dead games also got worse over time, though I kind of like how the last one ended. Yeah, you're not an episodic game, you're not Genshin Impact, you're not Minecraft, so you're none of these. We're skipping all of this, because he said all of this last year. I think we did read this one on a previous stream, but whatever.
Scones and Jam sent a super chat, one more real quick. As someone who is an artist and like most folks, used to be immature, sometimes you cannot improve without criticism. It's okay.
It is important to learn to take critique. It's gonna hurt. You're gonna have knee-jerk reactions. You're gonna get upset. You have to try to leave emotion out of it. Usually when someone is critiquing you, they're trying to help you. And these days, with me and my friends, we can just casually critique each other. Like, oh, you should move that here. You should probably fix that hand. You know, maybe change that color a little bit. And none of us take it personally. It's just, we all know that we're just bantering and trying to help each other. You know? But that's a skill you have to develop. And when you're young, it's hard. I know. I understand. I was the same way. Everyone was the same way when they were a young artist. All right? We all understand. And we're trying to help you. You know? So, if you take nothing else away from this stream, it's as a creative, don't go into something thinking it's going to be your magnum opus. Don't do that to yourself. And when someone is critiquing you, they're usually not trying to insult you, they're trying to help you. Okay? So there you go. Yeah, we mentioned Scott Cawthorn earlier, where the critique to his Chipper and Sons games. Oh, we have another...
Adrian Parchman sent a super chat. Panty and stockings with garter belt come before Yandere Simulator.
Did just get a reboot, didn't it? But yeah, earlier we were talking about Scott Cawthorn with Five Nights at Freddy's. He made a game before that. He had tried to make lots of games. He wasn't a very successful game developer. And he made a game before that called Chipper and Sons, which is about a bunch of little beavers running a logging company. It was for kids. But everyone who reviewed the game was like, all of the characters in this look like creepy animatronics. And that planted the seed in Scott Cawthorn's brain. He went, if they think those look scary, I bet I could make something scarier on purpose. And that's how FNAF was born. And now it's like a multi-million-dollar fucking franchise, and this guy never intended to make it. He didn't go into it thinking, yes, this is the thing that's gonna blow me up. He was just inspired to make something. Just make shit. I was very inspired by Takahata 101 saying that during his commentary on DBZ Abridged. He was talking about how Monty Ohm, the guy who originally invented Ruby, who was on Rooster Teeth, who sadly passed away, you saw he met Monty Ohm once, and Monty Ohm was a fan of DBZ Abridged, and he was, like, so stunned that someone he admired was a fan of his work and writing, even if it was a silly Abridged series. I mean, they're still good writers and good voice actors, you know, it's still something to be proud of. So he said, guys, just make shit. Just make shit. You never know who it's gonna inspire. Just make shit. You know? And I think that's a really good piece of advice. Just make shit. You know? Very, very, very to the point. Very easy to remember. Very easy to tell yourself when you're torturing yourself. Just make shit. You know? Why not? There's nothing holding you back. There's no rules anymore. The indie scene is crazy. It's the Wild West. Anybody can make it now. Just from their home. Just drawing things and putting them out there, you know? So, just make shit. I want to leave you guys with some positivity today as I'm laughing at this failure of a man. Who was a cautionary tale if there ever was one. He's a lost cause. He's hopeless now. I'm always feeling so positive I don't even want to read any more of these. Let's just skip ahead. Let's skip ahead to the 11th anniversary. Whatever. I'm feeling too positive now. I'm full of joy and hunger. I'm probably just gonna go reheat pizza after this. I'm so fucking hungry. Today is the 11th anniversary of Yandere Simulator's development. It was 11 years ago on March 31st, 2014 that the game's development began. Every year I write an anniversary blog post to commemorate the game's birthday. Alright, so what else could I possibly say? After a decade of writing anniversary blog posts, it's gotten pretty hard to think of something that I haven't already said before, and you have repeated yourself many times, which is why I gave up and skipped ahead, because I'm fucking starving. Out of all the anniversary blog posts I've written, the most important one was definitely the 9th one. I think the last time we did this, I skipped back to the 9th one, so I have already read that one. Well, I put a tremendous amount of time and work into that post, and even after all this time, I still feel it communicates about 95% of everything I want to say about the game and its development. So aside from that, what else is there to say? I've already explained how Yandere Simulator gradually transformed into the type of game that is regularly updated with new content. I've already explained that I believe the game's value comes from whether or not it's fun, not whether or not it's finished. I've already explained that I don't see any reason to be ashamed of Yandere Simulator's lengthy development time. Cope. So if I've already said everything I want to say about the game's development and there's nothing left to say, then, well, oh yeah. And then you talk about this music game he wants to make. That's just like a rip-off of something else. Yeah, and then again he's saying, I work on it 24 hours a day, and I'm adding new lore that doesn't matter and is never going to, like, even be covered in the game. Recently, I have felt very unsatisfied with my rate of progress. Back in January, there was a stretch of time where I got a ton of work done super fast, and then I felt optimistic about the future. But during February and March, I lost that momentum and slowed down to a glacial pace. All of a sudden, it feels like I'm trying to walk while my legs are submerged in molasses. Every step forward takes tremendous effort. Why? What happened? What changed? I've got some theories, but they're all really depressing to talk about. And I won't drag down the mood of the blog post like I have the last several years. In previous blog posts, I've already said that almost everything I could possibly say about the game's development, so this year I just kind of rambled on about a bunch of unrelated topics. Okay. Thank you for following the development of Yandere Simulator. I wish I could search by, like, what has the most comments. Just checking out everything else here now. Donations. Oh god. Oh, look at the colors. Oh, they're terrible. I can barely read anything. Ugh. Use the you can donate directly with PayPal. Yeah. I guess it's just time to go microwave my pizza. Let me see if anyone else is streaming on YouTube right now that I can dump you guys on. I'm just curious. Let me see. I thought Malcolm was streaming today, but I didn't get a notification, so... Otherwise, I'm able to send you guys to Dated. And listen to Dated music. Oh, Actual Fandom is live. I know that Anthony has crossed over those guys before.
Dino Nuggy sent a super chat. If I have anything to take away from all of this, it is that we have the right game being developed by the wrong man.
Yes, indeed.
Belrookie sent a super chat. What if I send a super chat at the end of the stream to entrap Psy for more stream time? Delectably
Yes.
devious Belrookie.
I will send you guys
Stones
to
and
Actual
Jam
Fandom.
sent a super chat. At my current job, we sell a green liquor called Midori. I can see our girl at the bar with Pixie after this.
Pixie will use the Midori alcohol to, like, flirt with her somehow. Some way. We have to write our fan comic about them and their meet cute, obviously. So I'm gonna send you guys Actual Fandom. It looks like they're talking about Superman or something. I'm probably not gonna stick around because I need to eat, but I know Ant has crossed over with these guys before, so that's why I added them kind of to my raid list. So there we go. So I'm sending you guys over there. At least on YouTube. On Kickin', Twitch, you're shit out of luck, sorry. But anyway, well, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for enjoying one more Yandere Dev stream. I think we will just do Spirit Science next week, because I want to. So, look forward to that. Probably will start another game stream this weekend. I just have to figure out what I kind of feel like playing right now. So, anyway, see you guys later. I'm gonna go microwave pizza. Goodbye.